Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the January 20th, 2023 virtual meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. My name is Brian Sanchez. My pronouns are he, him, his, and I am the chairman of the ZBA. Earlier this week, we celebrated Martin Luther King Jr. Day. This year, I learned that before his death in 1968, King spent 17 months in Chicago fighting to address housing inequality through rallies, boycotts, and grassroots lobbying. It was a reminder to me of where the city has been, the improvements that have been made, and how much of Dr. King's work remains unfinished. Dr. King was committed to looking beyond external differences to recognize the interconnectedness of all humanity. While we celebrated the MLK holiday this past Monday, we would do well to honor his teachings every day. And now turning to some housekeeping, I want everyone, but especially people that regularly appear before the board, to be on notice that we will be updating our findings of fact forms in the coming months. Among other things, the updates will specify the pictures we want to see from you, and for variations in particular, we will now be requiring everyone to do a reasonable return analysis. So please keep an eye out for that. And now, on with the meeting. First, I'd like to take judicial notice of the fact that on January 6, 2023, the governor of the state of Illinois signed a disaster proclamation declaring all counties of the state of Illinois a disaster area due to the COVID-19 public health emergency. This disaster proclamation is in effect until February 6, 2023. Thus, Section 7E1 of the Open Meetings Act has been met. Second, I am making a determination pursuant to Section 7E2 of the Open Meetings Act that an in-person meeting of the board is not practical or prudent. Similarly, I am also making a determination pursuant to Section 7E5 that because of the disaster declared by the governor, it is unfeasible for at least one member of the Zoning Board of Appeals or its chief administrative officer or its chief legal officer to be physically present at the meeting place, inasmuch as there is no physical meeting place. Third, this meeting will operate under the emergency rules governing the conduct of remote public board meetings and provisions for remote public participation, which are posted to the board's website. In line with these emergency rules, today's meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals is a virtual meeting that is being simulcast to the general public via live streaming. It is also being recorded. We've established these virtual hearings in keeping with the governor, the General Assembly, the mayor, and city council's goal to continue government functions while maintaining transparency and public safety. But there are technical limitations to this format that we must collectively manage, particularly with respect to the presentation of new evidence during a hearing, the ability for applicants and objectors to resolve objections or amend proposals during the hearing, and the participation of large numbers of people. As a result, any material to be presented to the board, whether by applicants or members of the public, was required to be submitted in advance of the meeting. For those who do not regularly appear before the board, I will go over a few things for those who will be participating in the meeting. One, we are operating under the emergency rules. So for all applicants, objectors, and their attorneys, if you did not send us your exhibits by the cutoff date and time, you will not be able to reference them. Two, all participants will be listed as attendees within the Zoom meeting until your matter is called. At that time, we will promote you to a panelist. Please accept the promotion. There will be a short switchover where you would lose the feed, so don't be surprised by that. Three, if you are here in opposition or support of a matter, when your matter is called, please raise your hand so that we know you are here and may transfer you to a panelist. If you are listening to this meeting via phone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. 4, once you are set as a panelist, please present your case. Board staff will be presenting the PowerPoint exhibits for everyone as we normally do, so you will not need to manage sharing your screen. 5, please be mindful of background noise and please mute yourself when you are not speaking at all times, including now. In addition, please note that we have a court reporter preparing our record, so it is important that two people not speak at the same time. You might see me muting someone if that happens. 7, if you're an active participant in this meeting, please do not watch the live stream. This will cause audio interference. Let me repeat that. If you are an active participant in this meeting, please do not watch the live stream in tandem. 8, Please make sure you identify yourself when you are speaking. This goes for attorneys, applicants, members of the public, and board commissioners. Since all of us are remote, we and our court reporters cannot always see who is talking at any given time. I will also be administering oaths for each witness individually to accommodate for this. When I do swear you in, please spell your last name. If an applicant or anyone in opposition or support to the application has any technical issues presenting their case and is unable to proceed, we will attempt to continue the matter until the end of the call to create time to resolve the issues. If unsuccessful, we will continue the matter until a subsequent meeting. 10, after your matter or matters are concluded, please leave the Zoom meeting to ensure adequate capacity. If you're interested and continue to watch our meeting, which I hope you are, I encourage you to watch the live stream, which is accessible from our website. Now, I'd like to call this virtual meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals to order. I will take a roll call vote to establish quorum. Commissioners, after I call your name and you state that you are present, please verify that you can hear and see me. Commissioner Brooks.
Present, and I can hear and see you.
Commissioner Esposito.
Present, and I can hear and see you.
Commissioner Toya.
Present, and I can hear and see you.
I am present, so quorum is established. The minutes of last month's meeting have been distributed. Unless there are corrections, I move that we approve the minutes as distributed. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks.
Aye.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the minutes are approved. I move that we approve today's agenda. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the agenda is approved. Now I'm going to take continuances and withdrawals. All right, if you have a continuance or a withdrawal, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. Do we have anyone here on 11-23-S?
Mr. Chairman, good
Ah,
morning.
Counselor.
It's Tim Barton.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm here in the case of 1123S, as you said. I'm representing 103rd Street Properties LLC, the applicant. We've found out we're asking for a continuance. We've found out this week that there is an application being filed for a gas station immediately across the street from us. Actually kitty corner from us. And we've obtained copies of letters opposing our application in favor of that site. And those have come from the alderman and the community organization. In response, we obtained support letters this week, but we're not able to provide them to the board prior to Tuesday's deadline. And so we're looking for additional time to talk with neighbors and get support letters from them and be sure that they understand that our station, that there are two stations that are being considered, and we want support for our station. That's the sum of that.
Okay. So is March okay?
March would be fine.
Okay.
Yes.
So this is calendar number 11-23-S will be continued to March 17, 2023, and no further notice will be given.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone here on 12-22-Z?
Chairman, is that, this is Nick Fatikas. Is that 1223Z?
Sorry, yes, 1223 Z, 3135 North Oakley.
Yes. So, Chairman, in this case, we actually received notice from the Alderman's office yesterday that the Alderman would be seeking a continuance. We are asking the board to consider a 1-month continuance, not to get into the meat of the argument, but this case actually began as an appeal that was granted by the board back in April. We filed our application in September based on, again, the resolution approving or granting the appeal. We notified the Alderman's office via email and in writing of our application, again, back in September. The exact date is September 20th. And we found out yesterday that the Alderman's office was seeking a continuance. So we know that we're okay with a continuance. We're asking the board to consider a 1-month continuance, given the background on this specific application.
Okay. 1 second here. Okay, 1 month is not going to work. We can do March.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
this is calendar number 12-23-Z. It will be continued to March 17, 2023, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you. And then, Chair, I have two more matters that are going to be, we're seeking.
Yeah, let me get to that, but I can see that Alderman Beal has his hand raised. So
Oh, sure.
let me see what the Alderman is here for. Hello, Alderman Beal. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Good morning. How's everyone?
Good, good.
Yeah, I was having problems logging on. Did I log on at the end? Was there continuance for that item on 103rd, 511 East 103rd?
Yes. So the 103rd, that was calendar number 11-23-S. That was 511 East 103rd Street. That was continued to March 17th.
Okay, I appreciate it because I do have residents that were logging in. So I just want to be able to communicate that to them.
Yes. Yeah, it was
Okay.
continued to March.
Thank you.
Thank
Have
you.
a good day.
You too. Okay, Councilor Fatikas, what are the other ones?
The next two are actually also on page 3. It's 1323S and 1423Z. The subject property is 72 East 51st Street. So we did participate in a community meeting with Alderman Dowell's office a few weeks back. There are a handful of concerns and a number of edits that we're looking to incorporate into our plans. So we are asking for a continuance to try and address some of those community concerns.
Okay, so this is also going to be continued to March 17th. So these are calendar numbers 13-23-S and 14-23-Z will be continued to March 17, 2023, and no further notice will be given.
Great. And then I have two more, if I could. So at the end of the call on page 8, 44622S and 44722Z, subject property 6700 South Jeffrey Boulevard. We have been working with the Department of Planning and Development, and we learned that there were a number of changes and landscape deficiencies that needed to be resolved. We did get a very detailed email from DPD yesterday highlighting the areas of concern. We just need additional time to try and incorporate those changes into our plan so that we could bring a landscape compliant application to the board.
Okay, this one we're going to continue to April 21.
Okay.
So this is calendar numbers 446-22-S and 447-22-Z will be continued to April 21, 2023, and no further notice will be given.
Great. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other continuances or withdrawals? Councilor Noonan.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Mike Noonan for the applicants for 4 related matters. 24 and 25, 23S, and 26 and 27, 23Z. It's the property at 3311 West Carroll Avenue. Here on behalf of Connections for Abused Women and Their Children, and we'd like to seek a continuance until March. We're working with the neighbors on the block as well as the alderman's office to address some concerns. We've also got a few slight plan edits from DPD that we're working on, so we'd ask for more time to work on those and get those resolved.
Okay, so yeah, this will be continued to March 17th. So this is 24-23-S, 25-23-S, 26-23-Z, and 27-23-Z will be continued to March 17, 2023, and no further notice will be given.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other continuances?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. My name is Betsy Gates Alford. I am here on 3 related matters on the bottom of page 3 and top of page 4 of your agenda. It is 1523S, 1623S, and 1723Z. These are relating to 2 special use permits and a variation application for the property at 1515 West 43rd Street. On this item, we've been working with the Department of Planning and Development and received recently some additional review comments from staff, which we're working to have addressed, and just seeking a continuance to the earliest available date. We don't think it'll take very long to get these last items resolved.
Okay. You know, I did notice one other thing too on this one. I don't know if DPD has raised it with you, but I didn't see a reasonable return analysis on this one. So make sure that you provide that as well.
Thank you. Yes, they did raise that with us a day or two ago, since we were seeking a continuance. We'll get that submitted certainly before the continued date.
Okay, great. So these are going to be continued to March 17. So these are calendar numbers 15-23-S, 16-23-S, and 17-23-Z will be continued to March 17, 2023, and no further notice will be given.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other continuances or withdrawals? If so, please raise your hand. Okay, I'm not seeing any others. Okay, so we are going to start the call. First up is calendar 1-23-Z. This is 1651 to 56 West North Avenue. If you are here in opposition or support, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted.
Hello, good morning, Mr. Chairman and the board. I am Daniel Karuna, K-U-R-U-N-A.
Good morning, Dan. It's just you today, right?
Correct.
Okay. Can you state your name and address for the record?
My name is Daniel Karuna, K-U-R-U-N-A, and the address is 1651-53 West North Avenue,
And do you
Chicago,
swear-
Illinois, 60622.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
All right. Well, tell me what brings you here today.
Long story short, I am attempting to repair a wall that was damaged in March of 2020. And in applying for the repair permit, discovered that my wall did not actually fit within the previous permit granted for the wall, and I would like to rectify that with a variation.
Okay, so was this wall built when you was it already built when you purchased the property?
Yes, we purchased the property in 1994. This wall was the wall was already built when we took possession of the property.
And if we didn't grant this this variation, what would be the hardship? I mean, what would be the result? Would you have to tear the wall down?
Well, I do have to tear the wall down on the north side of the property, because right now that was currently unstable because of the damage. So the original goal was to be able to replace just that portion of the wall on the north side of the property. So that is going to happen because it needs to be repaired. Otherwise, the wall as it stands now is, I think I pointed out in probably exhibit D1, it is substantially integrated, as you can see if you look at the photos that are being shown right now, how it is integrated both into the side of the house and then also the entryway to the property. So the specific part of the wall that we're talking about is the smallest portion, and we're looking at it right now, that has the mailbox and the sculptures on the front. That's the wall that needs to be repaired.
Okay, and then you're just looking to bring the east wall into compliance?
Correct. That wall is fine and needs no repair.
Okay, okay. Any questions from the board? All right, I think we have what we need for this one. We'll take it under advisement.
All right. What would next steps be, I guess?
So at the end of the, well, actually, around 1 o'clock, we're going to deliberate on the cases that we've heard up to that point. And after deliberations, we'll come back and vote. So we will be voting on this matter later today.
All right. So I should be present for that vote, or?
You can be, or you can watch the live stream, or you'll also receive the resolution in the mail as well.
Okay. All right. Are there any other questions or concerns that the board would like me to address?
Nope, we're going to take it under advisement.
All right. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a good rest of the day.
You too. Okay. Next up is calendar number 2-23-S. This is 4417 North Sheridan. If you are here in objection or support, please raise your hand.
Fanny Zagui, can you please accept the promotion as panelist? There's a prompt, just click on accept. There you go.
We'll get Nancy sworn in here as well.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, we can. Could you please state your name and address?
Yeah, good morning. My name is Fanny Shawi, and I am at 4417 North Sheridan.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes,
Okay, great. We're gonna get Nancy sworn in so she can read the department's recommendation. Hi, Nancy, how are you?
Good morning. How you doing? Good.
Good, good. Can you state your name and role, please?
Absolutely. Nancy Razovich, Assistant Commissioner for the Zoning Bureau in the Department of Planning and Development.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Okay, could you go ahead and read the recommendation for calendar number 2-23-S?
Absolutely. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair salon. The department finds that this proposal complies with all applicable standards of the zoning ordinance, is in the interest of the public convenience, and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood. The department also finds the hair salon will be compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of building scale and design and operating characteristics. Lastly, the proposed hair salon is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Ms. Jagui, tell us what brings you here today.
I'm sorry, say again, I can hear you.
What brings you here today?
I'm trying to open a hair salon at 4417 North Broadway.
Okay, can you tell us a little bit about your experience? Are you do you have a license?
Yes, I am licensed for 8 years. And then I've been working to also, I have experience. I've been working like 4 years on this recently job I have it.
Okay.
And before I work at downtown for 3 years. And then, I have this is gonna be my first business I'm trying to open. I think I'm ready because I have experience and I build some clientele.
Okay, and I think you may have misspoke earlier. You said 4417 Broadway, but you mean 4417 North Sheridan, correct?
Yeah, sorry, yes.
Okay. What are the hours that you plan on having?
10 to 7,
Is that 7 days a week?
Monday to Saturday.
Closed Sunday?
Yes.
And are you planning on having employees?
Not for, I think not for 1 year until I build more clients and see how his business go. I'm gonna be only the one employee.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
No.
Okay, hearing none, we will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up is calendar number 3-23-S. This is 3952 to 54 North Avondale. If you're here in objection or support, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. Okay, I can see we've got Anastasia. If you could unmute and then state your name and address, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Anastasia Rozdebutko. I'm here for the case 3-23-S. That's for the address 3952-54 North Avondale Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60641.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. And Nancy, if you could go ahead and read the department's recommendation.
Absolutely. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed nail salon. The department finds that this proposal complies with all applicable standards of the zoning ordinance, is in the interest of public convenience, and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood. The department also finds the nail salon will be compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of building scale and design and operating characteristics. Lastly, the proposed nail salon is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort.
Thank you. Okay, Anastasia, so you're looking to open up a nail salon, is that right?
It's a little bit slightly different. I'm actually planning to open a nail school. It's just for the type of license, as I was told at the City Hall, at the business department and the zoning department, this is going to be the same type of license as for a nail salon. That's why everywhere on the document it appears as a nail salon. I currently have a nail salon. I'm a licensed nail technician. I have been seeking to teach classes for the last 3 years, and through this time, I got my nail instructor license, but with that license, I cannot teach, only at school. So I got a continuing education sponsor license, and now I am teaching at my current salon location, continuing education hours for already licensed nail technicians. And I keep getting inquiries from people to take a beginner course with me. Unfortunately, I can do any beginner's courses without a licensed school. So, people are asking, and I have a feeling that I want to share. And why not to do that? There is, in my area, there is no only nail school around here. And I think that will be a very good business for the area. I have a hair salon next to me, a esthetician is next door. And I want to share my knowledge. I have so much experience and I have people asking for it. So I really, really, really want to have a nail school.
Okay, thank you for that. How many students do you plan on having in the school at any given time?
According to IDF-PR requirements, I cannot have more than 10 students for 500 square feet. As you can see on this floor plan the designer made for me, I can fit in 9 stations for the clinical, and 2 pedicure chairs, but it doesn't count as a separate station. So 9 students at one time can be there. And on the other side, there will be a classroom for the theoretical part. Since those will be done separately, there will be morning hours and evening hours. So there can be up to 6 people for the theory class in the morning and up to 6 people theory class at the evening. When I was going to a nail school 2 times, first one for nail technician license and second time for the nail instructor license, a lot of people are going to get their nail technician license as a second education, and they are seeking for a flexible schedule. That's why I'm planning to have morning classes for theory and for practice, and the evening classes as well.
Okay, what are the hours that you plan on having for the school?
So I am planning to have school for only 5 days a week for now, because as far I am the only one licensed nail instructor, and I physically cannot work 7 days a week. And I also have a nail salon, and I am a mom. So it's going to be 5 days a week. The hours will be 9 a.m. to 8 p.m., but with a break in the middle for me. So there will be some morning classes till probably like 1 o'clock, and then I will come back and do the evening classes. And I also gonna have a receptionist because that is required by the IDFPR to have a staff member who would be handling all the reception things.
Okay,
Of
so
course, I would love to, I already have inquiries from my current nail technicians at my salon that they want to have a career, which is very rare at the nail salons in Chicago area. Believe me, I ask so many, I go to so many events. The nail technicians barely have any career going on, and I want to give this opportunity. Right now I applied for a continuing education sponsor license to add another nail instructor to me because she is thirsty to share her experience. I have now another one asking me if I can be teaching at your school. Yes, you can. If I will get the licenses, I will love to teach that nail technician to become a nail instructor and to, of course, help me out. And so, you know, when people want something, and because I'm a business owner, I feel like I have a little bit more power to do something. I really want to do it because there are people who want it.
well, that sounds great. Are there any questions from the board? I think we have what we need. We'll take this under advisement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next up is calendar number 4-23-Z. This is 2412 West Belden. If you are here in objection or support, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. Let's see, we've got Counselor Acosta. And I have on my list, you have 2 witnesses, is that right?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Okay, and I think we've got both of them. So let me start with Zev. Could you state your name and address, please?
Sure. Zev Solomon, 1327 West Newport, Chicago, 60657.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. And Todd, could you state your name and address, please?
Todd Main, 1332 North Halsted Street, Chicago, Illinois.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Acosta, I do not see any objectors, so you are free to do the short form.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Rolando Acosta here on behalf of the applicant. The matter before you involves an approximately 3,600 square foot parcel of land on the north side of Belden. It is improved with a vacant 2.5-story building with a tall attic you can see in the images before you. It's zoned RS3. The property also has a coach house at the rear and has no parking. Currently, there are 2 units on the ground floor, first floor, that are duplexed into the basement. There are 2 units on the second floor that are simplex units. They are not duplexed. The applicant wishes to duplex those units so he can provide larger family style units in the building. The building is non-conforming with respect to the current FAR. And as a result, in order to improve the attic and make it habitable, we are requesting a variation that allows us to increase the FAR by approximately 5%, which is within the authorized variation, which represents approximately 174 square feet of space. There are similar structures in the area with similar types of improvements. They're all shown in my exhibit D4. The property is transit served location to the Western bus line. We have spoken with the immediate neighbor to the west, which is our only neighbor, as we are bordered by alleys on the east and north and a street on the south, and he had no objection. We've also spoken with the alderman's office, which also had no objections and actually encouraged us to have the family style unit. The hardship here is presented by the substandard lot that is 102 feet in depth. From a rate of return analysis, we have submitted the required form and indicating that without the variation, the return drops to about 3.62%. With the variation, the return is just shy of 16%. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to turn to my two witnesses, starting with Zev Solomon. Zev, will you state your name and address for the record, please?
Zev Solomon, 1327 West Newport, Chicago, Illinois, 60657.
And you're a principal with the applicant, is that correct?
Yes.
And I previously prepared an affidavit which you reviewed and executed, and we have submitted to the board. If you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you. Turning to the architect, Mr. Main. Todd, will you state your name and address for the record, please?
Todd Main, 1332 North Halsted Street, Chicago, Illinois.
And you are a licensed architect and the architect for this project, correct?
Yes.
And I previously prepared an affidavit on your behalf. You have reviewed and signed that affidavit, David, and we have submitted it to the board. And if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman and board members, we are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions from the board?
Yeah, I do. This is Commissioner Toya. Counselor, you know I'm going to ask this question. Is the whole block short lots, or is it just this location on at 2412 West Belden?
The whole block is short lots. So as you get west on this block, the lots actually get deeper. So we are, call it, on the short side of the short lots.
Okay.
There are also structures on the block that are similarly non-conforming with respect to FAR. So while there are other short lots and we are similar, the conditions are the same where those structures have been improved with attic space or dormers. Some probably predating the ordinance because I don't see a lot of variations on the block, but there are some variations on the block.
Thank you, Counselor.
Okay, any other questions from the board? All right, we will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up is 5-23-Z. This is 3801 North Elston. If you are here in objection or support, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. And you have two witnesses, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, and it looks like we have some others on here. So let me figure out who they are. The person with the name of Jack, could you unmute?
Yes, sir.
Hi, are you here in support or objection?
I'm objecting.
Okay. And Jan, if you could unmute and let me know if you're here in support or objection.
Yes, I'm, excuse me, I'm objecting.
Okay. And then I see Maria, if you could unmute and let us know if you're here in support or objection.
Objection, please.
Okay. Okay, let me get everybody sworn in first and then
Chairman, can I ask a question first?
Sure.
Did you meet with the objectors yet, or is this the first time you're hearing from the objectors?
This is the first time, board member, that we have heard from objectors.
So you have not met with them to see if you could work this out?
I did not know that they had any issues or comments or questions.
I always like to have the two sides meet, and then if you still want to object, you object, because maybe you could work it out. Just my opinion, but it's up to the chairman.
My preference also, but hard to do when I don't know that they have concerns.
I agree. I know, Counselor, you've been doing this for a long time, and as you well know, I've been doing this for quite a long time as well. And usually we like to get together because sometimes you can work it out. And that's all, communication is the key to success. So
Sure.
you always like to have communication going on. Back to you, Chairman.
Yeah, well, I guess, it raises a question, Counselor. Do you want to try and discuss anything with these objectors offline, or?
Happy to do so, Mr. Chairman. If I have a way to communicate with them, I'm happy to link us all up by conference call and see if we can talk through the issues and then come back if we can get it arranged while the rest of your hearing is moving forward.
How about, can I hear from the objectors because there's been no conversations with because there's been no conversations between the objectors and the applicant, do the objectors, are they willing to discuss with the applicant the issues that you have before we hear this case? Can somebody unmute for the objectors? Maria, you're unmuted. Are you willing to discuss your objection with the applicant?
Sure.
Jan?
Yes.
Okay. Jacqui?
No, I'm opposing.
And you don't want to speak with the applicant?
Well, yes, I'll hear him out, but I'm strongly opposing.
Okay, here's what I would suggest. Councilor Acosta, do you maybe want to give out your email address, or I guess the question is, how do we get you in touch with them?
So I was going to suggest the following, Mr. Chairman, if I could.
Sure.
I can give them all my phone number.
Okay.
If they could all just call my phone number, and then I can then get their contact info and set up a conference call.
Okay.
And have the discussion.
Okay, great.
It will give me a moment though, because I have the next case. So if I could take care of the next case, and then I'll be available all day long.
Sure. So what we'll do is we're going to pass this case for the time being, we'll come back to it after you've had an opportunity to talk. But do you want to give your phone number now so they've got it?
Absolutely.
Okay.
312-636-6937. If you'll give me about 10 minutes and then call me, I will be happy to talk to each of you.
Okay, did all the objectors hear that?
I have a question.
Sure. Go
Does
ahead.
this mean that the zoning, the appeal, or not the appeal, the permit will be discussed at a later date? Or
No.
are we doing this today too?
We're still going to do it today, assuming that the counselor wants to proceed after speaking. What we're doing right now is we're just going to pass the case to allow you and the applicant to have a conference call to discuss the issues that you have and see if there's any way to work out the issues that you have. And then we will hear the case later today. Councilor Acosta will let our staff know, and we'll recall the case after you've had the opportunity to have an offline discussion with the applicant.
Okay, so I won't know all day. I'll have to be streaming all day to make sure that I don't miss it, right?
That's you'll want to stay on the live stream to make sure that you're here when the case gets recalled. But we will what we will do is after the conversation, when Councilor Acosta is ready, he'll let our board staff know, and we will call it back at that time.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may,
Yeah.
I'll also, since I'll be talking to them, I'll also let them know as soon as I know from staff approximately when it will be called.
Perfect.
Thank
Perfect.
you.
So I heard that someone did not get my phone number. Can I repeat it, please?
Yes, go ahead.
312-636-6937.
Okay, did everybody get that?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, so we will pass this case. We will call it later today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we are going next to calendar number 6-23-Z. This is 22 North Troop. If you are here in support or objection, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. Okay, Armando, could you state your name and address, please?
Sure. Armando Chacon, 26 North Troop, Chicago, Illinois, 60607.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
And Michael, could you state your name and address, please?
Michael Leary, Leary. I'm the architect on the project. My office is at 22 North LaSalle Street in Chicago. I'm a licensed architect.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Acosta, there are no objectors for this one. You can proceed with the short form.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I noted at the beginning, you mentioned this as calendar number 6-23-Z. It's also 7-23-Z.
Oh, you're right.
There's two requests.
623-Z, yes. So this is for 623-Z and 7-23-Z. If you are here in support or objection, again, the address is 22 North Troop. Please raise your hand and we'll get you promoted. But I'm not seeing any objectors for this one. If anybody does raise their hand, I will let you know.
Thank you. The subject property is on the west side of Troop, between Washington and Madison Street. It is a vacant lot currently. The property is zoned RM5. It is a substandard lot. It has 21 feet of width and approximately 90 feet of depth. The applicant wishes to improve the property with a single family home. As you can note by the applicant's address, he lives approximately one door to the north of this property, so he's very familiar with the block, has resided there for a number of years. There are two variations requested. One is for setbacks, front, side, and rear, because of the narrowness of this lot and the lack of depth on this lot. And then the second is with respect to the rear yard open space, which the applicant seeks to relocate to the roof of the garage that will be built on the property. And because that is above 4 feet above grade, a variation is required. As you may have seen from the prior image that was on the screen, which was a copy of the zoning map, this block has quite a number of variations that were granted, a total of 8, actually 9. This property was previously before the board, received a variation, but the time on that variation lapsed a couple of years ago. So we are back. Most of this block, sort of addressing board member Toya's question, all of the other lots on the block are similar in terms of depth, lack of depth, and all of them are improved with similar encroaching structures, either grandfathered or by way of variation with respect to the side yards, the rear yards, as well as the rear yard open space. We have talked to our neighbors in this case. Armando has done a good job of talking to people he knows because he lives on the block. We have approximately 9 letters of support from the immediate neighbors with respect to this property. We did submit also a rate of return analysis showing that with the variation, the project which is a home that's to be sold, would have an approximately 17% rate of return, but without the variation, it would go negative to approximately 2%. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to get my witnesses to affirm their affidavits and respond to any questions the board may have.
Okay.
Starting with Armando. Armando, can you state your name and address for the record again, please?
Armando Chacon, 26 North Troop, Chicago, Illinois, 60607.
Thank you. And I prepared an affidavit on your behalf, which you reviewed and executed. And if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Leary? Can you state your name and address again for the record, please?
Michael Leary, 222 North LaSalle Street in Chicago.
And I prepared an affidavit on your behalf, which summarized your testimony. You executed that affidavit and it was submitted to the board. If you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes, it would.
Mr. Chairman, that is all we have in a short form, and we'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions from the board? Hearing none, we will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up is calendar number 8-23-Z. This is 3417 North Harlem. If you're here in support or objection, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted.
Ron Onesti, okay, he did. Ron Onesti, please accept the promotion to panelist. You see a prompt. There's a box in Zoom that comes up and you have to accept promotion as a panelist.
Mr. Chair, this is the reporter. I'm so sorry. Can I just turn
No.
my heat really quick?
Sure, go ahead.
Thanks.
Can you folks hear me at all?
Yes, we can hear you now. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, we're just gonna wait a second while our court reporter comes back.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got our court reporter back. Counselor Ali, you've got two witnesses, correct?
Correct.
Okay, great. Ron, let's start with you. Could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, Ron Onesti at 105 East Main Street, St. Charles, Illinois, regarding 3417 North Harlem Avenue in Chicago.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay, and Hemel, could you state your name and address, please? From Perlwit Architects. You're muted right now.
Amal, you have to unmute.
Yeah, you're still muted.
Amal, it should be in the lower left corner.
Mr. Prohit, you should see also a prompt that host is asking you to unmute, and you can just click on that prompt.
There you go. Hamal? Oh, he just muted again.
He rejoined, he's rejoining. There's something wrong with his audio. He is disconnecting and rejoining his audio through some other device.
Hamal, can you speak? We cannot hear you. Looks like you're unmuted, but we can't hear you.
Chairman, he has lost his audio device.
Okay.
I don't think he can even hear us now.
All right, well, let's see, there's somebody.
Is there, can he join via phone? Is that an option for a dial-in?
I'm going to send him the link now. Just let me see if he will get it then.
There we go. Hamal, are you there?
We can see him, we just can't hear him.
Can't hear you.
Yeah, maybe we just have him dial in. What's the dial-in number?
I'll look it up in a second, Chairman. The dial-in number is
I
312.
found it. I
Oh.
can send it to him.
Okay.
Okay, have him dial in.
I'm just going to give him a call to make sure he got my message.
Okay.
Apologies for the delay.
Yeah, for everybody watching, you should verify that your Zoom is working appropriately, that your microphone is working appropriately before you come on, so that we don't have these delays. The next time I'll just pass the case and because we're not going to let it hold up the whole meeting.
Sure, understood.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm so sorry, guys. Commissioners, I have done this several times before, but for some reason, my speaker does not want to unmute. I'm so sorry. My apologies.
Apology accepted. All right, let's go forward. Ron, can you state your name and address, please? Or I already swore you in, right? Yeah, I was.
Correct.
going
Yep.
to-
That's correct.
Can you state your name and address, please?
Come on.
Hello? Yes, sorry, there is a pause. My name is Hemal Rohit. Address is 251 Bradwell Road, Inverness, Illinois.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right, Counselor, you may proceed.
Very good. And Mr. Chairman, just to confirm, you do not see any objecting witnesses at this time?
There are no objectors. That is correct.
Thank you. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, members of the board. For the record, my name is Matthew Alley with the law firm Shane Banks, Kenny and Schwartz. I'm appearing today on behalf of the National Italian American Sports Hall of Fame, a not-for-profit corporation. Joining me today is Ron Onesti, the president of the not-for-profit applicant, as well as Hamel Purohit, the project architect. As a brief overview, the applicant purchased the property located at 3417 North Harlem Avenue in November 2020, with plans to relocate its museum and educational institute, which has operated since 1978, from the Little Village neighborhood to the subject property. The property is located in a B3-1 community shopping district, which does permit cultural exhibits by right. However, due to the occupancy of the museum, a public place of amusement license is required, and the PPA license is triggering the need for this variation due to the property's proximity to a nearby residential zoning district. This project would entail interior alterations and a rear second floor addition to adaptively reuse and rehabilitate the existing building, which under prior ownership struggled to find consistent commercial tenants. Here, strict adherence to the zoning code would require the applicant to significantly scale down the size of its museum and thus reduce the breadth of historical and educational offerings it will provide to the public. The proposed museum's hours of operations would be 11 a.m. to 5 p.m., 7 days a week. The applicant will not pursue a retail food business license nor a liquor license. As a not-for-profit, the applicant would host infrequent fundraising events, but when doing so, such events would utilize licensed catering companies. Furthermore, the applicant will not use amplified sound, nor will it allow the museum space to be rented out for private events. There is an immediately adjacent parking lot that can accommodate at least 24 vehicles, and the applicant has the permission to utilize these spaces in the event that the ample street parking along this stretch of North Harlem becomes insufficient. Lastly, the applicant has discussed this project and the required variation with Alderman Spizzato, who has communicated he is in full support. Mr. Chairman, now look to call our first witness, the applicant's representative, Mr. Ron Onesti.
Okay.
Mr. Onesti, you are the president of the National Italian American Sports Hall of Fame, a not-for-profit corporation, and the applicant for this variation, correct?
Correct.
The applicant purchased the property located at 3417 North Harlem in November of 2020 with hopes of relocating its museum and educational institution from Little Village to this property, correct?
Correct. Actually, a Little Italy, actually, but correct.
Yes, yes. So my apologies. Little Italy, yes. However, in order to open the museum at the subject property, the applicant needs the PPA license due to the proximity to nearby residential zoning, thus requiring this variation, correct?
Correct.
And your hours of operation would be 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. 7 days a week?
Correct.
And while the not-for-profit would host infrequent fundraising events, such events would have only approximately 50 attendees and would not have amplified sound. Is that right?
Correct.
In fact, the applicant does not plan to apply for a retail food establishment nor a liquor license, correct?
Correct.
And the property is immediately adjacent to a parking lot with 24 parking spaces for which you have permission to use.
Yes.
Mr. Odesti, you heard my opening statement and the summary of this variation application. Do you concur with my summary in this matter?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And Mr. Onesti, did you also submit an affidavit to the ZBA prior to today's hearing?
Yes.
Are the statements made in that affidavit true and correct?
Yes.
And do you adopt as your testimony here today the statements contained within your affidavit?
Correct.
Thank you. Turning now to Mr. Purohit. Mr. Purohit, you are an architect licensed by the state of Illinois, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And you are the project architect for the applicant and its property located at 3417 North Harlem, correct?
That is correct.
The applicant intends to conduct interior alterations and construct a 576 square foot rear addition to adaptively reuse the existing building by converting it into the applicant's new museum and educational institute, correct?
That is correct.
Mr. Pierhead, did you also submit an affidavit to the board prior to today's hearing?
Yes, I did.
Are the statements made in your affidavit true and correct?
Yes, it is correct.
And do you adopt as your testimony here today the statements contained within your affidavit?
Yes, it does.
Mr. Chairman, that would conclude the applicant's case in chief. We would welcome any questions or comments from the board regarding our project or our proposed findings of fact.
All right, any questions from the board?
Can I make a statement?
Oh, who's speaking?
Ron Onesti.
Oh, go ahead.
I just would like to reiterate that this is a going concern that's been, it's in its 45th year of not-for-profit status and contributing to the community. And we have a very positive history in the community, and it still goes on today.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Does not appear that we have any questions from the board, so we will take this matter under advisement.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay, next up is calendar number 9-23-S. This is 6366 South Archer. Hello, Counselor Barnes. How are you?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, officially and formally. I do want to take a moment to congratulate you on your promotion, so to speak. It's super exciting to have you here formally as our chairman.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think that we do have several witnesses available for this.
How many
matter.
how many are you? Well, first, if there's anybody here in support or objection or for calendar number 9-23-S, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. Yeah, I have on my list, Sarah, 6 witnesses.
That sounds right, actually.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll get them sworn in. If you don't need them all, then you don't need them all, but we'll have them at the ready.
I have them actually here at your disposal. Hopefully I'll only need 2 witnesses.
Okay. Okay, let's start. How about Kevin Clark? Can you state your name and address, please?
Yes, Kevin Clark, 211 East Water Street, Springfield, Missouri.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Terrence O'Brien, can you state your name and address, please?
Terrence M. O'Brien, O''Brien, maintain offices at 145 Revere Drive, Northbrook, Illinois.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Marion Soga,
Yes,
could you state your
Marion
name?
Soga, with address 3612 Carnes Boulevard, Kansas City, Missouri.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Jeff Klotch, can you state your name and address, please?
Clock, 3612 Carnes Boulevard, Kansas City, Missouri.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay. Do we have Todd Schaffer?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chairman, he's actually not joining us today. That's our civil engineer, but I don't think he'll be necessary because we have our design team. Lue Abuna should be the only other
Okay,
witness.
I do see him. Could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, Louis Abuna, 9575 West Higgins Road, Rosemont, Illinois.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Now, Sarah, I do see that there's a Josh Braun in the attendees. Do you need him?
We don't.
Okay.
Thank you once more. He was just an additional representative from Andes, but Mr. Clark is more than adequate.
Okay, great. I do not see that you have any objectors here. Again, this is calendar number 9-23-S. If you're here in support or objection, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. But I've not seen anything. You may proceed, Counselor.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and esteemed members of the board. Once more, for the record, my name is Sarah Barnes, and I'm an attorney with the law offices of Sam Banks. I'm ecstatic to be here this morning on behalf of the applicant Andes Frozen Custard Stores, which would like to bring their very first store or / restaurant to all of us hungry Chicagoans. Joining us remotely, as has already been sworn in and identified, is Mr. Kevin Clark on behalf of Andes. He is the Director of Store Development for Andes. In further support of the application, we also have our MAI certified appraiser, Mr. Terry O'Brien, as well as two members of our design team, Marion Soka and Jeff Cloak, as well as our traffic engineer, Louis Abuna.
Counselor, let me jump in for a second. I forgot to read the recommendation. Let me go ahead and do that. One of these days, I'm gonna remember every time to do this, but not yet.
That was a long and hard fought recommendation. So by all means.
Okay, this is the Department of Planning and Development's recommendation for calendar number 9-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed single-lane drive-through to serve a proposed Andes Frozen Custard restaurant, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Andes Frozen Custard Stores LLC, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the site plan and vehicular turning movement plans, 2 sheets, dated December 14, 2022, prepared by Hager Engineering, floor plan and elevations dated December 14, 2022, prepared by Huft, and tree removal and protection plan, landscape plan, and plant list, and details and notes dated December 14, 2022, prepared by Daniel Weinbach and Partners LTD.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Our team has been working on this project for almost a year now. I did advise everyone that the best result we can hope for is for today to be a little bit anticlimactic, so I will try and keep it short. But I do want to extend our gratitude for Alderman Tabares and her staff for their incredible support and energies invested in this project, in bringing the very first Andes Frozen Custard to the city of Chicago, if approved here today. Towards those same ends, Alderman Tabares was tending to other ward matters today and unfortunately couldn't be with us to testify.
Counselor, I actually see Alderman Tabares did join us.
Oh, yay!
Yes, this is good. Alderman, would you like to speak at the beginning or at the end? Do you have a preference?
I have no preference, not at all. This is, if I may I have the floor?
Sure, please do.
Okay.
Well, first, could you state your name and role, please?
Yeah, so my name is Silvana Tabares, Alderman for the 23rd Ward, and we have been working very closely with Andes Frozen Custard to
First,
bring the
let me swear you in, Alderman.
Sure.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I swear
Okay.
to tell the truth.
Thank you very much. Please proceed.
No, thank you, everybody. Thank you for your consideration on this special use permit. We have been working with Andy's Frozen Custard to bring the very first Andy's to the city of Chicago. I'm so happy that they chose the 23rd Ward to do so in this location because we have received nothing but positive feedback from the community. And Andy's and Sarah, they've been very very great to work with. We've met with the Midway Chamber of Commerce. They spoke to the Midway Chamber of Commerce and made their case to the members, and everybody is just looking forward to seeing this come to a reality. They came and they spoke, they answered questions about hiring young people from our neighborhood. There's a high school across the street. There's a library next door. This is so important to bring Andy's to our community because Archer Avenue is a main corridor, and we've been working very hard with the chamber and other groups in the neighborhood to bring more economic development. So we're hoping that Andy's is just the beginning to attract more retail or more more business to this corridor. So I just want to thank Sarah. She's been wonderful to work with, and Andy's as well. They've been a great partner. I see that Kevin is on the call, I believe, Kevin Clark, and the developer. I just want to thank you. We wrote a letter of support. We also had the Garfield Ridge Neighborhood Watch write a letter of support. So we really strong you to consider and support this. And I'm here to answer any questions. So thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for the Alderman?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Toya. Alderman, I really like the thoroughness you just gave us. It's so great when you hear the Alderman supporting the project, the neighborhood group is supporting the project, and the business group is supporting the project. So I look forward to voting on this, but it sounds like you guys went deep and everyone's on board. That's great to hear.
Yes, thank you. Okay, Councilor Barnes, you can continue.
Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Toya. I absolutely reciprocate that gratitude and esteem for the Alderman. She has been exceptional throughout this process, and it has been a lengthy one. As the board knows all too well, drive-throughs can be a little challenging to program these days, just given all of the different balancing interests. So towards that end, above and beyond, Alderman Tabarez, I would too like to extend our gratitude to Miss Nancy Radzovich with the Department of Planning, as well as to Charles Rosner with the Department of Transportation. They too have given this project a lot of attention and care. Ms. Radzovich even getting to put on her architect hat for a little while and help us ensure that the programming for the new drive-through, even though we are adaptively reusing a prior existing drive-through, that we do satisfy all the standards and guidelines for the special use, as well as all of the other related design guidelines and building codes. So thank you as well to the Department of Planning, Ms. Radzovich, and as well to Charles Rosner. Towards that end, just to keep things a little bit brief, there was some photos up earlier. The existing site does comprise the northeast corner of Archer Avenue and Mulligan Street. It's currently improved and has been for the last 20 plus years with a one-story commercial building and a 3-lane, believe it or not, drive-through. And the reason for that was that this property for a very long time, again, over 20 years, was occupied and operated by a retail bank establishment. That bank, similar to our team, appeared before the predecessors of this board back in 2004, seeking a special use for the erection and operation of that drive-through facility. By and through our programming will actually be reducing the scope of the existing drive-through from 3 lanes to 1 lane and adaptively reusing the existing one-story building. Most of the work is going to be to the interior of the building, as well as doing some branding and giving it a lighter feel by introducing some additional windows and pedestrian entrances. A little bit unique to Andy's, but I think relevant to the board, as it might not have been as clear through the findings of fact, is they have a limited but exceptional menu of items. They serve only frozen treats using their vanilla and chocolate custard. As such, there's nothing that's fried, grilled, cooked, or even heated. That not only reduces any odors that are typically associated with fast food drive-through restaurants, but it also helps them truly mitigate the reliance on the drive-through and the efficiency of the drive-through operations. In fact, Andy's has their typical transaction down to just under a minute, which is about half the time typical transaction time for a drive-through. So in doing all of that, these features make Andy's, again, very efficient, and they have other items in their plan of operation to ensure that there's no internal conflict between pedestrians and vehicles, and that it's just a safe and enjoyable experience. So with that, given the recommendation and the findings of fact, I'm super happy to move on to my witnesses and get them introduced. Once more, Mr. Clark, if you can state your name and address once more for the record.
Yes, Kevin Clark, 211 East Water Street, Springfield, Missouri. That's our corporate office.
Thank you. And again, Mr. Clark, you are you're the director of store development for Andy's, is that correct?
That's correct.
And although this, hopefully, if approved here today, will be your first store within the city of Chicago, you do currently operate and or have under permitting 14 other locations in Illinois, is that correct?
We just opened our number 15th up there in that market.
Amazing. And I think you've been a part of this community process, and as Alderman Tavares has already indicated, the community is very excited for you to come to this neighborhood. I'm assuming that's the same sentiments you've kind of gotten on your other journeys.
Absolutely, absolutely. We've been very, very well accepted there in the community.
Great. And I think another part of the reason for that is you, Andy's, remains a very vested member of each community within which you operate, staying engaged with the local elected officials, chambers of commerce, economic development, and neighborhood organizations. Is that right?
That is correct. We deal quite a bit with nonprofits and also schools in different programs along with a lot of the community.
Wonderful. And towards that end, you are actually seeking to purchase the subject property, not just to lease it. Is that correct?
That is correct. That's correct.
That will make you fully vested in the community, not just as an operator, but as a property owner. Is that right?
100%. 100%.
Wonderful.
And Andy himself is extremely excited about this project.
I will say, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, this is what, I appear before the board on behalf of restaurants often. This is the very first time that I've had a founder that is so intimately involved in every aspect of his stores. And he has over 120 throughout the country that he oversees, and he's visited the site and been a part of the process as well. So it's truly exceptional. Andy's really does become a vested member of the community. So towards that end, one last kind of affirmation. Kevin is, as the Alderman also indicated, Andy's does have a commitment to hire within the community. If this proposal gets approved, is it your intent to stand by that commitment?
Absolutely. That's absolutely.
Great.
That's how we do, one of the ways that we do support the community.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And in doing that, you'll be creating over 25 jobs for this community. Is that correct? And those are
Yeah.
full-time.
Yes, 25 plus.
Yes, exactly. Wonderful.
Absolutely.
Wonderful. Well, lastly, Mr. Clark, prior to these proceedings, you were provided with a copy of the applicant's findings of fact as well as an affidavit. If you were to continue to testify here today, would your testimony be consistent with the statements that were made in those documents?
Yes, it would.
Thank you so much. Mr. Chairman, that's all of my questions for Mr. Clark. If
Okay, I assume you're gonna go to Mr. O'Brien.
That's, your assumption is 1000% accurate.
And
I'll
let
do
me
that real
just say
quick.
that the board does recognize Mr. O'Brien's expertise.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. O'Brien, one more time for the record, your name and address, please.
Terrence M. O'Brien, 145 Revere Drive, Northbrook, Illinois.
Thank you so much. And Mr. O'Brien, you were retained by the applicant in order to provide an evaluation of the subject property as well as the surrounding area, and to form some opinions based on your evaluations on whether the proposed new drive-through restaurant at the subject site meets all the standards and criteria for a special use. Did you have an opportunity to make those evaluations personally?
Yes, I'm familiar with the subject area, having done a lot of work. More specifically, in October of 2022, I inspected the subject and surrounding land uses to familiarize myself even more so. I'd point out, as the alderman has, that Archer Avenue is a commercial corridor at this location. I would also note that within the 1 mile radius, I'm aware of at least 8 other drive-through facilities. And I also, within about a mile radius, I am aware of, over a period of time, at least 7 special uses have been granted for other drive-through type facilities.
Thank you. Towards those ends, then, is it your professional opinion that Andy's Frozen Custard operating a drive-through restaurant at the subject site would be compatible with the other uses in the area?
Yes, I addressed the various criteria in my report for such a special use, and I'm of the opinion that the proposed special use is harmonious and compatible with other land uses in the area. I foresee benefits to the government, that is City of Chicago, in a way of additional real estate taxes, additional sales tax, employment opportunities, not only during renovation, remodeling, but also once the facility opens up.
Great. And two, towards those ends, would the restaurant be in the public convenience and not have an adverse impact on public welfare?
In my opinion, it'll have no adverse impact whatsoever. As I stated earlier, I believe it is harmonious, compatible with other land uses. I'd point out that the subject property is zoned for business purposes and numerous uses are allowed that, in my opinion, are similar to that proposed here.
So then, based on your evaluations, is it your final professional opinion that the proposed drive-through restaurant at this location, as operated by Andy's Frozen Custard, meets all of these standards and requirements for a special use as set forth under the current zoning ordinance?
Yes, I believe it does.
And once more, those opinions and evaluations have been set forth in your report, which was tendered to the board prior to this hearing. Is that correct, Mr. O'Brien?
That is correct.
And if you were to continue to testify here today, would your testimony be consistent with the statements that you made in your report?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. That's it for my witnesses, but again, they're available. We're at your disposal for any questions.
Okay, any questions from the board? I think we have what we need. Thank you, Counselor, the applicant, Alderman Tabaris. We appreciate all of the input.
Thank you.
We'll take it under advisement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up. is calendar number 10-23-S. This is 3558 North Spalding.
You get to keep me and Mr.
Yes.
O'Brien for
Yes.
at least one more, Mr. Chairman. And then for this one, we should only have two other witnesses joining us.
Okay, I can see Clayton, I can see.
And there should be Mitch Goltz.
Yes, we've got him as well.
Okay,
Again,
Mitch-
if you're here in support or objection of this matter, this is calendar number 10-23-S. Address of 3558 North Spalding. Please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. I will get your witnesses sworn in and then I will go ahead and read the department's recommendation.
And Mr. Chairman, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, go ahead.
With Mitch is Neil, excuse me.
Vanderwilt?
Yes, thank you. Oh my gosh, I just had a dementia moment. Yes, thank you. Project architect. They're in the same office, so you
Okay, great. We'll get them both sworn in. Let's start with Clayton. Could you state your name and address, please?
Clayton Callowait, Kalweit. The address is 6055 North 91st Street, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, which is our corporate address for Goodwill.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mitch, could you state your name and address, please?
Mitch Goltz, GB Properties, 2211 North Elston, Suite 400, Chicago, Illinois, 60614.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
And Neil, could you state your name and address, please?
Neil Vanderwilt, 2211 North Elston, Chicago, Illinois.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And Terrence O'Brien has already been sworn in and his expertise has been recognized. Councilor
Thank you.
Barnes, you have no objectors and you may proceed.
Thank you. Once more, good morning, Mr. Chairman and esteemed members of the board. For the record, for the last time today, my name is Sarah Barnes and I'm an attorney with the law offices of Sam Banks.
Hold on. And I knew I
recommendation.
said I was going to do it.
I should have caught it.
All right, let me go ahead and read the department's recommendation. This is the recommendation for calendar number 10-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed one-story retail sales building provided, 1, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Goodwill Retail Services, Inc. 2, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the site plan dated January 18, 2023, floor plan and grading plan dated September 6, 2022, elevations dated January 13, 2022, all prepared by Design Studio 24 LLC, and landscape plan and details and specifications dated January 18, 2023, prepared by Planned Environments Associates. And 3, prior to issuance of any permits, applicant submits a final landscape plan, which is fully compliant with all on-site and parkway landscaping requirements in terms of number, location, size, and species for review and approval.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As already introduced, I am happy to be here today on behalf of the applicant Goodwill Retail Services Incorporated, as well as the property owner GW Property Group. Joining us remotely as a representative of these parties is Clayton Callowait, the Vice President of Real Estate and Facilities for Goodwill, and Mitch Goltz, a managing member of the owner and development company. In further support of the application, we do still have our MAI certified appraiser, Mr. O'Brien, as well as the project architect, Neil Vanderwilt. Although he could not be here today, unless he pops in as well due to tending to other ward responsibilities, Again, I would like to, on behalf of our entire team, extend our tremendous gratitude and esteem to Alderman Ramirez Rosa for his incredible support and efforts in transforming this otherwise blighted property and in bringing goodwill into the neighborhood to serve the many residents that call this diverse community home. Towards these ends, since the alderman could not join us today directly, he did submit a letter of support for the proposal, which should be on file with your staff, Mr. Chairman. As another matter of housekeeping, before I dive into the programming a little more robustly, once more, my gratitude, our gratitude to Nancy Radzovich. We were working on this one up until the 11th hour, and again, commend Neil for his incredible efforts. He certainly has earned a spa weekend. He was up till all hours of the night working on modifications to the programming per Department of Planning and Development and CDOT to ensure that the program for the adaptive reuse of this site is completely compliant with all of the standards for special use and all of the other related guidelines. So thank you to all those parties. This would not be possible without everyone's efforts. So without any further ado, we come before you here today seeking a special use, which if granted will allow for Goodwill to operate a retail thrift store with an on-site donation center at the subject site. Although a retail store is a permitted use within the subject plan development district number 14, such operations require a special use when such a store does not manufacture the goods being sold. This brings up another interesting piece of information related to this particular project, and that is even prior to the submission of our special use application, City Council ratified a text amendment to the current zoning ordinance related specifically to the provisions governing uses within the planned manufacturing districts. This ordinance was supported by the Department of Planning and Development and sponsored by Alderman Ramirez Rosa, among others. It is by and through this text amendment that the applicant is able to petition this board to be permitted to operate within the subject PMD as a retailer that does not technically manufacture or produce the goods being sold. Though in this instance, Goodwill's operations actually closely mimic the other related manufacturing uses that are permitted as of right within the PMD, and that is due to their donation center. The subject property is located just within the boundary of PMD 14 and is surrounded by other very active commercial and retail facilities on all sides. The site is currently improved with an old concrete windowless industrial building that was abandoned by a prior owner and has remained vacant for several years, creating a blighted condition among this otherwise vibrant commercial corridor. The property owner, GW Properties, recently acquired the subject property with the intention to raise the existing vacant structures and to reactivate the site with a new one-story retail building, which such new and improved building will be leased and operated by the applicant Goodwill as their first and only thrift store with donation center servicing the northwest side and the Avondale community in particular. Per the design and programming, the proposed new retail building will be oriented toward the west side of the site, and it will include a specially designated and fully staffed interior drop-off center, donation drop-off center, so to negate the outdated and unsightly independent exterior drop-off vestibules of yesterday. As an additional benefit of the new proposed improvements, the programming calls for the creation of a new surface parking lot that will accommodate up to 20 vehicles, as well as a private loading dock that accommodates 2 trucks. In working with Alderman Ramirez Rosa and as a part of their Neighborhood of Choice program, Should the proposed special use be granted, Goodwill intends to hire and to train at least 45 new employees, most of whom will reside within the immediate neighborhood. In further consideration of the other businesses and residences in the immediate area and toward their ongoing engagements and commitment to the local economic development and community organizations, Goodwill intends to maintain operating characteristics that are consistent with the many other commercial and retail establishments that comprise this bustling corridor. With that, Mr. Calwait, if you can once more unmute yourself and introduce yourself once again for the record, please.
Sure. Clayton Calway, address is 6055 North 91st Street in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, which is our corporate address, and I'm the Vice President of Facilities and Real Estate for Goodwill.
Thank you, Mr. Calway. And you, above and beyond, you've been with Goodwill for over a year now, is that correct?
Correct.
And above and beyond that, you've actually been working in the field of commercial real estate for over 25 years. Is that right?
That is correct.
With regard to Goodwill, their operations, as I alluded to, are a bit different from a traditional retailer in that one, you work off of a non-for-profit platform. Is that right?
Correct. We are a nonprofit.
And that platform allows for Goodwill to provide everyday goods and apparel to the public, but at much more affordable prices. Is that also correct?
That is correct.
Accordingly, another operational characteristic, again, unique to Goodwill, is your corresponding donation facilities, which in turn provide the very goods that you end up offering back and selling back out into the community. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
So without those donations, you would literally have no product to sell. Is that right?
Correct, yes. That is what we sell.
So pursuant to the programming for this site, all of the donations for this particular store will be facilitated wholly within the interior of the building as overseen by a specific group of employees that you commonly refer to as donation attendants. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And these donations are brought to Goodwill by individuals and members of the public. Is that correct?
Yes,
And that's as opposed to a third-party manufacturer.
correct.
Great. So towards these same ends, once a donation is accepted by your staff, the items are then taken by other employees to a specially designated area within the building where they will be cleaned, organized, and processed in order to be placed back out on the shelves to be sold. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So again, your particular operations are actually quite similar to a retail facility that does produce your own goods on site. Is that true?
That is
A fair
correct.
comparison?
Fair stuff, yes.
And again, a retailer that manufactures and produces their own goods is permitted within the subject PMD without a special use. Is that correct? Thank you. Similarly, Mr. Kale, we, for the past year or so, we've been going through and working with Alderman Ramirez Rosa's office, as well as the members of the community, including the economic development organizations. Goodwill in particular has a program in place wherein when you do operate within a community, you remain very vested members of that neighborhood and contribute back in many ways outside of your normal day-to-day operations. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And one of those ways that you give back to the community is your commitment to hiring locally. Is that right?
Yes.
And again, with your commitment not only to the organizations, but to Alderman Ramirez Rosa, Goodwill, if approved by this honorable board, does intend to hire from within this local community and neighborhood. Is that correct?
Yes.
and you will be, Goodwill will be creating between 45 to 60 new jobs just for this store alone. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And above and beyond job creation, is it Goodwill's commitment to, again, continue to engage with the local elected officials as well as the local community and economic development organizations if and once you are able to become operational?
Yes, of course, yes.
Thank you. Lastly, Mr. Calway, prior to these proceedings, you were provided with a copy of the applicant's findings of fact, as well as an affidavit supporting the same. If you were to continue to testify here today, would your testimony be consistent with the statements that were made in those documents?
Yes, they would.
Thank you. I have no further questions for Mr. Calway. I'd be happy to move on to Mr. O'Brien.
Okay, before you do, I just wanted to mention, Counselor, that I didn't actually see the letter from the alderman. I'm not sure if it's a problem on our end or not, but I'm not actually seeing it in the file.
Okay, I think it was transmitted, I believe, Mr. Chairman, yesterday morning or maybe Wednesday evening.
Okay.
Since I did get an email back from your staff acknowledging that they received it, but because it was after 5 o'clock on Monday, I don't know if it made it into each of your commissioners' files.
Okay, all right.
But
Thank you.
it should be in the actual ZBA record.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, of course. And towards that end, Alderman Ramirez Rosa actually extended his apologies for the late delivery because he was stuck in city council all of Wednesday. So he got to it a little later than anticipated. Okay, Mr. O'Brien, if you would please go back on the record, state your name and address once more.
Terrence M. O'Brien, maintained offices at 145 Revere Drive, Northbrook, Illinois.
Thank you so much, Mr. O'Brien. And again, you were retained by the applicant in order to provide an evaluation on the subject site and existing improvements, as well as the other improvements and operations in the surrounding area, and to develop opinions based on those facts as to whether or not a proposed new Goodwill retail store at this location would comply with all of the standards and requirements for a special use within APMD as set forth in the current zoning ordinance. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have an opportunity to make your evaluations and to come up with those opinions?
Yes, I did. Located within my report, I addressed the various criteria for a special use. Also, I addressed the criteria pertaining to special uses in the PMD. The subject property is zoned PMD 14. I also would note that the subject improvement is really retail in nature. And from Elston Avenue to the Kennedy Expressway, the entire south side of Addison is retail and commercial in nature, other than the property immediately to the west, which is a life storage facilities. I'd also point out across the street from the subject, there was a former Chinese restaurant, which was zoned manufacturing and now is being redeveloped, that site, with the Chick-fil-A facility. I am familiar with the subject area also upon the work that I've done. Located just to the west of the life storage facilities is the Portillo's restaurant. I testified on behalf of the applicant and owner of that property for special use for a drive-through facility, which was granted by this zoning board.
Thank you so much, Mr. O'Brien. Well then, based on those evaluations, is it your professional opinion that the proposed new Goodwill retail store with donation center is compatible with the other uses of and operations within the neighborhood, and as well will not have an adverse impact on public welfare?
In my opinion, it'll have no adverse impact upon properties in the area. And I do believe it is harmonious and compatible with other land uses and complements other land uses within the subject area.
Great. And is it your professional opinion as well that the proposed new Goodwill retail store satisfies all of the other standards and criteria for a special use located within a PMD as set forth under the current zoning ordinance?
Yes, I believe it does. I'd just like to make one other observation. Within my report on page 2, I mentioned 15 full-time employees. I forgot to mention that that is per shift. So actually, it'll be substantially more number of full-time employees.
Thank you so much for that clarification, and I did not make that on the record either. So thank you, Mr. O'Brien. With that then, Mr. O'Brien, you set forth those evaluations and opinions in an expert report, which was tendered to this board prior to these proceedings. If you were to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with the statements and findings that you made in your report?
Yes, they would.
Thank you so much. Mr. Chairman, I have no additional questions for Mr. O'Brien or Mr. Calwait. Again, we have our other witnesses here as well at your disposal for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? I think we have what we need. We will take this under advisement.
Thank you so much. Have a wonderful
Thank you.
weekend, everyone.
Thanks, you too.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, we're going to take a short recess to 11:10. So I move that we recess until 11:10 a.m. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes. We are in recess until 11:10 a.m. Okay, I move that we reconvene this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, and we are back. Next up is calendar number 18-23-S. This is 2557 to 59 West Lawrence Avenue. If you're here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. Okay. Let's start with Aaron. Aaron, can you state your name and address, please?
Aaron Zacharias, Zacharias, 4938 North Rockwell Street, Chicago 60625.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I swear.
Thank you. Joe Ryan, can you state your name and address, please?
Joseph M. Ryan, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group with offices at 9455 South Horn Avenue in Chicago.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do, Chairman.
Thank you, and the board recognizes your expertise.
Thank you.
Counselor, you have no objectors and you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Before you today, we have an application for a special use for the property located at 2557 to 59 West Lawrence. The particular space occupies roughly 2,600 square feet, and it's located in a building with 5 retail spaces consisting of approximately 7,900 square feet. The building is located on the east side of Rockwell Street and the south side of Lawrence Avenue. We are seeking special use. The property is currently zoned B3-2, which allows for the use as a liquor store, provided that we obtain a special use. And that is the purpose of our appearing before you today. With me as witnesses, I have
Counselor, let me jump in real quick so I can read the department's recommendation. Sorry, I forgot to do
Thank you,
this.
Mr. Sanchez.
Yes, this is the department's recommendation for calendar number 18-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of a liquor store, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Commonwealth Ventures LLC, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated March 4, 2022, prepared by Integris. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. With me as witnesses today, I have Aaron Zacharias, who is a principal of Commonwealth Ventures, as well as Mr. Joseph Ryan from the LaSalle Appraisal Group, who is our MAI appraiser. I'd like to state also that Mr. Zacharias and Commonwealth Ventures have numerous other ventures throughout the city of Chicago, including the Northman Riverwalk, and has been experienced in this area of both operating restaurants and had a very similar project in the Ravenswood neighborhood where they had a restaurant in a companion market that would serve foods of similar nature as the restaurant. With that, I'd like to introduce Mr. Aaron Zacharias, principal of Commonwealth Ventures.
Hello to the commissioner and the board. Thanks for hearing us. I just want to go over the brief concept. And this is selfishly something that I really think is needed in the community because I live 2 blocks away and have been there for quite some time. So what this is we describe it as a community marketplace that will have accompanying liquor, hence the request for the special use. And within that, we have a concept that will be doing English inspired sandwiches and savory pies. So there is a retail food license that accompanies this. Now, it is consistent with the designs as proposed per the department's recommendation. So we don't anticipate any changes there. And this is also a sister business to the existing Green Post Cafe and Pub, which is next door. We opened in November, the cafe component, and then the full restaurant in December. But we have been, luckily nominated already for the cafe for Reader's Choice Award. And, we're moving forward with the community marketplace on the corner and really excited about this project. I've lived here for, my whole life in Chicago and in that community for about 9 years. And, we're sorely kind of lacking something like that for, residents of all types to come in and get something. There's nothing really close to it. So that's where we're at.
And Mr. Zacharias, just to reference the affidavit that was submitted with the application dated September 15th, 2022, you have read and you signed that affidavit, correct?
That's correct.
And if you were to testify further, all of the information and opinions and facts stated in that affidavit would remain consistent with your testimony today.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. That's all I have for Mr. Zacharias. I would ask Mr. Ryan. Mr.
Yes.
Ryan, can you state your name and address again for the record?
Joseph M. Ryan, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group, with offices at 9455 South Point Avenue in Chicago.
And Mr. Ryan, you and LaSalle Appraisal Group were retained by the applicant for the evaluation of the site and the existing uses and operations surrounding the area surrounding the site, correct?
Correct.
And in that retention, did you in fact have an opportunity to inspect the property and the surrounding area?
I did.
And with respect to the work that you've done, do you find that the proposed use by the applicant is consistent with the existing uses in the surrounding area?
Yes.
Is it your opinion that the applicant operating as a outdoor or a market, I should say a market together with a liquor store would have an adverse impact on the surrounding area?
It would not.
And you submitted a report to me that was submitted with the application dated August 31st, 2022. If you were to continue your testimony today, would all of the facts and opinions rendered in that study remain consistent with your testimony today?
They would, yes.
And is it your opinion that the proposed use by the applicant is consistent with the current B3-2 zoning uses and the requirements for a special use?
Yes.
That is my case in chief. And if there are any further questions from Mr. Sanchez or any of the other commissioners, by all means, you can ask for either of the witnesses.
Any questions from the board?
This is Commissioner Esposito. Would the applicant please describe the hours of operation?
Yes. So for the marketplace, we anticipate being open at 11 a.m. and closing at 9 p.m.
And is that 7 days a week?
That would be 7 days a week. Yes.
Thank you.
Lunch and early dinner.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, we will take this matter under advisement. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next up is calendar number 19-23-Z. This is 3537 North Hermitage. If you're here in objection or support, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. Counselor Kupiec, how many witnesses do you have?
Mr. Chairman, I've got two witnesses. I've got one of the applicants and I've got one architectural witness.
Which architect?
Alex. Alex Robbins. Mr. Chairman, I apologize. I don't seem to have my video working. All right.
Oh, there it goes.
Okay, there we go. There. Yes. For the
Okay,
record,
great.
Mr. Chairman, Mark Kupiec, I'm the attorney for the applicant. And I have two witnesses on behalf of the applicant. I've got Kyle Lewis and I've got one of my architectural witnesses, Alex Robbins.
Yes, we've got them both. Let me get them sworn in. Kyle, could you state your name and address, please?
Kyle Lewis, 1448 West Roscoe Street, apartment 2E, Chicago, Illinois, 60657.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Alex, could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, Alex Robbins, 2924 North Sacramento Avenue.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor, you have no objectors. You may proceed.
Thank you. And again, we've got Kyle testifying. Kyle and his wife Allison are the applicants and they are also the owners of the property. They plan to do some remodeling and rehab of this existing beautiful old building and plan to live in it after they are done. They need the variation, and the variation specifically the north side setback, and of course then the combined side setbacks. The unique circumstance is the fact that we've got this, as you can see on the screen, this old building, maybe 128 years old, built before we had a zoning ordinance in Chicago. And of course, this old building does not conform with current setback requirements, specifically that north side setback. In addition, this existing old brick building has a wood frame rear addition, also of some age. And as part of Kyle's rehab project, he wants to demolish the old rear two-story addition and build a new rear two-story addition, roughly same size, same place. But of course, the old rear addition does follow the wall of the existing brick building in the front. There you go. There is that existing addition. And on the north side setback, it follows the wall of the existing building in the front. And once they demolish it and they plan to build a new addition, of course, they want the new addition to follow the wall of the existing brick building in the front. And can't move the building, and certainly he wants to preserve this building and just do a new rear two-story addition. I would also note that the location of this building on the property is consistent with the development scheme on the block. A lot of these old buildings actually were built without a zoning code. They were built at or near the north side setback, north side property line, and had a setback on the south side, oftentimes a little walkway. And just to reinforce that, the property owner two doors down at 3541 was actually before this board just a couple of years ago with a similar problem with his rear addition, asking for similar relief from his north side setback. And he was granted relief in case number 58919Z. So granting this variation would not alter the essential character of the neighborhood. With that, I call Kyle. Kyle, would you state your name and your address?
Yes, Kyle Lewis, 1448 West Roscoe Street, apartment 2E, Chicago, Illinois, 60657.
Kyle, is that correct? You and your wife Allison own the subject property?
Yes.
And that the plan is after the rehab and remodeling is complete, that you and your wife plan to live in the property?
Yes.
Good. Kyle, also true that we have prepared an affidavit and you had signed that affidavit in connection with the case this morning?
Yes.
And if I continue to quiz you, is it true that your testimony would be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have of Kyle.
Okay.
Alex, you there, Alex?
Yes.
Alex, state your name and your address.
Alex Robbins, 2924 North Sacramento Avenue.
And Alex, you're the project architect?
Yes.
And Alex, true that the existing wood frame rear addition does follow the wall of the existing building?
Yes.
And also your plans as designed would show that the new rear addition would also follow the wall of the existing building.
Yeah,
And that would be the recommended design and construction so that it lines up. Is that correct?
yes, it would.
Also true that you signed an affidavit in connection with this case this morning?
Yeah,
And if I continue to quiz you, true that your testimony would be consistent with that affidavit?
yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, that would be all I have, unless there's questions.
Any questions from the board? We have what we need. We'll take it under advisement.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, next up is calendar number 20-23-Z. This is 1734 West Grand. If you're here in objection or support, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. And Counselor, how many witnesses do you have for this one?
Two witnesses, Mr. Chairman. I have Joe, one of the applicants, and I've got his architect, Jose Rafael
Jose,
Ponce.
yes. Okay, I see them both. Joe, if you could unmute and state your name and address, please.
Yamar Berluzai, 501 North Heartland Court, Chicago, Illinois, 60622.
Could you spell your first name, please?
Jamar, B as in boy, ER.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Just for the record, our property has two addresses. 1734 West Grand Avenue, which is our commercial space, and 501 North Heartland, which is our single family over the commercial space.
Okay. Jose, can you state your name and address, please? You're muted right now. Jose Rafael, you are muted. We lost.
Chairman, I believe we lost Jose Rafael.
Yeah, you're correct.
Why don't you text him?
Yes.
Jose, we lost you on the feed here. Can you log back in or even call in? Either way?
Yes, I will do it right now.
Okay. Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I did just reach Jose on the phone and he is going to call in or log in right now.
Okay.
He lost the connection.
Okay.
Very sorry.
That's all right. Okay, we've got him back. Jose? Jose? Jose Rafael, can you hear me?
Chairman,
Jose Ra-
I'll try calling him. This is tech support. I'll try calling him and ask him to dial in instead of using.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Thank you. Just a friendly reminder that everyone should check their Zoom capability before they get onto the hearing to avoid these types of delays. Attorneys, you should advise your clients to do that, and your architects and any of your witnesses to check their Zoom capability before they get on to try to avoid these types of delays. Thankfully, today doesn't have the longest call. Otherwise, I'd be passing this case right now.
Chairman, no, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate this. And for what it's worth, I do realize that. And we actually did discuss this, right? Asked him to sign in at 9 a.m. for the very purpose of making sure that if there was a problem, he'd have plenty of time to resolve it. So, yeah.
You see that?
Just a couple of more seconds, Chairman.
Okay. Jose?
Yes, I'm here. Do you hear me?
Great. Yes, we can hear you.
Hi,
Okay.
sir.
Jose, please state your name and address.
My name is Jose Rafael Ponce Mena, and I'm talking about 1734 West Grand Avenue.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Okay, Counselor, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, Mark Kupiak, attorney for the applicant. We've got Joe and his wife Elizabeth are the applicants and the owners of the subject property. Just to explain, Joe mentioned the two addresses. The fact is the property is zoned business. It's improved with an existing mixed-use building, does have commercial space on the first floor. And then Joe's apartment or living unit is located on the second and third floor of the existing building. And that's why he gave reference to two addresses. I used the address that was on the official denial just to be consistent with the building permit. With respect to the property, the lot itself only 79 feet deep, so substandard. Again, already improved with this mixed use building. Joe and his wife live in the upper floor, and the plan is Joe would like to build an addition so that he'd have extra living space so he could bring his parents to come live with him in the apartment on the subject property. And the fact is, because the apartment is on the upper floors, the best location for this addition is over the existing garage, which is just north of the existing building pictured. Okay. And the idea is, because the apartment's on the upper floor, this second story addition over the garage would be able to be connected to Joe's existing living space, so that then he and the parents, the wife and the parents can occupy the unit as one larger dwelling unit. This is the rear of the subject property. The alley is the rear of the subject property, subject to a 30-foot rear setback. and the proposed addition over the garage would only be set back from the alley, which is the rear property line, only be set back 5.5 feet instead of the 30 feet, which is ordinarily required. But again, this is the best place, and really the only place on the lot to build that addition so that they can connect it up with the existing dwelling unit on the upper floors of the existing building. I would mention, in addition to the substandard lot, it's located there on the corner of Grand and Heartland. Right across the alley to the east is an existing newer mixed-use building on the corner of Grand and Hermitage. And that particular building, built recently, a mixed-use building, 4 stories, was also built with a rear setback of only 6 feet for that 4-story building. And they came before this board for a variation to reduce their rear setback from 30 to 6 feet. And that was granted in case number 315-18Z. So this variation, if granted, is not going to alter the essential character of the community, because this particular area there on Grand Avenue, short lots, et cetera, the other buildings don't always observe that full 30-foot rear setback. So with that, I would call my first witness is Joe. Joe, you still on?
Yes, sir.
Good, Joe. And speak loudly. Joe, state your name and address.
Yamar Berluzai, 501 North Heartland Court, Chicago, Illinois, 60622.
Joe, is it true you and your wife own the building?
Yes,
Also true you and your wife presently live in the apartment on the 2nd and 3rd floor of that building?
yes,
Also true you would like to bring your parents to live with you in your existing unit,
yes,
but you need more space, or you need an addition in order to have enough room to invite your parents to come live with you?
yes,
And the best place for that addition is over the existing garage.
that's correct.
Good. Joe, is it true you signed an affidavit in connection with this case this morning?
Yes,
And if I continue to question you, true, your answers would be consistent with that affidavit?
yes.
Thank you. That's all I have of Joe.
Okay.
Jose, you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Good. Jose, again, your name and your address?
My name is Jose Rafael Ponce Mena, and my address is 622 High Road, Glen Ellyn, Illinois.
Good. Jose, you're the project architect?
Yes, I do.
Good. And Jose, your commission was Joe needed an addition for extra room to invite his parents to come live with him?
Yes, that was.
Jose, is it true that the best place for this addition is over the garage because of the existing improvements on the property?
Yes, it's the best place, and it's going to be a really good space because Joe's parents has healthy issues, and it's the best location for them too.
Good. Jose, is it true you signed an affidavit in connection with this case this morning?
Yes, I did.
And if I continue to question you, would your answers be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have of Jose, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
This is Commissioner Esposito. Could the applicant or his attorney describe the process that neighbors were notified and what their reaction was to this proposal?
Joe, he's really only got one neighbor. It's a 4-story building to the north. I would say we did advise the chief of staff or the staff person for Alderman Laspada that we had filed the case, and also reminded him that it was up today. Didn't have any questions, didn't get back to me with any questions, so he was aware of it. Joe, what's the situation with that property to the north, the 4-story building to the north?
North 4-story, 8-unit building. It's the north of our property that is mostly rented.
Hold up. Your audio, Joe, your audio, problematic.
The building north of us, which is 8-story.
Joe, I'm going to turn off your video, so maybe that'll improve your audio.
Okay.
All right, try again.
Can you hear me now better?
No, you still sound like you're a robot in Star Wars.
Maybe speak slowly.
Can you hear me better?
No, this is a question that we do need an answer to. Maybe the best thing to do would be to call in.
Or log out and log back.
Yeah, or log out and log back in, because your audio was fine and then all of a sudden it just went bad.
All right, and it's still sounding pretty
Now we can
funky.
hear you.
All right, this is his wife, Elizabeth. I think you just need to try to speak a little clearer, Jill.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Yes, go ahead.
The building north of our property, which is a 4-story high building, 8 units of rentals, is owned by a corporation, and the owners are not on sites almost never. I have talked to the renters that are there, but to them, they are renters, they're not owners. The only neighbor that I got is all the way down the street. I have talked to him a couple of times. They seem not to have any issues with that because it's sort of not affecting anybody in where this particular extension is going to be built. The owners to the east of us across the alley, they also don't have any objections with us.
Again, this is Commissioner Esposito. So was the corporate owner notified next door?
For sure, everybody in the neighborhood got notified.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
Counselor, this is Commissioner Toya. Do you have to mail to everyone in X amount of square footage, right?
Right.
So you did do that, right? I mean, I know you did, or you wouldn't be here. So obviously the owners did get notified because they had to get certified mail. Am I right?
Well, not certified, but Commissioner, more than that, we also supply a mailing list with our application. And I think your board also mails a separate notice with the time and date of this hearing.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry about clarification on the certified. Okay, but there was notifications given, so the corporate owners of that 4-flat next door definitely had to be notified.
Along with everyone else on the list.
All right, I just want to go deep here.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, we will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up is calendar numbers 21-23-S and 22-23-Z. This is 3050 North Greenview. If you're here in support or objection of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted.
So, Mr. Chairman, Tom Moore, I'm the attorney on the case.
Good morning.
And we should have 3 witnesses. The developer, Jason Krinsky, his architect, Chris Bremer, and the appraiser, Joe Ryan.
Yes, we have got all of them. And let's start with Jason. Could you state your name and address, please?
Hi, I'm Jason Krinsky. My home address is 466 Greenfield Avenue in Glen Ellen, Illinois, 60137.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Christopher, could you state your name and address, please?
Name's Christopher Bremer. My address is 212 South Marion Street in Oak Park, Illinois. Sorry, what was the second part?
That was it. Your name and address. And now, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. And Joe Ryan has already been sworn in and his expertise has been recognized. Let me go ahead and read the department's recommendation with regard to the special use. This is the recommendation for calendar number 21-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish residential use below the second floor for a proposed 4-story, 3-dwelling unit building, provided the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated August 18, 2022, prepared by Compass Architecture LLC. Okay, Counselor, you may proceed, and I'm not seeing any objectors at the moment.
Thank you very much. This is basically a special use case. It's an old frame building with a bump out of a cleaners in the front that's been empty for many years. And the only reason there's also a variance is because we're caught between the pedestrian street from Lincoln, which is around the corner, prohibitions versus the average distance on the front. And the architect can describe that, but we're caught between two different rules. And that's the only reason there is also a variance. So, Mr. Krinsky, you've appeared in front of this board before, is that right?
That's correct.
And you hope to build a standard three apartment unit at this location, is that right?
I do.
And the rest of the block going down this street, Greenview, is all residential, is that right?
Yeah, to the south there, it's residential.
And but this particular building happens to be caught in the B district and the pedestrian street from around the corner on Lincoln, is that right?
That is correct.
And you don't think, and your realtor and advisors don't think that this would be a viable commercial space anymore. There are many vacant storefronts around on Lincoln, and to come around on this residential street doesn't make any sense anymore. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. The vacancy on Lincoln, it would just not really make sense to create another commercial space. Even if it's new, it just doesn't, I don't think, add anything to the neighborhood there.
Okay, and you and I worked out an affidavit where you addressed all the criteria necessary for this board to grant your special use and variance. And if you were to continue to testify, you testify consistently with that. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay.
And Counselor, once you go to your architect here, if you could kind of expound upon, I know you're trying to frame it as just a special use case, but there is a variation, and I was confused about it. So if you could have your architect get into the hardship on this, I'd appreciate it.
We will. Yes, thank you. Mr. Bremer, you're an architect who is licensed in Illinois and has appeared in front of this board many times. Is that right?
That's right.
And would you please explain to the board the pedestrian street requirement and the normal average setback requirement? First of all, we're only asking to reduce the front yard to 3 feet. Is that right?
We are seeking a 3-foot front yard setback, correct?
That's right. And the pedestrian requirement is no more than 5 feet. Is that right?
Correct.
And the average, if you didn't have that pedestrian requirement, what would the average be?
Yeah, so we're in a B district, but we abut an R district. And so when that is the case, our front yard setback is required to be at least the average of the 2 adjacent properties. In this case, that would be a front setback of a little bit more than 7 feet. On the other hand, as Tom pointed out, we are on a pedestrian street, which requires that our front setback be no more than 5 feet. So there's no way to build a building here without a front yard variance.
And so that's why that's our hardship, and that's why we're asking for the variance as well as the special use. Is that right?
Correct.
And you and I worked out an affidavit where you addressed all of the criteria necessary for this board to grant this variance as well as a special use. And if you continue to testify, you testify consistently with it. Is that right?
Correct.
And Joe Ryan, are you here?
I am.
And at my request, you did a study of whether or not this would have a negative effect on the surrounding property values. Is that right?
Yes.
And what was your conclusion?
Well, my conclusion was that the proposed use is more in character and would contribute and conform to the surrounding community much more than what is currently there. As you can see from the pictures in my report, the property as is doesn't conform to the character of the neighborhood, and a new property with a first floor use would absolutely conform with the surrounding properties and create an enhanced value of the proposed use and the surrounding uses.
Okay, and you also addressed all of the other criteria necessary for the board to grant a special use, is that right?
I did, yes.
And if you continue to testify, you testify consistently with that report, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Mr. Chairman, that's our case in chief, and all three witnesses are available for questions.
Okay, any questions from the board? So I'm not sure if I understand the argument exactly on the variation. So bear with me. So is Greenview a pedestrian street?
Not the entire street, but this particular address is on the designated pedestrian street portion of it.
That's because the Lincoln is a pedestrian street, and the B district comes around the corner to include this building.
And, I'll provide a little more background. We actually started with a 7-foot 2-inch front setback and was denied by zoning. And then we returned with the 3-foot setback. We were again denied, which is why I'm pretty confident that, either way, we would have to seek a variance.
Okay.
So this is Commissioner Toya. Counselor, is this right there by Lincoln, Greenview, and Wellington, right
That's
there?
right. Yes, sir.
I know where it is. I just trying to help my colleagues here, so I'm sure they've driven by it many times. So it's Lincoln Avenue going on the angle, Greenview's right there, then Wellington going east and west. So it's kind of like
Barry's the closer street.
Barry. So, but it just comes off there. It is kind of commercial-ish, right? Am I right to say that?
Well, and the everything to the north is commercial because you get into the Lincoln corridor there, but everything to the south is residential.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I got the picture in my head. I just trying to help some of our colleagues because I know they've driven down that part of Lincoln many times.
Well, this is Joe Ryan. If you look in the pictures in our report, you can see all the properties to the south of this use are residential and, renovated residential or new.
Okay, any other questions from the board? All right, we will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you
Thanks
very
for your
much.
time.
Okay. Next up is calendar number 23-23-Z. This is 947 North Wolcott. If you're here in support or objection of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted.
So, Mr. Chairman, we should have Minaj Betharian and his architect Seth Romig.
I see both of them. So let's start with Minaj. Could you state your name and address, please?
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I'm Manoj Mahantharan, 947 North Walcott Avenue.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And Seth, could you state your name and address, please?
Seth Romig. My address is 325 Dempster Street in Evanston, Illinois.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Counselor Moore, you have no objectors and you may proceed.
Thank you very much. Minaj, will you tell the board when you bought this property?
Sure. 2019.
Okay, and who lives there with you?
So myself and my wife and my 2 boys.
Okay, and it was a older property that you then renovated, is that right?
That is correct. Yes.
And one of the reasons you bought it, well, will you tell the board one of the things that was a part of your decision to buy it?
Sure. So we loved the view from the back of the house, from the kitchen to the yard. We really value green space in the city. It's hard to come by, and we really did the renovation to be respectful of that green space. Really did not change the footprint of the land occupied by the house. Really renovated the inside, but kept the outside as is, so that we can really preserve the green space in the yard, along with this magnificent maple tree that is in the back of the house. So even when we renovated and built a garage, and Seth can get into more details here, Mr. Chairman, and the board, we went into extreme care to build the foundation in such a way as not to damage the roots of the tree. It truly is one of the most mature trees in that neighborhood, and especially in the backyard. No one has such a big tree, and we really want to keep that. Maybe a little bit of background, Tom, if that's okay.
Please, yes.
The reason we're moving into this location, or we moved into this location 3 years ago, is to get closer to work and school, so that we are having a less of a footprint on the environment. We do care about the environment, and both my boys and my wife love the city, and we love bringing up our kids in a diverse neighborhood in the city. We've been here, living in the city for 23 years, and we're doubling down on Chicago. So we really want to preserve the green space, and the idea was, on top of this rooftop, this deck, this garage rather, is really to have a sustainable vegetable garden. It's not an entertainment space. We already have a deck attached to the house. We don't need this for entertaining. This is purely to have a green space on top of the garage, and have easy access to that green space, so that we can grow vegetables, because that is an east-facing garage, and so there's good sunlight, and it's ideal for growing vegetables. That's really all it was, so that we can preserve that tree in order to be able to maintain that view and have that green space in the city, which obviously is precious for our boys and our family.
Okay, so the old garage was not sustainable, and you knocked the old garage and you built this garage. Is that right?
That is right. The old garage was falling apart. Yeah.
And the only issue really is you built this garage so that you could, if this board denies your request, you could build a compliant staircase that goes straight down along the wall, but you would have to cut down the maple tree. Is that right?
That's right.
But your request is to save the maple tree by allowing you to curve the stair and on your own property and come back down to the sidewalk. Is that right?
That is correct. Yes.
And you've put your money where your mouth is. You had, as the architect will describe, you actually spent more money on building the garage so as not to preserve the roots and not to destroy the tree by building the garage. Is that right?
That is correct.
Both
Yes.
in the construction and in the laying of the foundation so that it didn't destroy the roots. Is that right?
That is correct. Yes.
And this is really about, you'd like to environmentally, et cetera, and for view and for retain this tree, and you've spent more money with the architect and hired me to try to get that done. Is that right?
That is correct.
And this tree, you didn't plant this tree. This tree is, we don't know exactly, but 15 or 20 years old. And it was there when you got here. Is that right?
That is correct. Yeah, it was a key reason why we bought the house.
Okay. And you and I, so you have no ulterior motive here. You're really trying to save this tree. That is your hardship. Is that right?
That is it. That is it.
And if you and I worked out an affidavit, if you were continuing to testify, you'd testify consistently with that affidavit. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And Seth, you're an experienced licensed architect who's testified before this board before. Is that right?
I am, and I have, yes.
Okay. And this client came to you and asked you to design a garage. And can you describe what that process was?
Yeah, well, our task was, first, I believe that Mr. Mahendran had requested that we try to keep the garage, the existing garage, because we didn't want to disturb the tree that was there. We determined that the garage structure was really insufficient, both in the sort of square footage of the garage to store, contemporary sized vehicles, but also that the structure of the garage itself wasn't really stable. And so we decided to do a new construction garage with the tack that we were going to do everything we could to preserve the root structure and the clearance of that tree. So we maintained the existing footprint. As you can see from this photo, we created a bump out toward the yard to allow the door to swing into the garage while there were two vehicles parked in there. For all of us who have parked in the classic 20 by 20 Chicago garages, the door swing, avoiding the car's bumper is always the good trick. So we designed the garage structure so that it spans from, in this photo, the left-hand wall to that bump out section where the entry door is shown. And so that section of the garage, as we're looking at it here, has the slab on grade that has a grade beam to preserve that root structure and not interrupt the structural integrity as well as the sort of lifeline root structure of that tree. So we did go to some extent to do that. You can also see in this picture that the staircase of the neighboring property that goes up to their rooftop garage, their garage rooftop deck, is running perpendicular to their garage. So that project was done under the previous zoning rules where the perpendicular stairs were allowed. And so one thing that Mr. Mahendran didn't mention before is that we also want to preserve that tree for the neighbor that exists to the north, because I'm sure that that structure also looks out onto this leafy backyard. So we're proposing that we keep the stair to the south side of the property, allowing that tree to maintain its position in the yard for everybody, and doing everything we can.
But you didn't presume the board's decision, because if the board decided that the tree's got to go, you could still have a compliance stair that would come parallel to the wall. Is that right?
We absolutely can. In discussions with Mr. Mahendran, we, you know, I always try to approach things and what's the spirit of the code, right? The spirit of the zoning code is to protect everybody's well-being, to protect the character of the neighborhoods, to protect the views, the light, the air, the quality of other people's spaces. And we think that this is within that spirit of the code, which is why we're asking to see if you guys agree.
And as a matter of fact, the several things in the code protect environmentally and trees. For instance, if a developer is wants to cut down a tree, they have in the parkway, they have to pay the city by the inch of how big the tree is. And the idea is to try to protect the codes, the city codes try to preserve and protect existing trees. Is that right?
I have to confess that I'm not completely up to date on what the city's requirements are for that sort of thing, but certainly sounds like a reasonable direction.
Okay, and you and I worked out an affidavit that if you were to continue to testify, you'd testify consistently with it. Is that right?
That's correct.
Mr. Chairman, that is the essence of our case.
Okay, any questions from the board? I think we have what we need. We will take this under advisement.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go back to a case that we passed earlier. We're going to call calendar number 5-23-Z. This is 3801 North Elston. If you are here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. Again, we are calling calendar number 5-23-Z, 3801 North Elston. If you're here in objection or support, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted.
I'm here, Mr. Chairman. I'm just waiting for,
Yeah, I'm going to give it a little bit of extra time since we're calling this one back, and I know that you've had discussions with the neighbors.
Yes.
So I want to make sure that we give them an opportunity to get on.
and I've sent them, I have a group email, so I've sent them all a group email
To let them know. Great.
to let them know that we're up. as
Great,
well
great,
as
great.
they
Yeah,
can.
it looks like a couple of them have joined. There was a Maria. Oh, I see Maria now too. I think we have all of them.
Okay,
Because
terrific.
Jan, Jack, and Maria, right? Those were the three. Yeah, I think that's right. Okay, let me get everybody.
And Christine Janda is on, but she needs to be upgraded to a panelist.
Okay, let me see if I can find her.
I got her, Chairman.
Okay, good.
And there should be a Goran Simic. who-
Yeah, I think we have him.
Okay, beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah, all right, let me get everybody sworn in. Let's start with Christine. Christine, could you state your name and address, please? Oh, you're muted right now.
Thank you, everybody. My name is Christine Janda, address 1000 North Branch in Chicago, 60642.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. And Goran, could you state your name and address, please?
Sure. Goran Simic, 4336 North Levitt Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60618.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. And Jan, can you state your name and address, please?
Janet Sabadukia, 30.
Oh, you accidentally went
Yes,
mute.
I did. I saw that. Again, Janet Sabadukia, 3839 North Bernard, Chicago, 60618.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
I
Thank
apologize, Mr. Chairman. This is the court reporter. If she could spell her last name?
Yes.
Okay, it's S as in Sam, A, B as in boy, A, D as in dog, U, Q, U, I, A.
Okay. And was there any apartment number or anything to your
It's
address?
a house,
Okay,
a
great,
single family house.
great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Jack, can you unmute and then state your name and address, please?
Sure. It's Jack Edgar, EDGAR. I'm at 3838 North Bernard Street, Chicago, 60618.
And is that a house or is it an apartment?
There would be an apartment building. It would be apartment A.
Okay. And the reason I just want to make sure that the resolution gets to you, so we do need the unit numbers. All right, so we got apartment A. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. And Maria, if you could unmute and state your name and full address. You're muted right now, Maria.
I don't think she is at her device, Chairman. I've been trying to promote her also.
Okay. All right, well, Rolando, could you maybe shoot her an email or something and have her come back to her device?
Sure. I'm gonna do that right now.
Thank you. Yeah, Maria, if you're at your device, we're asking you to unmute and state your name and address.
Sent the email and also requested the other neighbors from my group email to the extent that they have access to Maria to advise her.
Okay, great, thank you. Yeah, in case she came back, Maria, we are asking you to unmute and state your name and address.
Wondering if I don't know if tech can notice whether she stayed on from before. It's just a.
She is here.
Yeah, she's here.
Chairman, if you want to proceed, I'll keep an eye and let you know if you unmute.
One second. I want to give it just a few minutes here because she did show up earlier and say she had an objection. So I want to give her an opportunity to show up. So we're going to give it just a few minutes here to see again. If Maria, if you came back to your device, we're asking you to unmute and state your name and address. Again, Maria, if you are back at your device, we're asking you to unmute and state your name and address.
Give her 1 minute. I just got a hold of her. She's going to jump back on.
Great, thank you very
Thank you.
much.
He's unmuted now, Chairman.
Oh, great. Maria, if you can state your name and address, please.
Absolutely. Yes, please do. Reach out to me. Yeah, I'll be happy to look it over. Yeah. Yeah.
Maria?
Yes, I'm here.
Ah, excellent. Can you state your name and full address, please?
Okay. Sounds good. And like I said, we have a home run, which plenty of time, better now than later. Just make those updates, get in touch with me.
Hello, Maria. Hi, Maria. Can you please
Hi.
state your name and full address, please? Maria? Maria, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can't see you, but I can hear you.
Oh,
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear and see you.
Okay, I apologize for this.
That's okay. That's okay. We're just swearing everybody in. Can you please state your name and your full address?
Sure. Maria Frias, and that's 3828 North Bernard, Chicago.
And could you spell your last name, please?
Sure, that's F as in Frank, R-I-A-S as in Sam.
Okay. And is that a house or does that have a unit number, an apartment number?
It's a house with
Okay.
two, okay.
Okay, that's I just need to know if there was an apartment number. Okay. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, Counselor we are going to go to you first, and I don't know if you want to address the compromise first. I mean, we still have to get all of your witnesses on as well. So I don't know if you maybe want to get the testimony on first and then get the discussions in between you and the objectors, or if you want to start with the conversations you had. I leave it up to you.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think maybe for expediency, I will start with the conversations with the neighbors, because we believe we have an agreement with the neighbors, eliminating their objections, which may allow us to then proceed much more expeditiously through my witnesses, et cetera.
That sounds good.
So evidencing the wisdom of Commissioner Toya, we met with all the neighbors and the board.
So it sounded like it was successful, huh, Counselor?
Yes.
All right, that's good. That's good. I like communication. I love it. All right, let's hear it.
So we met with all the neighbors. We had a Zoom call. We described to them what we were proposing to do here and listened to their comments and concerns, and have come to an agreement which has been manifested in 6 conditions that, with the board's concurrence, we would like attached to any approvals that we secure. And we've also committed that these conditions would be part of a plan of operations in connection with the PPA. So a belt and suspenders approach to it. I have summarized these conditions in writing and actually submitted them to the board staff just to facilitate and not having to have someone keep notes. But I would like to just advise the board of the 6 conditions and then obviously answer any of your questions and then move along to our basic testimony.
Yes, please read the conditions verbatim into the record.
I will do that. So the first condition is that a solid board-on-board fence will be erected along the rear of the parking lot to prevent vehicular access to the alley and also provide visual screening. The fence shall be as opaque and tall as allowed by city codes. The second condition, garbage related to any events at the facility related to catering activities will be removed by the caterers at the end of each event, and the applicant staff will patrol the perimeter of the property in the adjacent area to pick up any garbage in that area. Third, security will be provided for every event. Fourth, the event space will be surrounded by walls and exterior doors will be closed during events to prevent noise from an event emanating into the neighborhood. Fifth, all loading and unloading for events shall occur from Elston Avenue. 6, the applicant will seek to prevent any staff or guests at an event from parking on North Bernard Street or North St. Louis Avenue by a written provision in all contracts for use of the event space, including a provision prohibiting such parking. B, posting signs on the premises advising that parking is not allowed on North Bernard Street or North St. Louis Street, and that violators may be subject to ticketing. And C, prohibition on parking on North Bernard Street or North Avenue shall be included in the contracts with caterers and the valet operators.
Rolando, did you mean North St. Louis Avenue?
I'm sorry, North St. Louis Avenue, North Bernard Street and North St. Louis Avenue. Yes. So those are the conditions, Mr. Chairman. In addition, one of the neighbors asked, we explained to them our proposed hours of operation. I identified for them that they're part of our application. I think the board customarily includes it in the resolution, but they wanted to make sure that I asked that our hours of operations as stated in our application, which is Sunday through Thursday, 4:30 to 8 p.m. and Friday and Saturday, 4:30 to midnight, be included in any approval resolution.
Okay, that actually doesn't usually make it in, so so those will be additional conditions.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Chairman, I mean, I can give the board some background on this proposed facility. get my witnesses to validate their testimony and see if we have anything else to address. But I'm hoping that we are all one big happy family right now.
Okay.
So by way of background, the property is zoned, it's currently is approved.
Maria actually has her hand raised right now.
Sure.
Maybe let's listen. Maria, you have your hand raised. What would you like to say?
Oh, I was just going to ask Roland, can he repeat number 1 through number 3, please? Because I
Sure.
missed those 3. Thank you very much. I'm
Sure.
sorry.
And Maria, just so you know, you have it in your, there's also in your email. So I sent you an
Oh,
email
okay.
that you have them,
Thank
but
you.
I'm happy to repeat them.
Yes,
number
if you don't
one-
mind.
So number 1 is a solid board-on-board fence will be erected along the rear of the parking lot to prevent vehicular access to the alley and also provide visual screening. So we're going to close off that parking lot alley access that you saw. The fence shall be as opaque and tall as allowed by city codes. Number 2, garbage related to any events at the facilities related to catering activities will be removed by the caterers at the end of each event, and the applicant staff will patrol the perimeter of the property in the adjacent area to pick up any garbage in that area. And number 3, security will be provided for every event.
And Rolando, could you just repeat the hours again so I make sure we've got it?
Sure. Sunday through Thursday, 4:30 p.m. to 8 p.m. Friday and Saturday, 4:30 to midnight.
Okay, thank you.
Absent any other questions, I'll proceed. So the property currently zoned B31. An event space is actually permitted on the property. The subject matter before you today is that the operator of the event or applicant would like to have a PPA license. And because the property is located within 125 feet of the RS3 district, we are required to have the variation that's been requested. The reason for the PPA is twofold. The first is that rather than having the caterers bring their portable liquor license to serve liquor, the applicant, so that she could have better control over the liquor distribution, would like to have an accessory liquor license. And secondly, she would like to host ticketed events for not-for-profits. And because the event venue will hold more than 100 people, that is also requiring a PPA. The current building that you can see on the screen is vacant. It's used for a soccer facility, not quite licensed. That is not by us. That's by the current owner. The applicant proposes to buy the building, spend significant dollars renovating this building, close a series of curb cuts that exist that are no longer in use and will not be needed along the perimeter streets, and then locate an event space in a portion of the building. The balance of the building will serve as the applicant's office. She is an event planner. She also has a floral business, and so she will be locating those businesses into the balance of the building. So she will be there on site. As some of you may know, there's similar types of events in the area, similar type spaces that we have PPAs, most notably the Abbey Pub, which is about a half block to our south. I've mentioned the hours of operations for you. She will have from her staff typically six people at the events. And then caterers will bring in additional personnel as needed for any particular event. Parking will be provided in what is currently a vacant lot. You can see it on the screen to the north of the building. Originally planned to have access both on Elston and the alley to the northeast. But as a result of having conversations with the neighbors, the access to the alley will be closed off by the fence that I mentioned as part of our conditions. I will note that in addition to meeting with our neighbors, thanks to the board's suggestion, We also have met with the Athletic Field Advisory Council, which supported this. Some of those members do live on Bernard, but not as proximate as our immediate neighbors. We met with the Friends of Murphy School. Christine very much wants to be a part of the community, so she's trying to reach out to all of the community groups to see how she can help. We got support from both of those entities, which has been submitted to the board. We also had support from the local alderman. With that, I want to, and we submitted a rate of return form for the board. This is an operating business. It's a little bit different than your typical type of case, but the rate of return form showed a significant loss without the PPA and I think approximately 18% profit with the PPA. I do have two witnesses, as the chairman noted, and I'd just like to get them to affirm their affidavits, and certainly they can provide you with more detail, answer any questions, or provide further evidence if need be. With that, I will turn it to Christine. Christine, are you with us?
Yes. Hi, everybody.
Please state again your name and address for the record.
My name is Christine Janda, and the address would be 1000 North Branch in Chicago.
And I prepared for you when you reviewed and signed an affidavit that summarized your testimony. And if you were to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes.
Thank you. And Goran?
Hi.
Hi, will you please state your name and address for the record again?
Goran Simic, 4336 North Levitt Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60618.
Similarly, Goran, I prepared an affidavit for you, which you reviewed and executed. And if you were to continue to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
It would.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Chairman, we stand for any questions that anybody may have.
Yes, so let me turn to let's start with Maria. Maria, if you could unmute. Having heard the applicant's case and the conditions they've agreed to, do you still have an objection to this project?
I'd rather not have it, but seeing as it will happen, yes, I'm good. I'm on board.
Okay. And let's go to Janet, if you could unmute. And the same question to you, having heard the applicant's case and the conditions that they've agreed to, do you still have an objection?
No, I do not have any objection. They were very gracious in explaining everything and helping to ease our concerns regarding the neighborhood.
Okay, and let's go to Jack Edgar.
Yes, I'm here.
Same question to you, having heard the applicant's case and the conditions they've agreed to, do you still have an objection?
At this point, no.
Okay, thank you. And I do see that Jacqui joined us. I have not yet sworn you in yet. Jacqui, could you state your name and full address, please?
Jacqueline Torres, 3828 North Bernard, which is directly across from the alley of the event proposal.
Could you spell your last name, please?
TORRES.
Okay. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
And did you have the opportunity to hear the applicant's case and the conditions they've agreed to?
Yes. And this is my first time in one of these events, so I apologize for the questions or lack of knowledge, but the affidavit would include the things that were stated by Rolando. Is that correct?
The resolution will include the conditions that the applicant has agreed to as stated by Rolando, all of the 6 points that he referenced along with the hours that the applicant has agreed to.
Yeah.
Okay, and having heard the applicant's case and the conditions that the applicant has agreed to, do you still have an objection?
My objection is my lack of knowledge. What if some of these things or one of these things or they don't come through? I'm asking now, what if?
Mr. Chairman, can I attempt to answer that question?
Go ahead.
Sure. So not only will the conditions be part of the ZBA resolution, so if we don't comply with those conditions and someone were to identify that we're not compliant to the city can then cite us and fine us for not complying. And ultimately, if it were habitual noncompliance, the city could move to try to revoke our variation. Similarly, and maybe even more important, not to diminish the importance of the board, but we've agreed to make these conditions part of the plan of operation for our PPA license. So if we, again, were not to comply with the conditions, people were to complain, we became habitual non-compliant, the city could then move to revoke the PPA license, which is the whole purpose for this. So the city has two enforcement mechanisms to make sure we comply. And we are sure that the neighbors will be vigilant. And we're certain that Christine will be a good neighbor and comply.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Toya. Let me jump in as well. So if they do not, if the applicant doesn't comply with everything they laid out in the 6 conditions, you can go to Business Affairs and Consumer Protection, and then you can go to the Liquor Commissioner, because the Liquor Commissioner oversees the PPA license. And so you would go to Business Affairs and Consumer Protection, and then to the Liquor Commissioner. As I said, as she's the one that will grant the PPA license if we okay the variance here today. So that's where you would go to do that. I'm very happy that we've seen the applicants, the neighbors, you guys, and counselor all come together. This is the reason I like to serve on this board, because I believe this is the people's board and we all want to come together and come to the middle. And that's just, I think, how we are coming to the middle. And you do have options if these 6 conditions are not being met. Again, BACP, Business Affairs and Consumer Protection. Ken Myers is the commissioner there as of today.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm directly affected by it. I could practically be in their living room. That's how close in proximity they are to the property I reside in. So, Chris, I don't want to skip it. It sounds amazing, Christine, what you're doing, and especially with nonprofits and your community involvement. Absolutely, we welcome it. Just that, I've had many instances in the past where things haven't been clarified from the beginning, and I appreciate all the time given here.
Thank you for that. And just to make sure the record is clear. So now, having heard everything, am I correct that you're withdrawing your objection?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. Okay, are there any questions from the board on this one?
This is Commissioner Esposito. Just for the record, could the applicant please describe their experience and qualifications operating an event space?
Sure. Christine?
Briefly.
Absolutely. So I have been doing this for over 10 years now. I've been in the industry for 12, and I've been owned and operated my own business for 9 years. It's Christine Janda Design and Events. I can almost safely say I've worked at all of the major event venues in the city, both Chicagoland, surrounding suburbs, and even traveled from a destination perspective. So I have vast experience planning an event, but also designing it. So from its just overarching structure and format of what it takes to produce an event, I have hands-on experience, but then also from just managing all of the vendors to make sure they adhere to what needs to, happen. That is directly what I do day in and day out.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the board? All right, we have what we need. We will take it under advisement. I do want to thank everybody for coming together and discussing this one. I think, as Commissioner Toya said, communication, it's key. So thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great weekend.
Okay. Now going back on track to calendar number 28-23-S. This is 4426 West Fullerton. If you are here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. Again, this is calendar number 28-23-S. The address is 4426 West Fullerton.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is John Pekarsky. I'm an attorney with offices at 55 West Monroe Street, and I represent the Mrs. Mirella Rosales, who is seeking to have a salon at 4426 West Fullerton. I have with me today Mrs. Rosales and her husband, Alvaro Marin, Alvaromarin, as well as our appraisal witness, Mr. Joseph Ryan. The case is pretty straightforward.
All right, before you begin, let me do a couple of things here. One, I want to get your witnesses sworn, and then I also want to read the department's recommendation. So, Ms. Rosales, could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Mireya Rosales, and my address is 4426 West Fullerton, Chicago, Illinois, 60639.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
And your counselor mentioned that your husband is with you. Is he planning to testify as well?
Yes.
Okay, well then, can you state your name and address, please?
My name is Alvaro Marin. My address is 4426 West Fullerton, Chicago, Illinois, 60639.
Could you spell your name for the record, please?
Yeah, it's Alvaro, Alvaro.
Okay. And your last name?
Marin, Marin.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. And Joe Ryan has already been sworn in today, and his expertise has been recognized.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. All right, now here is the department's recommendation for calendar number 28-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair salon. Counselor Pekarsky, you may proceed.
Yes, I'll keep it simple. This site has traditionally been a salon, and my client wishes to continue that use. The property has 25 frontage feet, and it is zoned B11. My client has over 10 years experience in the field, and she has 3 other operators who are her close friends, who are already retained to join her in this endeavor. The property in question, as I said, is on the north side of Fullerton Avenue. And it has traditionally been a salon of one sort or another. The client has met with several of the neighbors up and down the street and received their approval. The operating hours are Saturday from 9 to 6 p.m. Monday through, strike that, Tuesday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. and they will be closed on Sunday. With that, I really could rest. I will call Mrs. Rosales. Are you there?
Yes,
Okay, Marilla, were you present when I made the introduction to this case?
yes,
And have I prepared an affidavit on your behalf concerning the criteria necessary to obtain a special use for a salon at this location?
yes,
And if I ask you the same questions that appear in the affidavit, would your answers be the same or substantially similar?
yes.
Okay, fine. I have no further questions of Marilla. I would call Joseph Ryan. Mr. Ryan,
John.
please state your name, address, and occupation.
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group, with offices at 9455 South Point Avenue in Chicago.
Mr. Ryan, at my request, have you examined the subject site?
I have.
And have you prepared a report concerning the criteria necessary to obtain a special use for a salon at this site?
Yes.
And have I also prepared an affidavit on your behalf?
You did as well.
If I ask you the questions that appear in the affidavit and the criteria addressed in your report, if I ask you the same questions, would your answers be the same or substantially similar?
They would be the same.
Fine. I have no further questions of Mr. Ryan. If the board has any questions, we would stand for them.
Any questions from the board? We have what we need. We will take this under advisement.
Thank you very much and have a good weekend.
Thank you. You too. Okay, up next. Is calendar numbers 29-23-Z and 30-23-Z. This is 2417 West Walton.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Can you see me and hear me?
Yes, I can. If you are here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. Okay. Looks like we have
I should have two witnesses, Mr. Chairman, Nick Robel and the architect Beata Clark.
okay, and then we also have Sandra. Sandra, can you are you in support or objection of this matter?
Objection.
You're an objection? Okay. Have you had any conversations with the applicant about this?
Negative.
None.
None.
Counselor, you know, we had another one earlier today where we had them talk
Yes.
before you presented your case. Would you like the opportunity to do that before we hear it?
Yes, yes, I would love that opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, great. Can you provide a phone number that that you can reach out to the objectors, or so the objectors can reach out to you and you can
Yes, yes,
coordinate a
please.
conference call?
Can I please give my cell phone number? It's 847-471-7473.
Did you get that?
Yes, we did.
Okay, great. Yeah, what we'd like you to do is give Counselor Pleka a call, and she can set up a conference call to see if there's an opportunity to resolve the objection. And if not, then we'll come back and we'll hear it anyway.
Absolutely.
Mr. Chairman, I have another case right after this one. Should I proceed with the other case and ask Mr. Sandro to give me some time to do that, or what would you prefer to do?
You know what? We're getting close to 1 o'clock anyway.
Yeah.
I was going to do a recess to deliberate.
Yeah.
And then we're going to come back and vote. Then we're going to take a lunch. So I think we'll do that now. And that'll give you time to
Wonderful.
To see if you can work anything out. So the plan that we're going to have right now is to go into closed session to deliberate on the cases we've heard so far, come back, vote, and then we're going to take a lunch recess. So I move that we convene into closed session pursuant to section 2C4 of the Open Meetings Act for the purpose of considering the evidence and testimony presented in open session. For those viewing by live stream, we will return from our closed session and the live stream will continue at that point. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, we're in closed session. Okay, I move that we return to open session. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks, you're muted.
Sorry, my mouse wasn't working. Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, we're back. We will now vote. Note that any motion to approve a special use will be tied to the recommendations of the department and any additional conditions read by me. I move to approve application for calendar number 1-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 2-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 3-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 4-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 5-23-Z with the conditions stated on the record by applicant's counsel, along with the hours of operation stated on the record by applicant's counsel. And let me say that again, just for clarity. I move to approve application for calendar number 5-23-Z with the 6 conditions stated on the record by applicant's counsel, along with the 7th condition of the hours of operation stated on the record by applicant's counsel. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved with the 6 conditions stated on the record by applicant's counsel, along with the 7th condition of the hours of operation stated on the record by applicant's counsel. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 6-23-Z and 7-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 8-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 9-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 10-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 18-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 19-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 20-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve applications for calendar numbers 21-23-S and 22-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 23-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 28-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. Okay, that's all the matters we've deliberated on so far. At this point, we're going to do a lunch recess. We'll do the recess until 1:40 so that we can get some lunch here. So I move that we recess until 1:40 p.m. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, we're in recess until 1:40. Okay, I move that we reconvene this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, and we're back. We are gonna recall cases 29-23-Z and 30-23-Z. This is 2417 West Walton. If you are here in objection or support, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted.
Mr. Chairman, can you see me and hear me?
Yes, I can. Just get people promoted here. Okay, let me get everybody sworn in first. Nicholas, let's start with you. Could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Nicholas Roble, and my address is 7007 West 79th Street, Bridgeview, Illinois, 60455.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And do we have Beata?
Yes.
Yes.
Good
Can you state your name and address, please?
Yes, Beata Clark, 3535 North Harlem Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60634.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And Sandra, could you unmute and then state your name and address, please?
Go ahead.
Sandra Salchuk, 2421 Walton Street, apartment 3, Chicago, Illinois.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
And in case the man also speaks, could you state your name and address as well?
Absolutely. My name is Murat, M-U-R-A-T, Selçuk, S-E-L-C-U-K, 2421 West Walton Street, unit number 3, Chicago, Illinois, 60622.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, Councilor Pleka, probably best to maybe take us through the conversations you had,
Yes.
and then you can put your case on.
Yeah. So good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner. My name is Agnes Pleka. I'm an attorney with law firm of Jaffe and Berlin, located at 111 West Washington, Chicago. And I represent the applicant 2417 Walton Corp., which is the contract purchaser of the subject property. And first things first, congratulations, Mr. Chairman, on your appointment. We are very happy about that. And I also wanted to take just a few seconds to say Happy New Year, happy and healthy New Year to all commissioners, and successful sessions throughout the entire year. So that being out of the way.
Happy New Year to you as well.
Thank you. That being out of the way, thank you so much for the opportunity. This was one set of neighbors that we were actually trying to get in touch with and were not able prior to the meeting. So we had a very successful meeting. I really appreciate them listening to us, and we were able to actually show them the plan. So they had questions about our site setbacks on their side and on the elevations and the height. So we explained to them that the building has been designed in strict compliance with the ordinance under the RT4. So we are providing nice large side setbacks, large rear setback, large front setback. We have only one window on their side in terms of the side elevation, so there'll be no breach of any privacy. We do not provide the garage, so there will be a lot of open space in the rear. So I think they were satisfied with our explanations. We had a really nice conversation, and I will ask you, Mr. Chairman, to confirm with them that they are willing to withdraw their objections.
You know, maybe the best thing for this one, maybe put your put your case on so they can see everything. and
Yes.
I'll ask them at the end if they have any objection at the end.
Absolutely.
Okay. thank you.
Absolutely. All right, so just to digest the relief that we are asking here today, the applicant seeks variation to reduce the minimum lot area per unit required from 1,000 to 996.96, which is basically 1% of the requirement. And also variation to excuse the technical requirement of the required amount of rear yard open space. And both these variations would allow to establish a third unit within otherwise building that's been designed in strict compliance of the ordinance. So we're not asking for any relief on the floor area. We're not asking for any relief on the setbacks. We're not asking for any relief on the height of the building. All of this is in strict compliance of the ordinance. The property is located in RT4 district. And of course, the hardship here is that a standard lot in RT4 can have a 3-unit building by right, 25 by 25. You can design very easily a 3-unit building by right. Here, the subject property is faced with 2 hardships. Number one, it is a substandard lot as defined in the ordinance. We have only 24 feet of lot width and 124.6 of the depth, which yields 99% of that MLA for the third unit. So that's number one. Number two, RT4 district has a rear yard open space requirement, which has 2 prongs. Number one requires 65 square feet of open space per dwelling unit. And also it requires that open space provides 12-foot diameter of a circle that has to fit within that open space area. And this building actually has been designed to provide 302 square feet of that open space, which is definitely more than 195 required under the ordinance. However, we do not have the full 12 feet of diameter of a circle that has to fit within that space because we have a porch, we have the rear stair landing, and we have AC units. So we have a slight encroachment of that porch above the second floor into that open space. So we have full 12 feet diameter on the ground floor, but because it's not fully open to the sky, there is this need for variation. So with that, I'd like to call Beata as my first witness, please. Beata?
Yes,
Okay, please state your name and address for the record again.
of course. Beata Clark, 3535 North Harlem Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60634.
And obviously in preparation of the plans and the permit application, you visited the property, you walked the block, so you're very familiar with the unique circumstances of this area, correct?
Yes, correct.
And currently this property is improved with a non-conforming building, residential building, which had been built at the rear of the property with 0 side setbacks, 0 rear setback, and 0 rear yard open space. Is that correct?
Yes.
And could you please just briefly describe the scope of those proposed improvements?
Yes, the applicant is proposing to construct a new 3-story residential building, which will strictly comply with all the required setbacks, FAR, and height in the underlying RT4 district.
And we will also provide 150% more of that rear yard open space than the minimum that is required, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So in your professional opinion, true that these substandard lot dimensions, mainly the narrow width, when combined with those additional 12-foot diameter requirements, cause site planning hardships, which cannot be resolved without those proposed variations?
It is true. The rear yard open space actually has a full 12-foot diameter circle at the ground level. So the encroachment that causes this variation is due to the porch landing overhang at the second floor level. The applicant seeks a variation of that 12-foot diameter requirement so that the building can provide each unit with some private usable open space on the porch, and also the porch serves as the second exit from each level of the building.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Chairman, we submitted Exhibit C, which shows that rear yard open space area more closely. If you wanted to take a look, you can see that there is the slight overhang into that rear open space of that porch. So Beata, given these unique circumstances, is it possible to come up with alternative design that would allow for a 3-unit building, such as adjacent buildings on this block?
No, I believe there is no alternative design for a 3-unit building on this substandard lot. In fact, 90% of the existing buildings on this block do not comply with minimum lot area requirements for RT4 zoning district.
So in your opinion, these hardships are due to unique circumstances on this block and in this area, which would not be generally applicable to other standard lots within RT4 district?
That is correct. A standard lot in RT4 district would not have these hardships, and a 3-unit building is permitted by right on a standard lot in RT4 district.
Okay, thank you. And also, in your opinion, true that these variations are consistent with the stated purpose and intent of the zoning ordinance?
Yes, they are. The proposed building has been designed with 3 dwelling units. It features a family-friendly functional floor plans, which will provide additional housing options for this neighborhood. The existing non-conforming improvements will be demolished, and a new building will strictly comply with all the required setbacks, FAR, and height. It will also maintain the traditional multi-unit residential character of this block.
So is it also your opinion that these variations in the proposed building will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood?
They will not. Sorry. The proposed variations are consistent with the existing development on the block. The existing non-conforming building is located at the rear of the property. It has 0 side and rear yard setbacks and 0 rear yard open space. So it is out of character of this block, where 90% of the zoning lots have been improved with some side and rear setbacks, and 90% of the buildings have 3 units or more. So the proposed residential building will follow this existing development trend. It will also line up with the front setbacks on the block, providing all the required setbacks and plenty of open space.
And also true that granting of these variations will not be detrimental to public welfare or injurious to other property on this block?
It's true they will not. The issue with the strict compliance with the minimum lot area and rear yard open space requirements of the ordinance are caused by the substantial lot width and depth. The property provides 99% of the required minimum lot area for 3-unit building. It also will provide 150% more rear yard open space than the minimum square footage required. So in numbers, it's required 194 square feet versus the proposed one, 302 square feet. So it is the technical requirement of the 12-foot diameter, which doesn't take into account the circumstances of the substandard lot, which really causes these additional site planning hardships.
Okay. And in your professional opinion, also true that these variations will not impair an adequate supply of light and air to adjacent property?
I believe they will not, because with this proposed development, the improvements will strictly comply with all the setbacks. So yes, I believe they will not impair the adequate light and air to the adjacent properties.
And the building is designed with 15-foot front setback, 5 feet combined side setback, and 40 feet rear setback from the rear property line. Is that true?
Yes, it's true.
Okay. And also true that they will not substantially increase the congestion in the streets or increase the danger of fire?
That is true. The building has been designed in strict compliance with the current standards of the building and fire codes. So there will be 3 on-site parking spaces accessed from the alley along the rear of the property.
And these are going to be 3 open parking spaces. We're not proposing to build a garage, correct?
Correct, 3 on-site open spaces, yes.
Okay. In addition, not that we're asking for any relief on the parking, but this property is also located in a transit served location. Is that true?
And that's correct. The Western Avenue bus corridor is located less than 150 feet to the east of the subject property.
So actually, we are also aligning with the city planning policies where city encourages a little bit higher densities in transit served locations. Is that true?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And Beata, you signed the affidavit which contained your statements addressing all the criteria for these variations which we submitted to the board?
Yes, I did.
So if I continue to question you, will your testimony be consistent with those statements contained in your affidavits?
Yes, it will.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to call Nicholas Robel as my next witness.
Okay.
Nick, state your name and address.
Yes, good afternoon one more time. My name is Nicholas Robel and my address is 7007 West 79th Street, Bridgeview, Illinois, 60455.
And you are the president of 2417 Walton Corp., which is the applicant and the contract purchaser of this property?
Yes,
Okay. And Nick, you're proposing to redevelop this non-conforming property right now with a 3-story residential building with 3 units, all built up to modern construction standard, true?
that's correct. So
And-
I
Go
apologize.
ahead.
Yeah, the dwelling units will feature functional floor plans with the ground floor unit duplex down to the basement with 3 bedrooms and approximately 2,300 square feet of livable space. And the upper floor units will have 2 bedrooms and approximately 1,200 square feet of livable space per unit.
Okay. And due to site planning difficulties stemming from the narrow width and harsh technical 12-foot diameter, you would not be able to establish a 3rd unit within otherwise building which is permitted by right, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And these obviously would result in particular hardships as opposed to just a mere inconvenience for you. Is that true?
Yes,
And this narrow lot it's an original zoning lot platted 100 years ago. So these conditions were not caused by you or the current owners. Is that true?
that's true.
And you also took a hard look at your economics, and based on your calculations, this narrow property could not yield a reasonable return if permitted to be used only in strict compliance with those MLA and rear yard open space requirements. Is that true?
It's true. No, it cannot.
And you submitted some profit margin analysis as Exhibit D to the board. Would you please summarize those figures for us?
Yeah, absolutely. So with the skyrocketing construction costs and labor shortages that the construction industry has been dealing with lately since the pandemic, this proposed design with the 1% MLA variation to allow the 3rd dwelling unit will bring a reasonable profit of about 10%. Strict compliance with the MLA and rear yard open space only allows 2 units on a block where 90% of all of the buildings which are built with 3 or more units. Without these proposed variations, the project margin would be less than 2%. So it would be extremely risky to make such a large investment.
Okay. So the purpose of these variations is not just based exclusively upon a desire to make more money out of the property. Is that true?
That's true. It's not. Without the variations, this project, it's not financially feasible within this existing market. And also the commercial interest rates are extremely high, so it wouldn't be possible for me.
Okay. And you were also able to survey the neighborhood, and based on your survey, we prepared some exhibits, Exhibit F and Exhibit G, which show the other buildings on the block, correct?
Yes.
And to summarize your findings, there are 5 adjacent lots on the subject block, and that's 2421 Walton, 2425, 2429, 2431, and 2435, which also have the same lot width of 24 feet and the same lot area as the subject property, and they are all and each improved with a 3-unit residential building. So they also do not strictly comply with the MLA or rear yard open space requirements of the underlying RT4 zoning district, correct?
That's correct.
Also, the building at 2437-39 contains 10 dwelling units on the lot which is less than 6,000 square feet. So that property provides only 60% of the required MLA as opposed to your proposed 99%. Is that true?
That's correct.
Okay, and then we have a building at 2449 West Walton, which is 4 dwelling units on the 3,500 square foot lot. So that building provides only 85% of the required MLA. Is that true?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So consequently, the proposed development, which again will meet 99% of the MLA and 150% of the required open space square footage requirement, will be compatible with the existing development patterns on the block.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So since you are proposing a building which follows the existing land use patterns, what you're proposing and these variations, if granted, will not alter the essential character of this neighborhood.
That's correct. This building has been designed specifically to fill this gap and fit seamlessly within the existing streetscape in terms of the density scale, the building materials, and the overall architectural style.
Okay. And you also actually walked the block and knocked on the doors, and except the neighbors that we were actually able to connect with, nobody voiced any objections. We also reached out to Alderman's office and they also did not voice any objections to the proposed development. Is that true?
That's true. Nobody voiced any objections to me.
Okay. And based on your research and consultation with the real estate brokers, will these variations and the proposed development diminish property values in the neighborhood?
No, they will not. Although majority of the existing multi-unit buildings on this block don't comply with the MLA requirements, they have not caused any diminution in value for the existing properties on that block.
Okay. And Nick, you signed the affidavit which contain your statements addressing all the criteria for these variations which we submitted to the board?
Yes,
And if I continue to question you, will your testimony be consistent with your statements contained in the affidavit?
it will.
And Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, that is all that I have. We are very happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Are there any questions from the board first? Let's turn to Sandra.
Yes.
Having heard the applicant's case.
Yes, we did.
Oh, great. And now that you've heard it, do you still have an objection to it?
Negative.
No, we don't have any objections. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chairman. And they were really nice to explain us. We just our times didn't match, I guess. They were looking for us, but this was the place to meet. So thank you so much.
Oh, great.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is
Very
Commissioner Toya. I'm so glad. This has been a good day. This is one of my
We're
better
2 for
days.
2,
I love
Sam.
when
We're
I
2 for
get people
2.
together. We're doing that a lot today. Good job,
Yes.
Chairman. Good job. I like that.
Commissioner Toya, you are our hero today.
I just been around a long time. I'm old, that's why.
And we are very grateful for your experience, believe me.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I will
Thank
thank
you.
you very much, everyone. We will take this matter under advisement.
Thank
Thank
you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, up next is calendar number 31-23-Z. This is 530 East 44th Place. Okay, and if you're here in support or objection for this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted.
And Mr. Chairman, on my end, I should have two witnesses, Kathleen Flanagan and John Hanna.
Looks like, yes, we have both of them. So let me get them sworn in. Kathleen, could you please state your name and address?
Yes, it's Kathleen Flanagan, 5611 Harvey Avenue, LaGrange, Highlands, Illinois, 60525.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. John Hanna, can you state your name and address, please?
Sure. John Hanna, President of Hanna Architects, Inc., 180 West Washington, Chicago, Illinois.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Councilor Pleka, there are no objectors for this one. So you may proceed.
I was ready for another collaboration, but I'm glad that we don't need to. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, again, my name is Agnes Pleka. I'm the attorney with law firm of Jaffe and Berlin, located at 111 West Washington, Chicago. I represent LPD Contractors LLC, the contract purchaser, and the applicant in this proposed variation. And very simply, this property is a substandard, very narrow lot with only 17.8 feet of lot width. The property is currently a vacant lot, but per the Sandberg maps, which we also submitted to the board from 1925 and 1950, this zoning lot had been developed with a residential building, a row house with no side setbacks. That building had been demolished some time ago. I was not able to find a copy of the demolition permit. It seemed that the city did not have that record. And the applicant is proposing basically to redevelop this lot with a similar building, although we are actually proposing some setbacks. We are proposing 0.33 on the west side and 1 foot on the east side. The ordinance requires that combined total width side setbacks equal 20% of the lot width, but then they have that minimum setback requirement of 2 feet or 8%, whichever is greater, without taking into account some mitigating factors that some lots have those substandard narrow width, such as the subject 17 feet. So if the applicant is required to strictly comply with those 2 foot setbacks on each side, this original zoning lot becomes unbuildable and unusable. And with that, I'd like to call John Hanna as my first witness. John, would you please state your name and address for the record again?
John Hanna, President of Hanna Architects, Inc., licensed architect, state of Illinois.
And John, thank you, sir. Could you please briefly describe the scope of the proposed improvements?
We have a 2-story single-family house with a basement and a 2-car garage in the back. A very skinny single-family house.
So even with the variations, it's a very skinny single-family home.
It is.
Correct. And you heard me summarizing those site planning hardships, which obviously are caused by the narrow width of the lot. So in your professional opinion, is it true that without these variations, this lot is unbuildable and unusable?
It's true.
And there is no alternative design that would allow for a functional building in strict compliance of the site setbacks?
There is not.
Okay, so if these variations are not granted, this original zoning lot will remain vacant and unbuildable.
I assume that's true.
Okay, and true that these hardships are due to unique circumstances, again, narrow original zoning lot, which would not be applicable generally to other property within the same RT4 district.
Correct.
And true that these requested variations are consistent with the stated purpose of the ordinance.
Up there.
And also true that they are compatible with the other existing buildings on the block, which also had been built with 0 side setbacks.
Absolutely true.
So actually, we have 2 adjacent properties at 532, 534 East 44th, which also had been improved on 17-foot lots with 0 side setback. Is that true?
Correct.
So what we're proposing will not change the essential character of the neighborhood.
Will not.
Okay. And also true that these variations will not impair an adequate supply of light and air to adjacent property?
They will not.
And they will not, because again, majority of the buildings on this block have 0 side setbacks, and these conditions have been there for 100 years. So similarly, what we're proposing will not affect the adjacent light or air, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And also true that it's been designed in strict compliance with the current standards of building and fire code. So it will not increase danger of fire or endanger public safety, correct?
That's true.
And John, you signed the affidavit which contained your statements addressing all the criteria for these variations which I submitted to the board. And if I continue to question you, will your testimony be consistent with those statements?
I would.
Thank you. And my next witness, I'd like to call Kathleen. Kathleen, please state your name and address for the record.
Kathleen Flanagan, 5611 Harvey Avenue, LaGrange, Highlands, Illinois, 60525.
And Kathleen, you are the manager of LPD Contractors LLC, which is the applicant and the contract purchaser.
Yes,
And you are proposing to redevelop this property with a 2-story single-family home with 4 bedrooms and approximately 1,900 square feet of living space. Is that true?
correct.
So as such, it fulfills the ordinance purpose and intent as it provides additional housing choices for the neighborhood. Is that true?
Yes,
Okay, make sure that you speak loudly, okay? And you have submitted your profit margin analysis marked as an Exhibit D to the board. Can you please summarize your figures?
yes. I estimate that the proposed variations, the cost of the land and construction would cost around $570,000. I estimate based on the property values in the area with recent improvements that the property will be worth around $625,000, which would allow a profit margin of about 9%.
Okay. And also true that these variations are not based exclusively upon desire to make more money out of the property. Is that true?
Without the variations, the lot is not buildable.
Okay. And also you have not proposing to build this building up to the maximum whatever is allowed by the zoning ordinance in terms of the MLA and FAR. Is that true?
That is true.
Okay. So actually under RT4, the maximum floor area allowed is 2,800 square feet, but you are proposing a house with only 1,900 square feet. Is that true?
That is true.
And also the proposed height of this single family home is only 2611. And the maximum allowed height is 38 feet. So way below the maximum allowable height. Is that true?
Correct.
Okay. And you also talked to the neighbors, and we reached out to Alderman Dowell, and nobody had any objections, and they actually welcomed this proposed single family home at this location. Is that true?
Correct.
And also your research shows that at least 9 out of 10 properties on this block have 0 side setbacks. Is that true?
Correct.
So again, what you're proposing will not change the essential character of the neighborhood.
Correct.
And Kathleen, you signed the affidavit which contained your statements addressing all the criteria for these variations which we submitted to the board.
Yes.
So if I continue to question you, will your testimony be consistent with the statements contained in your affidavit?
Yes, it will.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, that is all that I have for this witness, and we are happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions from the board? All right, we will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you so much for all your patience today. We appreciate that. Have a wonderful weekend.
You too. Okay, next up is calendar number 32-23-S. This is 5416 North Broadway. If you're here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. Counselor Turner, it looks like you've got 2 witnesses.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Aluwale, could you state your name and address, please?
My name is Oluwole Oguntoyinbo. I live in 5233 Davis Street, Skokie, Illinois, 60077.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. And Joe Ryan has already been sworn in and his expertise has been recognized. Let me go ahead. You're welcome. Let me go ahead and read the department's recommendation. This is the department's recommendation for calendar number 32-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed barber shop. Go ahead, Counselor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the board, my name is Patrick Turner. I represent the applicant Orlando Salon LLC. The applicant is currently leasing the subject property consisting of approximately 1,000 square feet of first floor commercial space at the property commonly known as 5416 North Broadway, Chicago. The applicant seeks a special use to establish a hair salon that is located within 1,000 feet of an existing personal service establishment in a B1-2 neighborhood shopping district. Oluwale Oguntoyinbo is the manager and sole member of the applicant and has 11 years experience operating and managing hair salons. The proposed operation will be 4 employees with hours of operation Monday through Saturday, 8 to 8, and Sunday, 8 to 4. I do have 2 witnesses, Mr. Ryan and the applicant's manager, Mr. Oguntoyinbo. At this point, I would like to call Mr. Ryan as my first witness.
Okay.
Joe, could you state your name and address for the record?
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group with offices at 9455 South Point Avenue in Chicago.
And Joe, you visited the site and prepared a report regarding your opinions and conclusions, correct?
Correct.
And it is your professional opinion that the proposed special use complies with all applicable standards of the zoning ordinance?
Yes.
And also it's your professional opinion that the proposed special use is in the interest of the public convenience and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood or the community?
It will not.
And it is also your opinion that the proposed special use is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of site planning and building scale and project design?
Yes, it's in an existing building.
And it is also your professional opinion that the proposed special use is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of operating characteristics, such as hours of operation, outdoor lighting, noise, and traffic generation?
Yes.
In summation, based on your inspection of the property and the surrounding neighborhood, it is your opinion that the subject special use meets the standards of the requirements for an approval of a special use under the code.
Yes, absolutely.
And you elaborate further on all those findings in your affidavit and your report, correct?
I do, yes.
Joe, if you were to continue to testify in this matter, would it be consistent with the opinions and conclusions contained in your report and affidavit?
Yes.
Okay, at this point, I would like to call my second witness, which is Mr. Oguntoyinbo. Oluwale, again, can you state your name and address for the record?
My name is Oluwole Oguntoyinbo. My address is 5233 Davis Street, Skokie, Illinois, 60077.
And Oluwale, you are the manager of Orlando Salon LLC, correct?
Correct.
And you have 11 years experience managing salons, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, you are currently, or you have been managing a salon down the street from this exact location. Is that correct?
Correct.
What's the address of that property?
52445 Chicago, Broadway, Chicago, Illinois, 60640.
That's just down the street from the subject property, correct?
Yes, yes, sir.
And you will, the proposed operation will have hours of Monday through Saturday, 8 to 8,
and Sunday from 8 to 4, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you propose to have 4 employees to start, and the possibility of expanding to 8 chairs in the space, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you have also submitted an affidavit in support of this application, right?
Yes, sir.
If you were to continue to testify in this matter, would it be consistent with the statements contained in your affidavit?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions for either of the witnesses. I would welcome questions from the board.
Any questions from the board? Okay, we will take this matter under advisement. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Enjoy the weekend.
You too. All right, up next is calendar numbers 33-23-Z and 34-23-Z. This is 835 West Addison. If you are here in objection or support, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. And Commissioner Brooks, are you going to be recused on this matter?
I am. Thank you for reminding me this is the one.
Okay, thank you. All right, good afternoon, Counselor Butler. How many witnesses do you have?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I have 3 witnesses. So I see Eric Huffman is on. I see Dennis is on, and Lila, you can turn on your camera if you're able to.
And then we have others on here as well. Braden Lord, are you here in support or objection?
Braden
No.
is my colleague at Taft.
Oh, okay. Chris Harnack, is he part of your team as well?
No.
No, I'm here in objection.
You're okay, you're here in objection, okay. Okay. All right, and Dennis Langley he's part of your team?
That's right.
Okay. Okay, let's get everybody sworn in. Let's start with you, Eric. Could you state your name and address, please?
Yeah, Eric Huffman. My business address is 2040 Brown Avenue in Evanston, Illinois, 60201.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Dennis? Can you
Yes.
state your name and address, please?
I'm Dennis Langley. I live in 171 North Ridgeland, Oak Park, Illinois, 60302.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. George Kissel, can you state your name and address, please?
Certainly. My name is George Kissel. Office is at 141 West Jackson in Chicago.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. And Liala, could you state your name and address, please?
My name is Lila Bukema, Liala Beukema, and my business address is 835 West Addison.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay, and then our or Chris, our objector, Chris Harnack, can you state your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Chris Harnack, and I reside at 3540 North Rita in Unit 2, Chicago, Illinois, 60657.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay. Before we begin, have you had any conversations, Chris, have you had any conversations with the applicant before today?
We had the initial presentation for the neighborhood on the original plan, but not since then.
Okay. I guess I'll ask the question, do you want to have the opportunity to try to discuss offline to see if your objection can be alleviated in discussions with the applicant before we proceed here with the case?
I'd be happy to.
Councilor Butler, would you like to have a discussion with the objector and your team offline before we call the case to see if you can resolve the objection?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. We were not aware that there were any objections to the matter, so I appreciate that we're getting towards the end of the call, but we also appreciate the opportunity to discuss this offline.
Great. Is there a phone number that you can provide that Chris can call so you can set up a conference call or a Zoom call or something?
Yeah, Chris, could I give you my email address and then we can send a conference line around to you?
Sure.
Okay, it's L as in Liz, and then my last name, BUTLER @taftlaw.com. And if you will send me an email, we'll send you a conference line we can all jump on.
Okay, lbutler@taftlaw.com.
Yes.
Okay, I'll do it right now.
Okay, great. So we will pass the case to allow you to have a conversation, and we'll recall it before, well, once you're ready, or at the end of the call, whichever comes first.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so we are going to go to the next case, which is 379-22-S. This is 6617 South Ashland.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm Tom Moore. I'm the lawyer in this, and we should have Tim Lorimer and Joe Ryan.
Okay.
Tim Lorimer's here.
We've got Joe coming as well. And if you're here in support or objection of this matter, again, this is 379-22-S. Please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. The address is 6617 South Ashland. All right, let's get your witnesses sworn in. Tim, can you state your name and address, please?
Yes, Tim Lorimer, 1530 South State Street in Chicago, 60605.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. And Joe Ryan has already been sworn in and his expertise has been recognized.
Thank you.
Let me read the department's recommendation. This is the department's recommendation for calendar number 379-22-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish residential use below the second floor to allow for rehabilitation of existing two-story building containing 4 commercial units and 10 dwelling units, 4 on ground floor, 6 on second floor, with 10 proposed parking spaces, provided the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated October 20, 2022, prepared by PMPC Architects. Councilor Moore, you have no objectors. You may proceed.
Thank you very much. Tim Lorimer, you're a developer who specializes in creating over 55 housing that you then contract with CHA for, is that right?
That's correct.
And that's what you hope to do with this building, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And we're seeing the roof of it now, but if we were to see it from Ashland Avenue, the current state of the building, it looks like something out of a war zone or something, is that right?
That's correct.
However, in its bones, in its original state, it's a 1922, a pretty classy building with the wood on the inside and everything. And if it were brought current and renovated, it could be a very nice building. Is that your evaluation?
That's the plan, correct?
Yes. And so you're going to put over $1 million into this, is that right?
Correct.
And it's odd in that you're going to have 4 stores in the front, but there's a courtway, and so there are also 4 ground floor residential units. Is that right?
Correct.
And that's why we need a special use. That's the way the building's been for 100 years. Is that right?
Correct.
But it's been vacant for enough time that it's not grandfathered in terms of the ground floor use, and that's why we're here today. Is that right?
That's right.
You've had extensive interactions with the only nearby people, which are across the alley. Is that right?
Yep, correct.
And we went and had a long talk with the alderman, and she initially had been upset that you had bought the building and applied for permits without coming to see her, but by the end of the meeting, she was supportive. Is that right?
That's right.
As a matter of fact, she asked for, and I sent her a draft letter of support. We don't know if the board got that or not. Is that right?
That's right.
But as far as you know, there's no one objecting to is that correct?
Correct. It seems that the neighborhood is overwhelmingly excited about rehabbing this building.
Okay. And you and I worked out a affidavit where you addressed all the criteria necessary for the board to grant this special use. And if you were to continue to testify, you testify consistently with that. Is that right?
That's right.
And Joe Ryan, at my request, you looked at whether or not the granting of a special use here would have a negative effect on the surrounding property values. Is that right?
I did, yes.
And what's your opinion on that?
It would not.
Okay. And you also looked at all the other criteria necessary for this board to grant a special use. Is that right?
I did, yes.
And if you were continue to testify, you testify consistently with the written report that we filed with our findings of fact. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Mr. Chairman, that is our case in chief.
Any questions from the board? Okay, we will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, board.
Thank you. Have a good weekend.
Right, next up is calendar number 438-22-Z. This is 1448 West Flournoy.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairperson and members of the board. This is Richard Toth, attorney for the applicant. I think we're promoting, hopefully, the applicant Bao Song and his architect, Mr. Ron Very, and possibly others.
Okay, and if you are in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. Okay, looks like we do have some others here. Were you anticipating objectors on this one?
Unfortunately, Mr. Chairperson, we were, the matter was originally scheduled for November. We were aware of objectors at that time and asked for a continuance to this date. I can report that the applicant certainly tried in good faith for the past couple months to try to work things out. Unfortunately, we were not able to, and despite our best efforts, we need to proceed.
Okay. Okay, let's get everyone sworn in, and then I'll go through the process of how this will proceed. So let's start with Baoliang Song. If you could state your name and address, please.
Yes, sure. My name is Baoliang Sang. I'm living in 614 South Laughlin Street, Unit C, Chicago, Illinois, 60607.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And do we have Ron Very?
Yes.
Can you state your name and address, please? You're muted.
Hello,
Yes.
Ronald A. Very, 824 North Racine, Chicago, Illinois.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Let's turn to Wade. You could unmute. Are you here in objection of this matter?
No.
Are you here in support?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'll get you sworn in. Could you state your name and address, please?
My name is Wade, W-A-D-E, last name A-R-E-N-D-S. Business address is 10129 Western Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60643.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Kelly, are you here in support or objection of this matter?
I'm here in objection.
Okay. Can you state your name and address, please?
Yes, it's Kelly Gisburn, and I'm at 1446 West Flournoy, Chicago, Illinois, 60607.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. And I see we have an attorney here. Antonio, are you representing the objector, or?
I am an attorney, but I am the objector as well.
Oh, okay. So you are the objector itself. You're not an attorney representing another objector, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. Could you state your name and address, please?
Absolutely. My first name is Antonio. My last name is Musalami, M-U-S-I-L-L-A-M-I. My business address is 220 North Green Street in Chicago, and my residential address is 1446 West Flournoy Street.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. And are there any other supporters or objectors that I have not called? If so, please raise your hand and we will get you sworn in. Okay, I want to begin by just advising how this is going to proceed, okay? So I want to remind everyone that this is not a town hall. This is a hearing, so we as the board are looking for evidence that either supports or does not support the applicant's case. Here is how the hearing is going to proceed. First, the applicant will put on their case and all of their witnesses. Then we'll turn to supporters to put on their case as to why they're in support. Then we'll turn to the objectors, and the objectors can put on their case as well as ask questions of the applicant's witnesses and supporters. After that, the applicant can ask questions of the objectors. Then we'll return to the applicant for rebuttal testimony and closing remarks. After that, the board will take the matter under advisement. Throughout the hearing, board members will be asking questions of both the applicant and the objectors. Okay, so we are going to begin with the applicant's case in chief. Counselor Toth, please proceed. And just so we're clear, since there are objectors, put your full case on. It's not appropriate to have them rely on their affidavits. If you want to get the evidence in, the objectors have to be able to hear it, okay?
Of course, thank you, and good afternoon again, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Richard Toth. I'm an attorney at Georges and Sinowicki with offices at 20 South Clark Street in Chicago, appearing for the applicant, Bao Song, the property owner and his wife, on application 438-22-Z for 1448 West Flournoy. As you know, Mr. Song is here to testify, as is his architect, Mr. Ron Very. Subject property is on a residential block. It's zoned RT4, and Mr. Song is basically seeking to rebuild the house on his property that he purchased a little under 2 years ago. We're seeking variations to reduce the front yard setback and primarily the east side setback. The property's lot size is 24 feet wide by 111 feet deep, which, as you know, is both narrower and shorter than the standard 25 by 125 city lot on which zoning code provisions are based. While that undersized lot size is typical for the block, it's equally typical that the houses on the block have reduced front yard setbacks and reduced side yard setbacks. Some of those existing conditions result from the fact that the homes are maybe decades old, but some are more recent. It's notable that the property's single block of Flournoy Street is unusual in that, as you saw in that first slide on the zoning map, it shows no less than 7 properties on that block have received variations from this zoning board of appeals. As examples, a property across the street and a few doors down, 1737 West Flournoy, had variations granted in ZBA case number 329-85-Z to reduce the front yard setback to 3 feet and to reduce a side yard setback to 0. The property in that case is the same lot size as the subject property. And in that case, this board noted in part that, quote, the plight of the owner is due to the narrow width of the subject site lot, and that any reasonably sized building would require similar variations, unquote. Another property across the street, 1725 West Flournoy, had variations granted in ZBA case number 202-03-Z to reduce the front yard setback to 4 feet and to reduce a side yard setback to 1 foot. The property in that case is the same lot size as the subject property. And in that case, the board noted in part that, quote, the plight of the owner is due to the depth of the subject lot being 111 feet, which is less than the standard city lot depth of 125 feet, unquote. 1414 West Flournoy, halfway down the block, had variations granted in case number 220-15-Z to reduce the front yard setback to 2 feet and to reduce the side yard setbacks all to 0 feet and to reduce the rear yard setback. In that case, it was observed that the properties on both sides of that applicant's property were built to the side lot lines. And the board noted in part that, quote, the practical difficulty or particular hardship of the property is due to the substandard size of the subject property. 1440 West Flournoy, which is 3 doors to the east of the subject property, had variations granted in case number 138-99-Z to reduce the side yard setbacks all to 0, to reduce the rear yard setback and to increase floor area. 1444 West Flournoy, which is 2 doors to the east of the subject property, had variations granted in case number 346-80-Z 1454 and 1458 West Flournoy, the closer of which is 2 doors to the west of the subject property, had variations granted in that case in ZBA case number 164-78-Z. In all of those cases, for other properties on this very same block, the board found that there were valid hardships based on the lot configuration and that setback reductions would not result in any adverse impact. As we'll hear in a few moments, there's many other homes on the block that also have reduced setbacks, whether by age of construction. With that background, I'd like to introduce and present our applicant, Mr. Song, for his testimony. Mr. Song, can you please state your name and your address?
Yes, my name is Baoliang Sang, and I live in 614 South Laughlin Street, Unit C, Chicago, Illinois, 60607.
Okay, and you and your wife own the property, the subject property at 1448 West Flournoy, is that correct?
Yes,
And you and your wife have lived in the neighborhood for quite a while, is that right?
yes, exactly.
How long is that, and do you like the area?
We live in over 26 years, just a few doors away from that property. And we
Okay.
really like the neighborhood.
You like it enough to want to stay in the neighborhood, is that correct?
Yes, exactly.
So almost 2 years ago, you and your wife were looking for a future long-term home in the neighborhood. And it was then that you found and purchased the subject property at 1448 West Flournoy, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And just to back up for a moment, is everything that I just mentioned about the subject property's lot size and about the block, was that accurate?
yes, it is accurate.
Okay. And with respect to this property, the lot size was the same when you purchased it as I just described it now. And neither you nor your wife did anything to define, change, or reconfigure that lot size or shape. Is that right?
Yes, you're right.
Okay. And when you found the property, it actually already had a 2-story, 2-flat building. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that original building, built as it was to accommodate the lot size, had lawful, non-conforming, reduced front yard setback and reduced lawful, non-conforming, reduced side yard setbacks, again, presumably as a function of the lot size, and also generally in conformance with other buildings on the block. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And because you did not build that original structure and home, you had no part in those original reduced setbacks. Is that correct?
Correct.
Your plan then, as now, was to live out your retirement years at this new property. Is that correct?
Correct.
And your goal in purchasing it was to renovate and add some more space. Is that right?
Correct.
From the start, you were planning a substantial rehab of the property, including adding a rear addition and a 3rd floor expansion. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. We'll note that the plan also included some internal changes to accommodate, or your plan was to accommodate future installation of an elevator, or the option to do that, I should say, in case it was needed for some potential future mobility needs. Is that correct?
yes, we are approaching the senior age, so we try to prepare for that.
Planning ahead. Okay. So you obtained building permits for all of those changes. Is that correct?
Yes,
And the addition, the rear yard addition and the expansion were themselves compliant with setback requirements. Is that correct?
correct.
And that's why the building permits were issued. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. But as is sometimes the case, once renovations were underway, some problems were encountered. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. During the renovation and construction process, the contractor determined that the existing brickwork as it was he thought didn't appear to be capable of withstanding the renovation work and changes. Is that right?
You're right.
And of course, you did not build that original structure and home. Those foundational and structural problems were no fault of yours or your wife. Is that correct?
Correct.
Good. While your goal was to shore up and reinforce the existing foundation, the masonry contractor was not able to accomplish that. And it was determined that a demolition permit was needed to take down more of the original structure than you ever intended. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And because that ended up needing more foundation work and was beyond the original scope of work and plan, that left you in need of a permit for new construction. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And even though you were basically trying to repurpose the original home's foundation and match the original home setbacks, in addressing the foundation problems, you effectively lost that grandfathered status of the original house's setbacks. And to reinstate those setbacks that were for the previous home, you needed to pursue the variations that we're seeking here today. Is that right?
Correct.
And that's why we're here today, correct?
Correct.
And is it the case that even though you're seeking to be allowed to continue, or sorry, just is it true that in general, you're building rear addition aside, you're generally seeking to be allowed to continue to build on the original building foundations and the original building setbacks? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. To your knowledge, did the original home setbacks ever result in any problems?
No.
Okay. How much are you spending totally on the project? What's your total investment in this?
We have spent about 70,000, roughly 70,000. Okay. 70,000.
Let me not confuse you. Is the 17,000 you're referring to sort of relating to the excavation work that you were talking about?
Basically excavation and foundation.
70,000, 70, okay. But what's the overall entire project budget?
We're trying to spend, maybe like 600,000 for the whole project.
Because you cannot reattain the original building's setbacks, if we don't reinstate those original setbacks, you and your wife will have to redo the foundation work that's been done so far for a similar duplicative cost. And you said you already spent $70,000. Is that correct?
Yeah, you're right. We're going to redo that and spend 70,000 again.
Okay. So therefore, you're necessarily seeking to reduce the front yard setback and side yard setbacks as set forth in our application. Is that correct?
Yes.
We'll go into more detail with your architect, but your understanding is that your architect determined that and surveyor determined that the average front setbacks of the nearest 10 adjacent buildings is 2.72 feet. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, and we're proposing something similar, 1.16. I'm sorry, 1.91. Did the architect and maybe the surveyor with helping determine that 4 of those 10 buildings have 0 front setbacks? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and again, we're going to more than that. It was also determined that the property next door to your property, that next door property to the east has a 1.5 foot setback facing you. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it was determined, and this is on the survey that we submitted for both of these items, the property next door to you to the west side of your property has a 1.05 foot side yard setback facing you. Is that correct?
Yes.
So what you're seeking is not at all out of line with neighboring properties on this block. Is that right?
Correct.
And because this is going to be your retirement home where you and your wife will be living, this is not a matter of you simply trying to make a profit by rehabbing and flipping the property. Is that correct?
Correct.
You're there for the long term.
Yes.
You're planning to stay there through your retirement, and the plan has been all along to accommodate you and your wife's needs.
Yes.
Presuming that these variations are approved, you will obtain final building permits, finalize construction as necessary in complete accordance with the submitted plans, zoning ordinance, and
Yes, we
municipal code of Chicago, submit to all inspections and certifications.
Yes.
In general, will the cost and value of the new home equal or exceed values of neighboring properties?
Yes, I believe so.
You were kind enough to submit an affidavit in support of the application that was submitted with our proposed findings of fact. If you were, if we were going to have more testimony here, would you testify in accordance with that affidavit?
Yes, I do.
Okay. We can have Mr. Song speak more, but I was going to move on to our architect witness, Mr. Chair, if we can.
Okay.
Okay. We'll call Mr. Ron Berry. Ron, could you state your name?
Ronald A. Very.
Ron, you're a licensed Illinois architect, is that right?
It's 1978.
Okay. So Ron, it's probably not your first time here before the Zoning Board of Appeals, and I know that it's not.
No, it started back in 1978. I was in front of the board at that time, and I still come back.
Okay, because you love it so much.
Yeah.
You're familiar with the property at 1448 West Flournoy and generally with the surrounding area, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You are also familiar with the original structure on the lot, the development plans, because you helped create them, and the project work to date. Is that correct?
That's correct.
At the start of our presentation, I discussed the property's lot size as being 24 feet wide by only 111 feet deep, and some similar properties on the block that had variations. Was I accurate in those descriptions?
Yes, you were.
And having heard Mr. Song speak right now, was he accurate in his testimony?
Yes, he was.
Not just this block, but citywide, is the subject property's lot size not typical of other properties within the same RT4 zoning classification?
They are different.
Okay. The standard lot size being what?
25 by 125, and this is 1 foot less in width and 14 foot less in depth.
So speaking generally with respect to a subject property's lot size and shape, does a reduced lot size impact the design of a modern house, assuming you're starting from scratch, or does it require some shifting and we'll say belt loosening?
Belt tightening.
Okay. Well, we're right. Well, we're still squeezing in, right? The setbacks.
It does require some different ideologies, yes.
Okay. In general, our goal here is to be allowed to continue to build on the original home's foundation layout, but for the rear foundation. Is that correct?
That's correct. We are looking to, in the design of the addition to the rear, we are abiding by the zoning ordinance because we are creating something new. It's on the existing footprint that we would like to continue the existing side yards.
Like to clarify that the rear addition is compliant with all setback requirements.
That's correct.
And we're not seeking here any real, the point of this is not to seek relief for the rear addition because we never needed it.
Well, we could have asked for that, but we wanted to be in as, as accommodating as we could to anybody around to give the side yards that are required. It's the ones that were there that we feel that should be kept.
So we're sticking we're trying to build and stick to the setbacks that were on the building for decades. Is that
Yes.
correct? Is it true that you did some investigation and determined that the front yard setback of the nearest 10 buildings to the subject property is 2.72 feet, and that 4 of those 10 properties have 0-foot front setbacks?
That is correct.
With the surveys in hand, you were also able to determine that the property next door to the east of us has only a 1.5-foot side yard setback facing us. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you were also able to determine that the property next door to the west of our property has only a 1.05-foot side yard setback facing us. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Given the setbacks on those nearest properties and the preponderance of reduced setbacks on many other buildings on the block, both with respect to original construction buildings and with respect to the several other variations that this board has approved for other properties, are the variations that we're seeking today out of line or in conflict with the neighboring area?
Not only in this neighboring area, but I would say citywide on such similar neighborhoods.
That it's not out of line or in conflict.
It's not out of line at all. Across the city on these substandard lots, you find that the side yards are narrower than normal.
With respect to the practical difficulties and hardships, to your understanding, did Mr. Song create or alter the existing lot size and shape?
No, he did not.
Also, with respect to the practical difficulties and hardships, to your understanding, did Mr. Song have any involvement in creating the original structure with its reduced setbacks?
He's not old enough.
Fair enough. Again, with respect to the practical difficulties and hardships, to your understanding, did Mr. Song have any role in creating the original structure's inadequate foundation and related problems?
Nope.
And can you confirm that, or how much did Mr. Song and his wife spend on the excavation, grading, and foundation work so far?
Approximately $70,000.
And if we cannot reattain the original building setbacks, Mr. Song and his wife will have to redo that work for a similar cost. Is that correct?
Possibly more, because prices are going up every day.
Okay. Based on your skills and long experience as an architect and your familiarity with the project design and the neighboring properties, will the redeveloped home be detrimental to the public welfare or injurious to other property or improvements in the neighborhood?
I do not believe so.
Based on your skills and experience as an architect and familiarity with the design and neighboring properties, will the proposed variations, if granted, impair an adequate supply of light and air to adjacent property?
It's no different than it's always been, so I don't see how it could impair.
And no different to the building that had been standing there for decades until very recently.
Yes.
Okay. Will parking be provided for the project, and will it be in conformance with the zoning ordinance?
Yes.
Based on your skills and experience as an architect and familiarity with the parking requirements and design, would the proposed variations substantially increase congestion in the public streets?
No.
Based on the skills and familiarity as we discussed, will the proposed home increase the danger of fire or otherwise endanger public safety?
No.
Is it your opinion that the cost and value of the planned home will be in general equal or exceed values of neighboring properties?
Yes.
Based on your skills and experience as an architect and familiarity with the project design and neighboring properties, Will the proposed home substantially diminish or impair property values in the neighborhood?
Not at all.
Assuming that the variations are approved, is the team going to obtain final building permits and finalize construction as needed in complete accordance with the submitted plans, zoning ordinance, and municipal code of Chicago?
Yes, we already started that process, which was required to be applied for in order to get to this point. So yes, we will.
And those are basically the plans that are on the screen right now that are also have already been submitted to buildings, correct?
That's correct.
You were kind enough to submit an affidavit in support of the application, and that was submitted with our proposed findings of fact. You may be called upon to testify further, but to the extent you would be, would you testify in accordance with that affidavit?
Yes.
That's our case in chief. We'll stand ready for questions, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, before we get to the supporter and the objectors, I have a question about the foundation. Are you using the existing foundation for the development?
I'll let Ron Very, can you help us here?
The existing foundation was reinforced and added to. The existing foundation was used as a formwork at one side for the improved foundation. So the existing existing foundation is still there inside the new one.
Okay, so the existing foundation was reinforced?
Yes.
Okay, and was that work done without a permit?
The original permit called for repairing the foundation and masonry walls as needed. So that was covered under the original permit. What was not covered on the original permit was rebuilding. For some reason, it was suggested by the contractor to get a demolition permit. And I didn't know this until well after the fact. I don't know that that was necessarily the right process to go by. We designed this to be built as it's designed now, and we noted that the walls should have been shored up and reinforced. But this was only by our visual examination of the outside and a finished inside. I believe that once construction started, the contractor exposed the interior part of the masonry and felt that it was unsafe to do so.
So was the plan to essentially reinforce the existing foundation and then build up from that, but once you got a good look at the foundation, you realized it couldn't be built upon, it had to be rebuilt?
We did not have the opinion on the existing foundation's condition. The existing foundation condition from our point of view, when we viewed the building before construction started, was fine enough to build on. The rear part of the building, we designed to be in accordance with the setbacks of any new construction. It's the existing foundation that brings us to this point.
Okay.
This is Commissioner Esposito. Just to clarify, are you telling us that the original building permit might have included fortifying the existing foundations, but this is a new foundation? So can we speak candidly about the process by which this was constructed? It clearly looks or seems that it was constructed without a permit because it was constructed after the demolition, correct?
Well, I was not a part of the process.
Well, you don't know when this was constructed?
I don't know when it was constructed. I know that the existing foundation is within it as far as I was told.
That's not my question, and that's not what I'm getting at. This, what we're looking at right now on the screen, appears to have been constructed after demolition. Is that correct or not?
I would think so.
You think so? Okay, thank you.
It appears that that's the case after the building was removed. But
Could somebody answer the question then with some certainty?
Mr. Song, can you answer
Yes.
this?
Yes. I am owner, Bao Sang, and also I'm acting a general contractor too. So the process, we were trying to, repair the outside wall, but our masonry contractor mentioned that, it's really.
I understand that. Not to interrupt you, you've already explained that. What I'm asking
okay.
was this foundation poured after the demolition of the existing structure?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Thank you. Therefore, it did not have a permit.
Yeah, that's something we made a mistake, yeah.
Thank you.
So, and then that aside, we're still, even if the foundation was not there, even if it was all dirt, we have a substandard lot, of course, as you've heard. It's 24 by 111. So even if we had a blank slate, we'd be in the same position here.
Actually, the foundation is not really part new. The old foundation is just covered by this.
that's exactly what I had explained, that the old foundation was used as a form for the reinforcing of it, which was on the plans to reinforce as necessary.
After you demolished the building?
The original permit and plans did not call for demolishing the building.
Okay, can we move on? I think this is very clear. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board before we move to the supporter and then the objectors? Okay, let's go to the supporter. Wade, are you still with us?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chairman.
Excellent, thank you. Please go ahead and express your support.
Mr. Chairman, I attempted to negotiate a resolution with the objectors over the course of the last 30 to 60 days. We were unable to reach an agreement. We tried to do a license agreement, and essentially, I think what held things up is the garage placement would utilize the property's full extent, and the objectors would like to continue to use part of the property to access their backyard. And that is not something that Mr. Song can agree to. In addition, there was some changes in other consideration at the last moment that were objectionable too. So unfortunately, we were unable to reach an agreement, and that was as of yesterday.
Okay, thank you. Did you have any questions for the objectors before I move on?
Do I have any questions for the objectors?
Yeah.
No, but I would like to state that I would be happy to speak with them further to try to figure out if we can make this workable for all parties, because I do believe that this would be a good project for the neighborhood, and indeed would, with the placement of a two-car garage, would help to ease the congestion and otherwise benefit the neighborhood.
Okay, let's turn to the objectors. Kelly or Antonio, which one of you wants to go first?
Antonio, I'll let you go first.
Okay, sure, no problem. Thank you everyone for your time today. And Wade, also, I do have to thank you for the effort you've put in trying to negotiate this with us. We have all spent a lot of time over the last month or so. Both initially we tried negotiating directly, and then in an effort to make sure that we really were putting as much good faith effort as possible in it. We, as the neighboring property owners, ultimately actually we retained independent counsel to try to negotiate it directly that way as well. So Wade has been very helpful. We'd be open to potentially continuing those negotiations if there's a way forward. That being said, well, much of what has been said so far is certainly accurate about the actual site plan, the size of the lot itself. It's not entirely accurate from our perspective to say that this is simply rebuilding the home that was there. Although the back lot line, the north lot line, the back foundation line, the north foundation line is in conformity with the zoning requirements for the area, the effect of the new property is that it's both longer as well as taller than the existing property that was there previously. That property faces on this very small walkway that has been pre-existing for more than a century. That property faces the majority of windows that allow light and ventilation to our property. So by the property next door becoming longer and taller with greater mass, that's actually going to impact the light and ventilation that the majority of our property next door is able to access. Our primary concerns, though, are the garage, the fence, and to an extent, these concerns about light and ventilation. For the garage portion, we'd like to point out that prior to Mr. Song's purchase of the property, there was not a garage existing on this property. There was a gravel parking area, and that the proposed garage is wider and takes up more space than the prior parking area does. The reason this is a concern is that there is a walkway, just like many of the homes, most of the homes on this block, between the front lot line and the back lot line. And that narrow gangway, that narrow walkway, if Mr. Song were to receive his variance based on the project plans that I've been presented to review, that garage would essentially remove our ability to access the alley from our lot. That's one of our concerns. The fence as well is another one of our concerns because it will affect our ability to access the side walkway by the building. And it also is something that has existed for over a century at this point. So these are long-standing situations. I understand that Mr. Song disagrees with our characterization of this area as a prescriptive easement, and perhaps that's something that we're going to have to go to the circuit court for. But we had attempted to negotiate a global agreement that settled both our concerns about the development itself, as well as these other issues that we were having. Particularly the thing that is notable to us is that with regard to the hardship that Mr. Song is claiming as part of the basis for his variance request, while I understand that the lot itself is smaller than the average Chicago lot, just as all the other properties on the street are, that we're dealing with a situation where he's claiming that he's spent $70,000 on this foundation that he's poured. Therefore, he has a hardship. From my perspective, had he simply applied for permits, been denied them, and not spent $70,000 on this foundation, he would not be facing the hardship. And it feels very much like, to me, like a situation where someone has essentially created their own hardship and then is coming to ask for the extraordinary relief of a ZBA variance based upon that. The other thing that I would point out as far as the front setback is that although portions of the front setback are consistent with the prior property had an open staircase on a portion of the front of it, which faced our property. And also that both of the neighboring homes on both the east and the west of Mr. Song's property, both of those have significantly further, have much larger setbacks from the street. So while there are some consistencies with other buildings further down the street, in the sense that once you get to approximately mid-block, you will find these large 8-unit gray stone buildings from the 1880s. And yes, those don't have any setback. But if you look at similar property types, similar homes that are either single family or 2-unit properties, most of those property types do have a setback that this property does not. So those are our primary concerns, is that the hardship feels very much self-created, and that on this size lot with RT4 zoning opportunities, someone could very well build either a single family or a 2-unit property that was perfectly marketable and perfectly functional. We're not dealing with a 20-foot lot. We're talking about a 24-foot lot. And the applicant's permits basically call for a large single family home with a small ancillary additional unit. This variance request does not seem necessary in order to build that type of a property on this land. Our final concern is that it doesn't also feel that this is necessarily a good faith application, in the sense that at no point was this variance ever sought until after the foundation was sought. So, or until after the foundation was poured. So it feels very much like this is sort of an attempt to bootstrap a variance based upon actions that the applicant themselves took. There are some other minor concerns we have, but this is the heart of these are the heart of our concerns.
Yeah, thank you. What's your response to the argument that was posed by counsel for the applicant that even had they not poured the foundation, they would still be before us because of the depth of the lot?
They may be before you before the depth of the lot, but looking at the size of the neighboring properties that are either that are 2-unit properties, just as ours is next door, that from a lot coverage perspective, they would still be able to very well build the type of building they're looking at. For context as well, because obviously I know that there can be amendments to this process. The thing that we are we object to the least, even though it does impact both the visual appeal of the property as well as the light and ventilation we receive. The front setback is the part that we are least concerned about. And that was not something that we were negotiating, previously in our informal negotiations. We could very well consent to that front setback not being an issue, but the east setback of the applicant's main house, as well as the fence and garage location. Those are the 3 aspects that are concerns for us. And in the interest of a good faith global settlement, we were willing to consent, and we still would be willing to consent to the east setback, even though the longer home and the taller home is going to negatively impact our light and ventilation, if the applicant had been willing to agree to keep the garage and the fence in the same position they were. One, so we continue to have the same functional and safety benefits of having access to the alley from our property. And 2, so that we could avoid a future dispute if we had to go down that road.
Okay, just so everybody is clear here, the garage and the fence are not before us. Just so that's not something that I
understand that, but it was something that in exchange we were willing to accept some of the negative objectionable portions of the main residence if the applicant was willing to make some modifications to their other site plans. It was something we were looking at as kind of a global settlement, that we will deal with these things we don't like if you are willing to change these other things that you don't like. But I do understand what is before you.
Okay. All right, thank you. Did you have any questions for the applicant?
Let me take a look at my notes here. My only question I would have for the applicant, let me take a look here. Yes, I only have one question. My only question for the applicant would be, had you followed the normal permitting process, would you have been able to avoid this potential $70,000 of hardship that you have spent on the foundation had you simply followed Chicago's building requirements?
Okay, Mr. Song?
Yeah, as I mentioned, initially we are not looking to redo the foundation. We are not originally looking to do the demolition. But just in the middle, also, might be based on my less of knowledge. We are not trying to create a problem. We're just, when we're facing the problem, we just try to resolve it.
Follow-up question on that, Mr. Song, because you did mention that you're the GC. What is your what's your background? Are you a developer?
I used to be a computer scientist, and then I got my general contract license 2 years ago. I do have develop and build 2 other buildings before, but I'm still in the learning curve. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
This is
go ahead.
the question of the objector, or just a clarification. You mentioned, so you referenced the building, the house itself being longer than the original house. Is that correct?
Yes, based on the plans that I saw, it appears that although the north and, I'm sorry, the east and west walls do appear to follow the same footprint as the prior home. The front appears to follow mostly the same footprint with the exception of where the stair entrance was. But the back of the home appears to extend further. And also in our conversations, my understanding is that there was previously an open wooden porch on the back of the prior home. And it appears that they've now extended all the way back, potentially even beyond where that porch was, I believe, as part of the actual full brick home, as opposed to it being an open structure.
So this current foundation does not really share the same dimensions as the previous one. Is that what you're?
That is my understanding and my belief from looking at that, particularly with regard to the rear or the northerly wall of that foundation. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And certainly the applicant can comment.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Song.
Yes, actually, we do have the addition part follows the new code. We did
new code or the old home?
The new addition part, we do have given a 2 feet setback on the rear, was our objector mentioned. Yeah.
So wait, but I guess the question is did you extend the foundation larger than the original foundation?
All the foundation and the design, the permit we got for the renovation do have an addition part.
Oh, okay, you had a permit.
The addition part is for about 6 feet, 6 to 7 feet. For that part, that's a new part foundation. That's a front one is a reinforced. The addition part of 6 to 7 feet, that's addition, that's new foundation.
And
that's
you
why
had a
it looks
permit for that.
That's why it looks like new. But addition part, we did given 2 feet setback.
Okay.
From each side. Yeah.
But just so I'm clear here, you had a permit for that additional foundation.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
If I may add, I believe from my looking at the building department records, I believe the initial permit was essentially a repair replace permit. After that, subsequently, there was a full demolition permit issued and they demolished the property. Subsequent to that is when they then poured the foundation. So given that the prior property had been demolished, I'm not sure that prior repair permit would necessarily apply. I'm not 100% sure of that answer, but that would be my concern there.
That was not a repair and replace permit. That was a permit to put on an addition and to renovate the existing building. So the foundation work, as I testified before, I believe was fully under this permit that was issued. The new part and reinforcing the existing.
But it was completed after the property had been fully demolished. Is that correct?
I don't know the time frame of it, but the permit called for a new foundation for the addition in the back and reinforcing the existing foundation in the front.
Correct. If there was an existing building, but if there was no longer an existing building, our position, and I understand that perhaps the applicant disagrees, but our position is that once that building had been fully demolished, then that prior permit wouldn't necessarily apply because it was for a different project as opposed to a new construction from the ground up. But that's our position on that.
I don't believe the building was fully demolished.
I live next door to it and I can assure you that it was.
Well, the foundation still is there.
Portions of the foundation, yes. Now, I believe portions of the foundation were removed in the back as well, though.
Okay, let's go to Kelly. Kelly, we've heard a lot from Antonio. If you want to agree with, say that you agree with his objections and his positions, you can say that. If you have additional things to add, please do that. The point being that we don't need duplicative objections. You can just say that you agree with the prior ones, and you can add anything new.
Okay, no, I thank you for explaining that. I do agree with everything that Antonio said, and I don't have anything to add or any questions to ask. Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Okay, now we are ready to go back to the applicant. First question for Counselor Toth is, does the applicant have any questions for the objectors?
I do not have questions for the objectors, but if permitted, Mr. Chair, I'd like to recall Ron Very for some follow-up to the objectors' comments.
Yes, we are now in, so we started with the applicant's case. We then turned to the supporter, then to the objectors, and now, just so everyone's clear, we are back with the applicant for rebuttal and closing. So go ahead, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Calling our architect, Mr. Ron Very, and to be respectful of our objectors, we were trying to address their issues, and we'll stand ready to continue to do that. But from some of my notes from their points, Mr. Very, there was, first of all, they were taking issue with the fact that the building was a little bit longer than before. That was part of what we discussed, I think, in our case in chief, that originally there was building permits that included in part a rear addition. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that rear addition, did that require then, and would it require now, any setback relief from this board?
No.
So we could build, erase the foundation, erase the building, take a clean slate, take away this case. We could apply for a building permit tomorrow for a building that's equally long to what's shown in our drawings that would not require any relief from this board. Is that a fair statement?
There's a possibility it could even be longer, but it would be at least that, yes.
Okay, so the length of the building is not an issue with respect to the variations we are seeking from this board.
That is
With respect to the building being a little bit taller, point taken, I guess, but that was part of what we discussed in our case in chief, that we were doing an upper floor addition. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then with respect to the that upper floor addition as designed, focusing only on that upper portion, did that require any setback relief from this board?
No.
And if we were to erase the building, the foundation and the case, and were to start from scratch with a brand new building, could we build it with at least as tall as we have been showing or taller without any relief from this board?
That is correct.
Okay. I'll point out, they were talking about the garage sort of not being to their liking. I guess I understand that. But is the garage the subject of this setback relief application in any way?
No, and it was approved by the zoning department and the building department to be built that way.
So if we erased everything and wanted to build a home and wanted to put this exact garage on there, we could do so without any relief whatsoever from this good board.
That is correct.
Okay. I know there was a concern from the objectors about a fence maybe restricting access. I'll just, I guess there's an issue there. The objector is seeking to get some adverse possession of our applicant's property. Maybe there's an issue there, but I'll respectfully submit that this is not the forum to resolve that. We're not resolving adverse possession claims or property rights here. And with respect, Mr. Very, to the light and ventilation issues, first of all, the existing building, we're again, the plans show for our setbacks on the east side to be the same as the building that had been there for decades. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And the variation we're seeking is less than a foot. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And we testified to this previously, but with respect to the objector's property, that property itself, in fact, has a reduced setback facing us. Is that correct?
That is correct. And I would like to point out from what I viewed on the photographs that were exhibited here, the windows, most of the windows on the property to the east are on the first floor. And I don't see how the construction that is anticipated is going to adversely affect it any more than it is already been affected. So the argument that it's going to affect their light and ventilation, I don't believe is an issue because it's on the first floor, and no matter what is or was or will be there, I don't believe that that's a valid issue.
Okay. Thank you for that. Mr. Chair, I don't think I have any more questions for Mr. Berry. I can try to do a closing when you will allow it.
Yeah, let me see if there are any remaining questions from the board before we go to closing. Okay, it does not look like there are any further questions. I think a brief closing. We've had quite a lot on this.
Okay, well, I do thank the board for its time and attention to this. We are appreciative. As we discussed, I think a lot of the issues here that were being raised, while maybe legitimately of concern to the objectors, are not subjects before this board, whether it be property rights or portions of a building that were designed in full compliance with the zoning ordinance. And with respect to the hardship, again, I'll respectfully submit that this is sort of a case where we have a basket full of hardships, and not the least of which is the one we spent some attention on was the lot size as being undersized at 24 by 111 feet. And this board in half a dozen or more cases has approved similar setback reductions based on these lots on this very block. And that's ignoring the many other buildings that were older and did not need relief. And the structure planned is basically in conformance with other properties on the block. So a primary hardship here is the lot size. And again, if we had a clean slate, we would be here doing the same thing, talking about the same relief that we need to squeeze in a building, shift it, and expand it to fit a normal modern day structure on a subpar lot. A second hardship is basically we had a building that did have reduced setbacks that has been there for decades that we are just trying to match and reconform to. A third hardship, of course, is the problems we've had with a foundation that was part of a home that has been there again for decades and decades. None of those matters. The lot size, the existing or original footprint of the building, and the problems with the foundation were caused by Mr. Song or his wife. And again, we respect that the board here has found hardships in at least half a dozen other cases on this block for this exact same size lot. And with that, I'll stand down.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for your testimony today. We will take this matter under advisement.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, we are going to go back to a case that we passed earlier. We are going back to calendar numbers 33-23-Z and 34-23-Z. This is 835 West Addison. If you are here in support or objection of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted.
Chairman, I see that my four witnesses have been promoted.
Yes, we have them and we have Chris Harnack as well.
Yes.
For the record, all of the witnesses and Chris, all the witnesses in support of the applicant and Chris Harnack have already been sworn in. Counselor Butler, if you could maybe begin by, to refresh everyone's recollection and for the record, you went offline so that you could have a discussion with Chris Harnack, who was here in objection. And we are now coming back after you've had that conversation. And if you could inform us how that went, and then after that, you can put your case on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, my name is Liz Butler. I represent the applicant in this matter. I am a partner at the law firm of Taft, Stettinius and Hollister, located at 111 East Wacker Drive in Chicago. We are returning from having a conversation with Mr. Harnack, who is a neighbor of the subject property, and we thank him for joining today and for giving us the opportunity to share the plans with him. Our understanding is based on our discussion with Mr. Harnack that he is going to withdraw his objection. This matter has had a long lifespan and has gone through several zoning changes, which have resulted in some minor modifications and some confusion around how the original plans compared to the plans that are before the board today. And we understand that having had our architects jump on a call with Mr. Harnack, that his concerns have been alleviated by walking through the plans with him today. And I'll take a pause and if Mr. Harnack wants to affirm or modify anything that I've said.
No, thank you, Liz, or Councilor Butler. I would affirm that, yes, I'm withdrawing my opposition at this time based on further understanding of the current new plans.
This is Commissioner Toya. I just want to jump in again. This is, again, a good day when everyone can come together. We just left a case that they couldn't come together, but I always like when both sides can work together and agree. So good job to both sides. Thank you.
Thank you. I see that we have someone with his hand raised, a Warren Frank. Could you unmute, please? Sir, are you here in support or objection of this matter?
I'm neither. I just have a question, living on the same block on Rita, to ask a question, if I may.
Yes, you may. Let me first get you sworn in. Could you state your name and address, please?
My name is Warren Frank. My address is 3540 North Rita.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings? it's a little out of order to take a question first, but let's go ahead and do it, Mr. Frank. If you want to ask your question of the applicant, they've not yet put their case on, but I'm sure they'll be happy to answer your question.
I appreciate it very much, and sorry, I've been on and off. And I've, unfortunately, have a daytime job that just pulled me away many times instead of being able to listen to this all. My question is on the trees towards San Rita. What is going to happen with those trees? How are they going to be trimmed and still keep the look of the street, which living there for over a half dozen years is a beautiful street coming off of Addison or Cornelia, either way with the tree lines. And I'm just a little bit concerned of what's going to happen with the trees. Thank you very much for allowing me to ask that question.
Sure. Councilor Butler, do you or someone on your team want to answer that question?
Dennis, can I invite you to respond to the question about the trees on Rita?
Yes, the Department of Forestry has determined that those trees are diseased and we'll need to replace them along our property line.
So the existing trees will be replaced with
New trees to city standards, yes. Along our part of the property only. Just the 3 trees by our building.
Okay.
If I may I ask a question? Is that a report that was just mentioned? Is that something that can be shared? Living on that street for the years that those trees are plentiful, actually protecting many of the residents who sort of congregate at the end of that street.
We can share whatever our landscape architect goes through with the Department of Forestry and what their requirements are. They govern all the activities around those trees in the parkway. They'll determine that we keep them, or they determine that they need to be replaced. I believe, as I recall, they were green ash and they had ash emerald borer problems. So, but we can be more than happy to share all the information. We don't look to get rid of parkway trees. We only look to improve the parkway.
Thank you for the opportunity to ask those questions and hear those answers. I very much appreciate it.
Sure.
Having heard that, Mr. Frank, before the applicant begins to put their case on, do you have an objection to the project?
No, I don't have an objection to the project. Thank you for asking.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councilor Butler, you may proceed, and because you were able to work it out with Mr. Harnack, you have no objectors. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the board. Again, my name is Liz Butler. I represent the applicant in this matter, the Over the Rainbow Association, and I'm joined today by Eric Huffman, who is the president of the Over the Rainbow Association, Lila Bucama, the pastor of the Lakeview Lutheran Church, who owns the property. Dennis Langley is principal of Weiss Langley Weiss, the project architect, and George Kissel of Okrent Kissel Associates, who is the land use planner for this matter. The Over the Rainbow Association is a developer, owner, and operator of affordable housing that is specifically designed to meet the needs of individuals with physical disabilities. The applicant is before the board today seeking approval of variations to reduce setback requirements and bicycle parking requirements to allow for the development of a 6-story multi-unit building containing 37 units of affordable housing and a ground floor religious assembly space. The subject property, located at 835 West Addison, which you're seeing on the screen right now, is owned by Lakeview Lutheran Church, who has operated at this location for many years. The property is currently improved with a 1-story church and a surface parking lot. And in order to right-size its facilities for its current congregational needs, and to contribute the land toward a higher and better use, the church elected to partner with the applicant to advance this development proposal. which has been in the works for many years. Every apartment in this development is designed to be ADA accessible and beyond that, barrier-free housing. The project has received commitments of financial support from both the city and the state. And we're excited to be here before the board today because this request for variations is hopefully the final step in what has been a multi-step zoning process for this project over almost 3 years. So there was an extensive community engagement process that was undertaken by the applicant and the property owner that was shepherded by Alderman Tunney and his chief of staff, Bennett Lawson. We, following several months of presentations and small group meetings with the immediate neighbors and the Triangle Neighbors Association, and making substantial design revisions to the project in response to concerns and comments and questions from the neighboring property owners and residents of the neighborhood, the project garnered community support from all of those stakeholders, including Alderman Tunney and the adjacent property owners who were informed of the earlier iterations of the project. And so following that community engagement process, the site was rezoned via a type 1 zoning map amendment. Then last summer, the city adopted the Connected Communities Ordinance, which imposed new design requirements for the project. And as a result, the site was then rezoned again to allow the project to proceed as presented to the community. So there have been a lot of time, a lot of steps in this process to get to where we are today. However, the plans have shifted only in several regards in response to comments and requirements from resulting from the city's review of the project, including adding additional elevator and ingress egress. So in order to proceed as proposed, the project requires the following relief: a variation to reduce the minimum required front yard setback from 12.24 feet to 5 feet, the minimum required east reverse corner lot setback from 5.82 feet to 0 feet, the west side setback from 12.03 feet to 2 feet, and the required rear setback from 30.6 feet to 25 feet. And finally, a reduction in the number of required bicycle parking spaces for a transit served location from 40 feet to 8 feet. And so as we set forth in extensive detail in the proposed findings of fact and the supporting affidavits, strict compliance with the regulations of the zoning ordinance with respect to setbacks and bicycle parking requirements as applied to the subject property would result in a hardship because modifying the building to meet the setback requirements would require require the project to lose at least 10 dwelling units, in addition to the potential loss of either landscaped open space or ground floor operation space, both of which for this all affordable permanent supportive housing project would render the project financially and practically infeasible. So the hardship is the result of the unique and substandard lot dimensions and adjacency conditions, as well as the unique nature of this proposed development. Because this development is only financially feasible because of the partnership with Lakeview Lutheran Church, and because the project has been awarded funding through IDA's permanent supportive housing development program, project-based rental subsidies from the Chicago Housing Authority, and additional funding from the Department of Housing. The project features really the design elements that are necessary to support the respective missions and objectives and operational requirements of the applicant and the Lakeview Lutheran Church. All of these are needed to secure the funding and also to respond to the community expectations while enhancing the built environment along Addison and the adjacent public rights of way. As I mentioned, the applicant engaged in what really was an extensive community engagement process. And many changes were implemented in response to that process, including creating these substantial landscape setbacks along Addison and open space to the south. Importantly, as we know, the city is lacking in affordable rental housing stock, and in the Lakeview community area, only 9% of rental housing is affordable to individuals earning 60% of the area median income. That's compared to the citywide average of 36%. This project delivers 37 units of affordable housing, deeply affordable housing. Tenants that reside in these projects often are earning around 30% of the area median income. So this is really meeting a need in Lakeview that's not currently being served. And with that, I'd like to turn to our witnesses and ask them to affirm their affidavits for the record, if I may.
Yes, please do.
Thank you. Mr. Huffman, we'll start with you. Could you please again state your name, your title, and your business address for the record?
You muted.
You're muted, Eric.
You think I'd get this straight after this many years? Eric Huffman, president of Over the Rainbow Association, 2040 Brown Avenue in Evanston, Illinois, 60201.
You. And in your role as president of the Over the Rainbow Association, you have specific knowledge regarding both the subject property, the plans, the process that we have undertaken to get here today with respect to the proposed development, correct?
Absolutely.
And you are aware that I, as counsel for your organization, prepared an affidavit setting forth your testimony and included that with our proposed findings of fact. And that affidavit was signed by you, correct?
Yes, you did.
And if we were to have you continue testifying today, your testimony would be consistent with the proposed findings of fact. Is that right?
Yes, it would.
Thank you, Mr. Huffman. We'll turn to the next witness. Pastor, would you please state your name, your title, and your business address for the record?
Thank you. I'm Lila Bukema, and I am pastor at Lakeview Lutheran Church, and my work address is 835 West Addison in the city of Chicago.
Thank you, Lila. And in your role as pastor of the Lakeview Lutheran Church, you have specific knowledge regarding both the property and the future plans for the proposed development. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
And you're aware that as counsel for the applicant, we prepared an affidavit setting forth your testimony, and that affidavit was signed by you. Is that right?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify today, your testimony would be consistent with that affidavit that was submitted to the board in advance of the hearing. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you, Lila. And is there anything else that you would like to state on the record for the board today? You don't have to, but I wanted to give you the opportunity to make any remarks that you wanted to make.
Just that we are very excited about the project and the opportunities that it presents.
Thank you. Dennis, could you please state your name, title, and business address for the record?
Dennis Langley, architect, Weiss Langley, Weiss Architects, 20 West Hubbard, Chicago, 60308.
And Weiss Langley Weiss is the project architect for the matter, right?
Yes,
And you are a licensed architect in the state of Illinois, right?
yes,
And Weiss Langley Weiss has extensive experience designing accessible and barrier-free housing of this nature, right?
yes, we do.
And you're aware that as counsel for the applicant, we submitted to the board ahead of this hearing your testimony in the form of an affidavit that was reviewed and signed by you. Is that right?
Yes, it was.
And if you were to continue to testify today, your testimony would be consistent with that affidavit and the findings of fact that were submitted to the board. Is that right?
Yes, I would.
Thank you. And so we'll move to our final witness. George, could I ask you to please state your name, address, and your business or profession for the record?
Certainly. My name is George Kissel. I'm the president of Oak Rent Kissel Associates. Office is at 141 West Jackson in Chicago. I'm a licensed architect and a certified planner with over 40 years of experience in the field of zoning and urban planning.
Mr. Chairman, has George been recognized as an expert by this body?
Not today, but we will recognize him. I mean, it is for a variation, so we don't need it, but yes, we do recognize his expertise.
Thank you. George, you were retained by the applicant to conduct an urban planning analysis of these variation applications for the subject property and the proposed development. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you prepared a report detailing your analysis, your findings and conclusion, and you're aware that we submitted that into evidence in advance of this hearing, right?
That is correct.
And if you were to continue to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with the findings of fact and the conclusions in your report?
Yes, it would be.
Mr. Chairman, based on the testimony presented today and set forth in the findings of fact, we respectfully submit to the board that the variations are consistent with all applicable standards for approval of variations, that the request would have no adverse impact, and that no public purpose of any kind would be served by denial of the request. I have no further questions for any of our witnesses, and as mentioned, we discussed the project extensively with Alderman Tenney and neighboring property owners, and our team is available to answer any questions that the board might have.
Any questions from the board? Hearing none, I think we have what we need. We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you, everyone, and thank you for coming together with the objector to work that out as well. We do appreciate that.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll take this matter under advisement. Last case of the day. Calendar number 453-22-S. This is 2448 West 24th Street. If you are here in support or objection, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. All right, Councilor Fatikas, you've got 3 witnesses, is that right?
We should have 3, Mr. Sanj Katal, Nicoletta Scarlatus, and Kareem Musawir.
Okay, let me see here. Yes, I think we have all of them. And then we do have someone from the 25th Ward. And then also we have a Rick B. Rick B., could you just unmute for a sec and let us know if you are here in support or objection?
I am here in objection.
Okay. Are there any other objectors or supporters for this matter? Looking through, I don't see any. All right, what we'll do is I will let me get everybody sworn in, and then we'll go through the process of how the case will go. Okay, so Sanj, could you state your name and address, please? Sanjeev?
Yes.
Can you state your name and address, please?
Sure, 516 Jean Darfler Court, Naperville, Illinois, 60560.
It's very hard to hear you. Can you get closer to the microphone?
It's Sanjeev Katow, 516 Jean Darfler Court, Naperville, Illinois, 60565.
Ms. Court Reporter, could you hear that?
You can have someone help me talk.
Yes, if you could, maybe we could have somebody help here. Okay, so let me swear in the person who is next to you. Could you state your name and address, please?
Sure. My name is Sweta Katow. My address is 516 Jean Darfler Court in Naperville, Illinois, 60565.
Could you spell your first name, please?
Sure. SWETA.
Okay, and last name is Khatau?
Correct.
Okay, and do you swear or affirm to basically recite everything that Sanjeev Katow states when we ask him questions?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And for purposes of the record, the reason we're doing this is because it's difficult to hear Sanjeev Katow, and so Ms. Katow is going to basically amplify what Mr. Katow says. Okay, so Sanjeev, could you state your name and address, please?
Sanjeev Katow, 516 Jean Darfler Court in Naperville, Illinois, 605.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Nicoletta, could you state your name and address, please?
Nicoletta Scarlatus, 5405 West 127th Street in Crestwood, Illinois.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
And Kareem, could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, sir. Kareem Musawir. I'm at 221 North LaSalle Street in Chicago, and we are the land use consultant.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, and the board recognizes your expertise.
Thank you.
Rick B., can you state your name and full address, please?
Sure. My name is Rick Bach, B-A-K. I live at 2414 Southwestern Avenue, first floor, Chicago, Illinois, 60608.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Counselor Fatikas, I have done it with everybody else, so I'll ask you as well. Are you familiar with Mr. Bach? Have you had discussions? Is there any reason to maybe postpone or have a conversation offline, or do you want to proceed?
So, Chairman, we did participate in a community meeting last week. I think we know each other's positions. Certainly, in the interest of compromise, we'd be willing to meet with the objector. My opinion is that I don't believe there's a middle ground. I believe that he's objecting to the use being proposed. But again, we're willing in the spirit of compromise to talk with the objector if the objector thinks that there's a solution.
So, Mr. Bach, there's been an offer to have a conversation. Do you think that is something that would be fruitful, or would you rather just proceed with the hearing?
I have talked with my neighbors, and we had asked for an alternative use at this site. We are not opposed to development, just the type of use. For the type of use, we have also recommended other locations within the ward that would be more suitable, and those requests have fallen on deaf ears. So we'd like to please move forward.
Okay. All right, and then we do have somebody from the 25th Ward office, Ruben Franco.
Yes, hello, Chairman. Good afternoon. This is Ruben Franco, Director of Legislative Affairs for the 25th Ward.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
And do you want to speak at the beginning or at the end?
I will follow the normal role. We're here to just kind of listen in and monitor. We did help facilitate the meeting between the applicants and the neighbors last week. And I think your board has submitted a letter from our office detailing our findings. So just if there's any questions or follow-up, happy to respond to those.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. All right, before we begin, so I want to remind everyone that this is not a town hall. This is a hearing, so we as the board are looking for evidence that either supports or does not support the applicant's case. This is how the hearing is going to proceed. First, the applicant will put on their case and all of their witnesses. Then we'll turn to the objectors, and the objectors can put on their case as well as ask questions of the applicant's witnesses. After that, the applicant can ask questions of the objectors. Then we'll return to the applicant for rebuttal testimony and closing remarks. After that, the board will take the matter under advisement. Throughout the hearing, the board can ask questions of both the applicant and the objectors. So with that, Councilor Fatikas, please put on your full case. And as I mentioned earlier in the hearing, to the extent you want to rely on evidence, make sure it comes out in testimony as opposed to just relying on an affidavit.
Understood. Okay, thank you again. For the record, Mr. Chairman, Nick Fatikas from the law offices of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Rainier 24th Western LLC. The applicant owns the subject.
One last thing. Sorry, Counselor. I have the department's recommendation that I forgot to read.
Please.
Okay, this is the recommendation for calendar number 453-22-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed drive-through with dual lanes at menu order board and single lane at pickup window to serve a proposed Dunkin' Donuts restaurant, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Raina 24th Western LLC, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the site plan and landscape plan dated January 20th, 2023, and site details, key site plan, landscape details, exterior elevations, 2 sheets, and floor plan dated September 28, 2022, all prepared by Nick Scarlatus and Associates LTD. Now you may proceed.
Thank you. So again, I'm here on behalf of the applicant and property owner, Rainier 24th and Western LLC. The applicant owns the subject property at 2448 West 24th Street. The subject site contains approximately 21,052.5 square feet of total lot area, and it's currently vacant and unimproved. The applicant is proposing to develop the lot with a new 1-story Dunkin' restaurant building. The plans call for the installation of code compliant landscaping and fencing, 9 on-site parking spaces, and a dual lane drive-through facility. In order to permit the drive-through component, the applicant is seeking a special use because the subject property is located in an M2-3 zoning district. I have 3 witnesses available to testify. The first is on behalf of the applicant is Mr. Sanj Katau, our project architect, Nicoletta Scarlatus, and our land planning consultant, Mr. Kareem Musawir. And Chairman, before I call my first witness, I wanted to give the board a little bit of background on the project. The applicant currently operates a dine-in or carry-out only location at 2356 West Cermak. It's part of a larger strip mall that doesn't have a drive-through lane. Over the last few years, there have been several incidents involving the safety of both customers and employees at that specific location. Those issues were referenced in several of the letters of support provided by residents as well as by the letters submitted by the Alderman's office. And the board should already have copies of those letters on file. We also obtained approximately 300 signatures from neighbors in support of the project, which have also been submitted. To be clear, the safety issues are not necessarily specific to Dunkin', and they've certainly impacted the other retail tenants at the Cermak location. But in working with the Alderman's office, the applicant made the decision to relocate his store to the subject property because it does offer the opportunity to incorporate a drive-through lane component. That's really the driving force behind our proposal, and provided the special use is granted, the applicant would cease operating at the 2356 Cermak location. I just wanted to make sure that was, again, a little bit of background, so you know how we got to this particular property. And with that, I'd ask to call my first witness, Sanjeev Patel. Sanj, again, you're the manager of the applicant, Rainier 24th Western LLC,
Yes,
and that entity owns the subject property at 2448 West 24th Street, right?
yes,
And you intend to develop the currently vacant lot with a new one-story building that will operate with a Dunkin' restaurant, right?
yes,
And as I described it, your plan incorporates a dual drive-through lane that would work in conjunction with the restaurant. Is that true?
yes,
The drive-through lane is specifically what brings us before the board today because the subject property is located in an M2 zoning district, right?
correct.
Now, Sanj, you have about 20 years of experience operating fast food restaurants in Chicago.
Yes,
And as of today, 20 of your current operating locations have drive-through lanes. Is that right?
correct.
And it's become that the drive-through lane is a critical component of your business, right?
Yes,
And it's a feature you feel you need to have in order to stay competitive in the marketplace, right?
yes,
Now, with respect to this proposed location, the dine-in portion of the restaurant will operate 7 days a week between 6 a.m. and 2 a.m., right?
yes,
And the drive-through lane would operate 24 hours a day, correct?
correct.
And you anticipate hiring between 15 and 20 employees to help you run this location's day-to-day operations?
Yes,
And before we conclude your testimony, Sanj, is it true that you reviewed this project with Alderman Cicho Lopez's Zoning Advisory Council?
yes,
And based on that process, you initially secured a letter of support from the alderman, right?
correct.
And after our continuance back in November, you also participated in a virtual meeting hosted by the alderman's office. Is that right?
Yes,
And that meeting was with residents, nearby residents, and other business owners in the area, correct?
correct.
And during that meeting, you agreed to incorporate additional safety features for the driveway, specifically the driveway proposed on Southwestern Avenue. Well, and those improvements include adding a blinking pedestrian crossing sign and making the driveway a right-out only path. Is that right?
Correct.
And those changes, again, were specifically proposed to improve pedestrian conditions along Southwestern Avenue because of the neighboring school to the north of your lot, right?
Yes,
Now, with respect to the school, and it's the Finkel Academy, you also met with the assistant principal, Mr. Jesus Guerrero, to review your program for your property, right?
yes,
And based on that separate meeting, you actually obtained a letter of support from the school for the proposed restaurant, right?
yes,
And Chairman, that letter was also included with our letters and signatures previously submitted. But I did want to call that out because it's an important position of support from an immediate neighbor. Now, Sanj, while some neighbors may still have concerns, you believe you've made significant efforts to address those concerns and actually garner local support for this new location, right?
yes,
And it's your understanding that my office filed a witness statement on your behalf in this case?
yes,
And Sanj, if you were to continue to testify, your testimony would be consistent with the statements in your written report. I'm sorry, the statements, your written statements. Is that right?
yes,
Thank you. My next witness, Chairman, would be Nicoletta Scarlatus. Nicoletta, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm here.
And again, you are a licensed architect in the state of Illinois,
Yes,
and you've previously testified in that capacity before this board, right?
yes, I have.
And you designed the program for the proposed restaurant and dual drive-through lane at the subject property?
Yes,
Now, in terms of site access, primary access will come from a new driveway proposed along West 24th Street. Is that right?
correct.
And that access point will lead to the dual drive-through lane or the off-site parking that's located on the north side of the lot, right?
Correct.
And the drive-through traffic was actually designed to circle back and exit the site onto 24th Street, right?
Correct.
And that was an important design feature and something that we discussed at length with the Department of Planning because it provides the maximum amount of separation between our drive-through lane and the traffic that uses the drive-through lane and the entrance to the school to the north. Is that right?
Yes,
It also places our more active point of ingress and egress on 24th Street and not on Southwestern Avenue. Again, Western Avenue being the frontage we share with the school, right?
Right.
Now that said, the customers who do park their car and go into the restaurant will leave the site using the driveway on back onto South Western Avenue, correct?
Correct.
And as the applicant testified, you'll be incorporating pedestrian crossing signs, and you've agreed to make that a right turn only exit. Is that right?
Correct.
So the vehicle traffic will again be directed away from the school and toward the intersection at 24th Street, right?
Correct.
And again, all of these changes and additions were made to enhance pedestrian safety along Western Avenue, correct?
Correct.
Now, as part of the submittal process, Nicoletta, we obtained preliminary CDOT and landscape approval for the proposed site plan, again, with these enhancements you've just talked about. Is that
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And you believe the proposed design will function in a safe and an efficient manner, correct?
Yes. Yes, I do.
And Nicoletta, is it your understanding that my office filed a sworn statement on your behalf in this case?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank
My
you.
last witness, Mr. Chairman, is Mr. Musawir. Kareem, I think you might still be on mute. There you go. And Kareem, you are a land planning consultant by trade,
Yes, sir.
and you've testified in that capacity again many times before this board. Is that right?
That's right.
And the scope of your assignment in this case was to determine whether the requested special use would comply with the general criteria for special uses as set forth in the code, right?
Right.
Now, you physically inspected the subject property in the surrounding area,
I did.
and you prepared a written zoning analysis report summarizing your findings and conclusions.
Yes, sir.
So generally speaking, is it your professional opinion that the proposed special use does in fact meet all the approval criteria required by the ordinance?
Yes, sir. All 5 points are covered in this proposal. The proposed one-story restaurant is permitted by right use in this M2-3 light industry district. However, the proposed drive-through facility and expected use of convenience for this coffee and food chain requires approval of this special use of application from the Zoning Board of Appeals, and the board has the authority to grant that proposal. The proposed drive-through facility number 2 is the proposed special uses in the interest of the public convenience, and that would not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood or community. And the proposed drive-through facility with the dedicated 2-directional drive-through driveways separates from the other vehicle use area, along with the off-street parking spaces and exit-only driveway for non-drive-through customers will lead to a efficient ingress and egress of customers. Proposed drive-through facility is an expected use of convenience as indicated. And the Dunkin' Donuts is set to replace, this Dunkin' Donuts is set to replace the existing store on Cermak and Western. It will also be the only coffee shop with a drive-through for 1.5 miles from this site. And number 3, the proposed special use is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of site planning, building scale, and project design, because this stretch of Southwestern Avenue is improved with other one-story service uses. As a matter of fact, right across the street is another drive-through facility for food service use, and with some small residential uses along West 24th Street, a one-story car wash facility on 23rd Street, a public high school just north of the facility, and a proposal. This proposal is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of site planning, building scale, and project design. And then number 4, the proposed special uses is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of operating characteristics such as hours of operation, outdoor lighting, noise, and traffic generation. The proposed special use will have days and hours of operation that are compatible with the surrounding area and other service uses located in this area. The lighting will be muted onto the site with the efficient ingress and egress provided by the proposed drive-through facility and dedicated driveways, this proposal is not expected to generate any significant noise or traffic other than the traffic of convenience coming down Western as is usual. Number 5 is the proposed special uses designed to promote the pedestrian safety and comfort. And that's the proposed building design, lighting, walkways, drive-through facility designs, driveway facilities, and all street parking accommodations are designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort. So in our conclusions, this proposal meets all of the requirements, all of the criteria for the approval of a special use.
And Kareem, it is your understanding that my office submitted a copy of your written report to the board, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And if you were to continue to testify, that testimony would be consistent with the findings and conclusions contained in the report, correct?
Yes, it would.
And Kareem, before, and this is in anticipation of some of the points that we believe the objectors will raise, one of the issues is whether or not there's consistency or compatibility with vehicle uses. And I want to make sure this is very clear for the board members. The subject property is located in an M2-3 zoning district. Is that right?
That's right.
Pursuant to section 17.50207, the use table and standards for the manufacturing zoning districts, the following uses, and I'm going to list 10 of them, although there are more, but the following 10 uses are intensive vehicle uses that are permitted without special use approval. Can you confirm these for me? A car wash, a heavy equipment sales, light equipment sales, motor vehicle repair, vehicle towing and storage, manufacturing and production, a class 1 and a class 2 recycling facility, a freight terminal, RV and boat storage, and a contractor storage and building materials sales yard. Again, Kareem, my question is, those 10 uses are all allowed, permitted uses without special use approval in the district. Is that right?
That's right. Some of them would also be allowed to have outdoor uses as well as indoor uses.
Great. Thank you so much. Chairman, that concludes the applicant's case in chief. We'd be happy to answer any questions you or the board members have about our program.
Any questions from the board at this time? Okay, let's turn to the objector, Mr. Bach, if you could unmute and state your objection, and you also have the opportunity to ask questions of the applicant if you desire.
Yes, first off, I had submitted a slide deck. I would like that to be brought up, and if I could cue the advancement on my call. I submitted it in both PowerPoint and PDF format. Those were emailed Monday afternoon.
1 second. Okay, let's see if Jeanette can pull it up. Okay.
So I'd like to start with saying that I am not a professional at this, and this entire process has been highly demoralizing. If we could go to the next slide, please. I wish I didn't have to be here. This whole process started from my eyes when I got a tiny little postcard in the mail saying that here's a proposed development. First thing I did is I walked over to the site and I looked for a sign, see what's going on. There was no sign posted on the lot. I walked all the way down to the factory at the railroad tracks. There was nothing posted on anywhere on the site. I then proceeded to talk to a couple of my neighbors on 24th Street, asked them if they knew anything about this drive-through that's being proposed, and they were aghast by it. After that, I went out to the alderman's office, say, hey, Alderman Joe, Byron, what's going on here? You know, it's like, you already know how bad our neighbor of Taco Bell is. Why are we getting another drive-through? And he, at that point, I sent him the pictures of the lot, that there was no signs out there. And within a week, signs were posted. The developer's attorney reached out to me and provided me with the site plans. And that looked really bad. So I asked for, hey, can we get a community meeting on this? Can we get a traffic study? Can we get a pollution study? And the reply back was, we were within our rights. We don't have to do that. So next slide, please. At that point, I did a little more digging. And it was not until I came across this part of the zoning code that we were granted a community meeting. Point number 2, it's in the interest of public convenience and not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood and community. I will be detailing how this is not in the general welfare of the community and will have an adverse impact. It is compatible with item number 3. It's compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of site planning, building scale, and project design. I will be demonstrating how this is not in the character of the neighborhood. 4 is a little bit arguable, but I would still say this is not in the character of what our neighborhood has historically been and where we want it to go. And number 5 is designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort. That's just absurd on its face. Next slide, please. Please don't build a drive-through next to our neighborhood school. Next slide, please. This neighborhood is known as Heart of Chicago. It's a small little pocket of Pilsen. It's on the lower southwest side of the city. Next slide, please. Here are some pictures from Western Avenue. It is predominantly mixed use, pedestrian oriented. The businesses are built out to the sidewalk. And next slide, please. And I'd also like to emphasize that this site is on the Western Avenue transit-oriented corridor, and we are within distance for a transit-oriented development of the Western Avenue Pink Line station. So we would be expecting that our developers would be taking advantages of all these incentives for transit-oriented use in a dense, walkable neighborhood. Next slide, please. Since this is a dense, walkable neighborhood, this neighborhood is also well served by transit. We have the Western Avenue Express bus. We have the Western Avenue Local bus. We have Cermak Avenue bus, Blue Island, and the Pink Line Western Avenue station. Next slide, please. We already have precedent of a very bad neighbor. The Taco Bell built across the street, which is my neighbor, was built with strong opposition from the neighborhood. We had over 450 signatures on a petition against this Taco Bell going through, and it has been every nightmare that we expected it to be. There is traffic, idling vehicles, litter, people drive in the exit. There is a sign that says right turn only. People frequently turn left out of there. There's nonstop pedestrian conflicts every time I see kids walking home from school. There have been auto accidents as vehicles are exiting from this driveway. So this is a precedent of being a bad neighbor. Next slide, please. And this is what the Taco Bell replaced. It was a wonderful mixed-use development. We had retail on the first floor, residential on the second floor. And this is part of the reason why my family moved to this neighborhood decades ago. And this is why development like this is why we love Heart of Chicago. Next slide, please. Why is this drive-through bad? On the face of this site plan right here, you see 12 idling cars. Next slide, please. Chicago has a Vision Zero plan. That we should be working for ways to make neighborhoods more pedestrian friendly with a pedestrian focus and make things vibrant for the people who live here. not necessarily the folks that are transiting through that don't have an invested care in our neighborhood. Next slide, please. This site plan will cause significant pedestrian conflicts. I had asked for a traffic study. The developers would not provide one, so I found one on the internet for a dual lane fast food restaurant. And at peak output, they could process a car every 20 to 30 seconds. That's 2 to 3 cars a minute. When you factor in cars coming onto the site, that's a car crossing a sidewalk every 15 seconds when kids are walking to school. As you
Objection,
can
Your
see
Honor.
on the
Your Honor, we're talking about a traffic study that the objector found online. I don't, there's no foundational basis for any of the facts that he's attempting to put into the record.
The objection is.
I asked for a traffic study.
Yeah.
They would not provide one.
Right.
They forced me to find something, and I found something comparable.
The objection is sustained. There's no foundation for the traffic study that you're presenting. The rules of evidence do apply, so the objection is sustained. I would move on to another point.
Okay. Well, as I would like to point out, on the map on the right, the proposed location for this drive-through is located directly adjacent to an elementary school and is approximately 860 feet from a high school. So we have literally hundreds of children walking past this location on a daily basis. Next slide, please. Harkening back to our Vision Zero, pedestrian deaths have increased by 77% from 2009 to 2021. With the size of vehicles that are being put on the road right now, and having drive-throughs so close to a school, these trucks that are going to be coming through with their workers getting their coffee first thing in the morning when they're still groggy, that they will not be able to view children as they are
Your Honor, speculation. again,
exiting through the drive-through.
Yeah, there's been an objection made. Let me ask a question. Where are these figures coming from that you're presenting to the board?
I have them all cited in the last slide. So the Governors Association, various traffic and safety institutes. These numbers are not coming out of my rear end. I have pulled them from reliable sources, and if you follow the links in my final slide, you will be able to see where these come from.
Unfortunately, there's no foundation for it. There's nobody with personal knowledge of where these reports came from. You know, you can speak to your personal knowledge of traffic in the area, but these figures don't have the foundation to be admitted as evidence.
The National Governors Association is not a legitimate source.
You don't have a witness to lay the foundation for the document. You know, if you had done a traffic study and you brought a witness to discuss traffic in the area, you could do that. But to just pull something off of the internet or a source, it just doesn't have foundation. So the objection, objection sustained. Just continue, move on.
Okay, so again, I am not a professional at this. I'm just a concerned community member. I understand I'm going against this amazing legal team and highly paid consultants. So I'm just a concerned neighbor looking out for the well-being of families in my neighborhood.
And the best thing you can,
next slide, please.
The best thing you can do is as much personal knowledge as you have. Provide that, because that's helpful to us.
Okay, so from the applicant's own slide, own site plan, they had shown 12 vehicles stacked on that property. here's a picture of a typical dual kiosk, single order.
Chairman, I'm sorry, I need to object again for the record.
Where's this from, Mr. Bach? What is this?
This is a McDonald's in the western suburbs. So I'm
Objection, relevance, and foundation.
What is the data that you're relying on? Where's that from?
The picture of the cars is just showing an example of what we would be having. The developer's own site plan showed 12 vehicles stacked up waiting for service. So getting to the picture.
Hold on. Let me rule on it. I'm going to overrule this objection. Proceed.
Oh, okay. So then I'm sorry. I need to. Okay. So looking on the map on the right, Pilsen. This is from the National Resources Defense Council. Pilsen has historically been one of the most polluted neighborhoods in the city of Chicago. For the sake of environmental justice, adding a dozen idling vehicles next to some of our most vulnerable community members, a school, just doesn't make sense. Next slide, please. Can we move to the next slide? Hello? Hello, can you, I'm sorry, I lost you here. Can we go back? I'm sorry, go back one more. Okay, so this may be anecdotal, but as with our Taco Bell, that is a new horrible neighbor, the McDonald's down on Cermak, or the Burger King also on Cermak, drive-throughs bring vast amounts of litter. People go to the drive-through, they eat in their vehicles, and since they don't live in the neighborhood, they don't care. They just throw the garbage out their door. I've seen it time and time again. Drive-throughs bring litter. Next slide. Again, this neighborhood is mixed use, pedestrian oriented. We have things built to the sidewalk. It is traditionally been a family oriented, walkable neighborhood. And this proposed development would be continuing us down the path of degradation. The Taco Bell is already a bad neighbor. This new drive-through would be even worse.
We have a foundational issue. There are pictures of 4 buildings or a series of properties. We don't have addresses. I don't know what the pictures are of.
Okay, describe what the pictures are of, Mr. Bach.
Okay, so the 2 pictures on the left are taken at 24th Place and Western Avenue. The top left one is looking northwest from the southeast corner, and the bottom left one is looking southeast from the northwest corner. The picture in the top right is 1 block away at 24th Place and Oakley Avenue, and the bottom right corner is on the northwest corner of Blue Island and Oakley. So this is very much the character of our neighborhood.
So I'm going to overrule the objection. Continue.
Thank you. Next slide, please. In keeping with what makes our neighborhood vibrant and a place that we want to live, this proposed development is just the anathema of what we want to see. It's very, very poor land use for a dense, walkable urban neighborhood. You have 21,000 square feet of lot. You've got 2,400 square feet per building. That's 11% of this property is for building and productive use, and everything else is for cars and car-related things. This is not what we want to be living around. Next slide, please. And again, I want to reiterate, this is not healthy for our neighborhood. It is going to bring in more cars, more traffic. I don't have my own professional traffic study done. I asked for the developer to do one. They refused to do it. You cannot argue that there will not be more cars brought in. You cannot argue that a dozen vehicles stacked on the property will not bring more pollution. It's just common sense. Next slide, please. We've proposed alternatives. You know, we're not opposed to development. We would love to see this corner developed. But you know, it's just this use case that we are active against. Next slide, please. If they must build a drive-through, on the map on the left-hand side, the red circle is where the proposed location is. The blue rectangles are the two local schools. The green circles are other currently vacant lots that are in areas close to where the current Dunkin' Donuts is, but they are not in areas of high pedestrian traffic. So there's one at the corner of 18th and Western, large empty lot, highly industrial area, very low pedestrian traffic. There is one on Blue Island, just west of Damon Avenue, big empty lot, you know, plenty of truck traffic on Blue Island.
Your Honor,
There's not a lot of pedestrian traffic.
We're not here talking about alternative sites. We don't know anything about whether these properties are even for sale. I'm sorry, it's irrelevant. Even go down this line.
This is Commissioner Toya. I have to
objection is
agree with the
sustained.
counselor. We're a zoning board. We're not here to, we're not the planning board. We're not, you know, we are a zoning board.
Okay.
We're looking at this one location.
Yeah.
We're not here to tell developers where to go or where not to go. We're here to talk about zoning.
Yeah, so the objection is sustained
Okay.
based on relevance.
Understood. So then the next slide, please. We are asking that if they are going to develop on this lot, please give us something that is in the character of the neighborhood that the neighbors would embrace. These pictures here are all pictures of recently built multi-story mixed-use buildings that are new to the neighborhood. I'm sorry, I did not label the exact addresses, but one you've seen before, Blue Island and Oakley. These are just examples of things that we would love to see
this
at
is
the
a
site.
continuation, sir. This is a continuation of the argument that you just made. And it's just,
Okay.
I'm sorry, it's not relevant. So
Okay, well,
you need to move on to another point.
as I said, this is my first time speaking at one of these. I am not a professional, and you know, I'm just trying to demonstrate that we've tried to work with these folks, and at every step of the way, at first it seemed like it went in under the radar because there was nothing posted on site. When we asked for the traffic studies or the pollution studies or a community meeting, we were told, no, we don't have to do that, until I brought up the zoning code saying, hey, this doesn't seem like it jives. That is when we finally got a community meeting. So none of my neighbors had heard about this before. You know, I walked around talking to folks. Every step of the way, it seemed like it was either being done with a sneaky manner or trying to be railroaded through. And you know, this just does not feel like it's been engaged with the community in good faith. Thank you. And that's all I have to say.
Okay, for this type of use, a community meeting is not required. But all right, but thank you. Before I let you go, Mr. Bach, did you have any questions for the applicant?
I'm just asking you folks to please consider the neighborhood before trying to move forward with this. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Fatikas, you have the option of asking questions of the objector. If you have none, then you can move to rebuttal and closing.
I'd like to do rebuttal. I'll do it as briefly as I can. I'm trying to condense my points. With respect to this public notice posting, that was an issue that was raised to the board prior to the continuance in November. The sign did come down because of weather conditions. It was on the ground. We had the applicant repost the sign, and a copy of the reposted public notice sign was provided to ZBA staff within, I believe, 2 days of the continuance date. So that was, again, that was an issue, again, because of the weather conditions that the sign came down. My office also did send notice to the surrounding property owners within 250 feet, and the objector's own slide deck included the notice that was provided by staff. So we believe without question that our notice requirements have been met in this case. A few other points, and the pictures that are up right now show buildings in the immediate area. One of the things that the position of the objector overlooks is that the subject property, the property at issue today, is zoned M2-3. It doesn't support right now, as it's zoned, any residential use. Again, it's manufacturing zoning. Fortunately, the restaurant of our size isn't a permitted use, and our professional witness testified to that. Special use is required for the drive-through lane. We're not contesting that, but the use itself, the base use of the restaurant isn't allowed use in our district. The reference to there being idling cars on site, part of our plan, that is if we can go back to just the site plan, that is the site plan that shows the queuing capacity of our drive-through facility. The code has minimums. The Department of Planning and Development has minimum thresholds so that we don't force traffic off onto the public street or across the sidewalk. In this case, we're showing that we have a ton of queuing capacity that keeps the traffic on our site and not in the public way. So we did want to show a number of cars using the dual lane drive-through to show how efficient it will be in keeping those cars off the street. It is a dual lane drive-through. There are 2 points of order. It narrows to a single point of service at the restaurant. And then it goes, if you follow it along the south side of the lot, it's a single lane back to the exit back onto 24th Street. The objector used the word "we" a number of times regarding the opposition. Again, over a 3.5-month period, the applicant has met with the school, the alderman's office, and secured signatures and letters in support totaling over 300. So we have taken the community into consideration with our program, and we do think that our project is an improvement on the existing conditions, especially considering today it's a vacant lot with a number of cars that are parked all over it, unorganized. We think that this is a significant development and a significant investment in the neighborhood along Western Avenue, which is a commercial corridor. Again, a lot of that probably is duplicative of my closing. We'd ask the board to apply the zoning standards, the 5 special use standards, to our specific site, our M2-3 zone lot with more than 20,000 square feet of lot area that's currently vacant and sitting there waiting to be developed. This is our opportunity to develop it. We believe all of the standards have been met. That concludes my closing. We'd be happy, though, if there are questions from the board to take them now.
Sure. Before we get to questions, I do want to ask if Ruben Franco from the Alderman's office has anything to say now that all the evidence has been presented.
Hi there. Good early evening now, almost, everyone. Thanks for hanging on for this item. And I just, to reiterate and clarify the timeline as well, as both Rob and Nick mentioned, there was an issue with the sign. We did not receive any comment prior to that until the week before that November hearing. And that's when we sort of also reached out to the lawyer and to the board to ask for a deferral so that we can have an opportunity to bring the neighbors and the applicants together. As things happened throughout December, we had a lot of stuff going on in the ward, and I think also just the neighbors with the holidays. It took us a while to meet, but we did meet in January and provided a Zoom room so that the discussion could be made between the applicants. We understand that, there's still strong opposition to this use, but we also, I just wanted to clarify one other thing, that the conversation about relocating started early on in I believe late 2021 or 2022, early 2022, because of public safety issues in the current location of the Dunkin' Donuts located on Cermak and Western, where there had been a number of assaults to the employees who are also neighborhood residents and constituents of the ward. And in conversations with our office, trying to find ways to relocate that location because of the difficulty with their current landlords. And this is sort of the end result of that, is to the point that we are now. So I just did want to clarify that. The alderman has no objection to the plan, but we do recognize that there was this still opposition to the plan by the most immediate neighbors. And I guess that's all I have to offer this evening.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board?
No, I feel the counselor answered all the questions I had, so thank you.
I have no questions, but I do want to commend Mr. Bach? Thank you for coming. I know it sometimes is a little intimidating coming to these, and regardless of the outcome, your participation is appreciated.
Okay, I think we have what we need, so we will take this matter under advisement. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, that was the last case. So I move that we convene into closed session pursuant to Section 2C4 of the Open Meetings Act for the purpose of considering the evidence and testimony presented in open session. For those viewing by live stream, we will return from our closed session and the live stream will continue at that point. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, we are in closed session.
All right, sorry about that. Wasn't letting me in.
No worries. Okay, I move that we return to open session. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, we are back. All right, we will now vote. Note that any motion to approve a special use will be tied to the recommendations of the department and any additional conditions read by me. I move to approve all continuance requests to the dates stated by me. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are continued as stated. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 29-23-Z and 30-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 31-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 32-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 33-23-Z and 34-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 379-22-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 438-22-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
No.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 453-22-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
I'm sorry, which one?
The last one.
453-22-S.
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve the written resolution containing findings of fact consistent with the votes of the board for board calendar numbers 345-22-S, 346-22-S, 404-22-Z, 405-22-Z, and 294-22-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the written resolutions are approved. I move to approve the written resolutions containing findings of fact consistent with the votes of the board for the board's December 16, 2022 regular meeting. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the written resolutions are approved. I move that we adjourn the meeting. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes, and you did a very good job as chairman. So now you're our formal chairman. So good job, Mr. Sanchez.
Thank you very much. I vote
Good
yes as
job.
well. We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Have a great weekend.
Thanks.
Yeah.